Hello once again and welcome to Panama, hosting the second ever PokerStars Championship. We're here in Panama City at the Sortis Hotel Spa and Casino for day 5, the penultimate day of the main event, the day we play down from 12 to 6. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, it's penultimate Panama pandemonium playing perfectly. I don't know how to say today.
Well, the most important thing to say right now is that as we kick off our broadcast, we are also kicking off the $1 million guaranteed Sunday Storm 6th anniversary. Fire up stars right now, play in this tournament, which costs $11 to play. A guaranteed first prize of at least $100,000. It's starting now. Late registration is open. $1 million guaranteed prize pool, 100K up top guaranteed, $11 to play the 6th anniversary of the Sunday Storm. Come get some. So yes, just 2 days to go of our coverage here in Panama, including tomorrow's final table. Hashtag PokerStars TV on Twitter if you want to get in touch. There is also the live chat at twitch.tv/PokerStars. Remember, we also stream on Facebook Live and at youtube.com/PokerStars. So I mentioned that 12 players remain from the 366 who started. 2 tables of 6. They'll merge around a table of 9 when we get down to 9. This is the bottom end of the leaderboard. Luis Mata is the player who's currently in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Also edging into the danger zone.
Vincent Elevato, danger zone!
And Igor Yarashevsky, Gary.
Edging into danger zone.
Yeah, he was chip leader for so long in this tournament. But let's have a look at the big stacks coming into play today. We've got the chip daddy on our feature table, Denis Timofeyev, who has more than 2 million, nearly 130 big blinds. Behind him, 2 of the Americans, James Salmon and Byron Kaverman. So we are going to play however long it takes to get down from 12 to 6 to lose 50% of the field. And a reminder, we will have our final redraw of the tournament when we get down to 9 and all the remaining players sit around one table on the main stage. So this is level 21 of the main event. Blinds 8,000, 16,000 with a 2,000 ante. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get cards in the air.
So you guys might have noticed fewer players remaining typically than we have at the start of day 5. James and I were talking about this just before we went on the air. Now, we do kind of want to go the distance today. We do not really want to lose 6 players in the first hour.
And there's always that misconception that, oh, wow, you're already down to 12. You're only going to lose 6 players. That's going to happen in no time at all. The reality is that if we, say, for example, manage to lose those 6 players in 2 levels, we're going to be coming back with a 75 big blind average tomorrow. They are relatively deep right now. The tournament has kind of caught up with itself. So I imagine, and again, there's no guarantee of this, but I imagine that the pace of play will slow down at some point, and it should take a while, hopefully 3 to 4 levels, to get down to those 6 who'll return for our cards up coverage tomorrow.
Most of the time it does take a while. Of course, it's poker. Anything can happen. Sometimes we do, things do go a little bit faster getting to that final table than we think they will. And part of the reason why, you know, obviously for our own selves, that's the money they're playing for, guys. For our own selves, you know, we prefer not to have super deep stack final tables just because they tend to take a long time, but also I root against that for the players. I like final tables to end with a reasonable amount of time. I hate it when we're crowning a winner at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Agreed.
It's just not cool for anybody. It's not cool for us. Obviously, it's selfish, but it's not cool for them.
So there's the prize money for the top 9 finishes, including the near 300K up top for the eventual champion. Hello to Dylan Herbert, one of the first in on Twitter. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Dylan says more outdraws, comedy, and great poker commentary to come. Thank you in advance, guys. I'm going to watch whilst winning the Sunday Storm. That is the power of positive thinking. Fire up the PokerStars client. We'll, of course, give you the free roll password a bit later on. But for $11, $1 million guaranteed. Late registration open for a few hours. You got to play. The 6th anniversary of the Sunday Storm is underway.
When you say you gotta play, are you talking to me also? Do you think it would be like on brand for me to play the Sunday Storm?
I think it might be too much of a distraction.
Okay. Unregistered.
So now
I
we
tried, guys.
do have cards in the air. A reminder that it's 8,000, 16,000 blinds with a 2,000 ante. This is level 21.
And away we go.
So action is on Michael Leck from the US. He folds under the gun.
Is that a gigantic ice cream?
Kenneth Smarin has folded. This is Harpreet Gill from Canada.
There's always one. Always one who just shows up on day 5. There he is. Never seen that guy before in my life. Like his hat, though.
It's a raise from the cutoff. Action around to the blinds. We've got Jonathan Abdelatif from Belgium in the small blind. And we've got the chip leader, Denis Timofeyev, who won his seat online in the big blind. And that's a defend.
I know Timofeyev was watching the coverage yesterday at his outer table. Hopefully he was enjoying it. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. That was a quick check to the turn.
Board gets wheelier with the 3 of clubs. Once again it goes check, and we have a double paired board now. And still no bet. Jack high, good.
The nuts.
Timofeyev adds 55k to his monster stack.
Why you play like this? Come on.
Think about the money, guys. We can't be doing this shit.
I made some aggressive checks.
Yeah, I like that. He was impressed.
I was scared.
Okay, you can play like this, but now my friend eat when he stop.
There we go.
Glenn Webber tweets to say, I satellited into the Sunday Storm and will be watching the coverage for the live stream run good. Do you think that's a thing? Do you think we actually bring good juju to people who are playing?
Totally.
And welcome back to the cup, players.
That's why it's unfair for me to play. No one is closer to the live stream run good than live stream Stapes.
Today you're all in the money, 99 players remaining. The levels are 30 minutes long for today. We restart on level. We will restart exactly on the 60.
Action has folded around to Jonathan Abdelatif on the button, who folds onto the blinds. One of these 12 guys is going to be our first ever PokerStars Championship Panama champion.
So Timofeyev has completed in the small. Michael Leck checks his option in the big. The flop is King 7-3.
Timofeyev betting. And Leck folds.
So 2 hands, both won by Timofeyev, who's already chipped up to 2.15 million, now has close to 135 big blinds, more than double the average stack. Tournament average right now being 915,000 with 12 players remaining.
And if this trend continues of Timofeyev running over the table, we will reach the final table very quickly.
Yeah, and that's obviously, the tournament average only tells you one part of the story. And if we do get a situation where, and the verb I like to use is to selpst it, because do you remember that final table in Mohegan Sun, Joe, where Vanessa Selps literally knocked out every single player and just had the dominant chip lead, and she just bulldozed the opposition? It wasn't a shallow final table by any stretch of the imagination, but it just went super fast because she bulldozed. And it happened in Prague a few years back with Stephen Grainer as well.
Did it, and I believe there was someone even more recently who nearly did that, accomplished that task. I want to say within the last year or so. I think Scott Seaver did it one time too in a super high roller.
Sounds about right. A raise from Timofeyev, the chip leader, opening on the button. It's Kenneth Smarin's big blind. 6-5-4 with 2 clubs. Action goes check, check, and the board gets clubbier with the 9 on the turn. Joe, I know you're not a big fan of shout-outs, but Jane Windsor has a request. Joe, please give my friend Anita a shout-out because she's a first-time viewer.
Remind me about the whole shout-out thing again. She wants to be like, hey, Anita, thanks for tuning in. We're glad to have you.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Nah, don't do it.
Well, I'm very glad that Anita is watching this live stream for the first time.
Wow, good cop, bad cop.
Still didn't give a shout-out, though, did I? Smarin leads turn for 42,000. Timofeyev, who was the pre-flop aggressor, calls in position. We go to the river, which is the queen of diamonds. Smarin betting a second time. Oh, 80,000.
Smarin in the big blind. Bets turn and river.
Timofeyev wants to make it 3 in a row. He calls. Smarin
With a 9.
tables the 9, which wins him the pot, which sees him at 180k to his stack. Meanwhile, we're going over to the other table where there is an all-in and a call. It's the short stack. Luis Mata, who's at risk, shoving for his last 10 big blinds.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Byron Kaverman has already called, and now the decision is on James Salmon. This could be a 3-way pot.
Looking like it's going to be exactly that.
So with Salmon calling as well, Mata is all in for the main pot. There could be action on the side post-flop between Kaverman and Salmon. And actually, I wonder whether Salmon actually re-raised.
Yeah, those are the big chips, the yellow ones.
Nope. So there's the main pot with the glass triangle of death in front of Mata. We're going to the flop.
Good news for Matt is he could potentially triple up.
That flop is 6 deuce deuce.
Probably not the best flop for the all-in player unless he somehow has 6s or deuces.
So action checked by Salmon to Kaverman. He checks behind. Turn card is the 10 of spades, puts a flush draw out there. So 10, 6, deuce, deuce with 2 spades, the board. Salmon checks a second time. A reminder, Mata is all in. We're waiting to see if there's any betting in the dry side pot between Salmon and Kaverman. Checks behind again. The river card is the king of hearts. And this gets checked to showdown. All players have to show because it is an all-in pot. Ace king the hand for Salmon. He rivered top pair.
Wow.
Ace 6 and Mata.
Did he actually have a 6 somehow?
Yeah, Mata is eliminated. And we are down to 11 players. Mata showing 5-6 there. 5-6 no good. Ace King wins the pot.
Wow. What a terrible river.
Just over $20,000 for Luis Mata. And we're now playing 5-handed on the other table, six-handed on the main stage, with 11 players remaining from the 366 who started.
How annoying is that, James? You get in with, excuse me, you get in with 5-6, flop the 6. It's looking really good. You know, I'm talking about how that's not a good flop probably for the all-in player. Is a great flop for the all-in player. Well, I guess he wasn't ahead anyway. He was going to lose to...
Kaverman had the ace-6,
Kaverman.
yeah.
That's annoying. What are you going to do? Go out in 12th, I guess.
So here there's been an under-the-gun +1 raise from Timofeyev. And Harpreet Gill is calling out of the small blind. Gary's in the big.
Meow.
So with Yaroshevsky calling as well, we have three-way action in this hand. 8-6-3 with 2 diamonds. By the way, word is reaching us from our spies on the floor that James Salmon at the other table has around 2 million at the moment, so could be the new chip leader. I guess a lot depends on what happens in this hand. Action's been checked to Timofeyev. We will keep a close eye on that other table and bring you news of any big hands, any double ups. Hopefully we'll witness any eliminations as Timofeyev continues here for 55,000. Gill has folded. Action now on Gary.
Meow. I think we're likely to see a lot of confrontations today between Timofeyev and Yaroshevsky.
Yeah, I mean, Yaroshevsky doesn't have much wiggle room, if you'll excuse the expression. A sub-25 big blind stack doesn't really have the arsenal he once had. But he's going to call the 55,000, and we go heads up to the turn.
Strong call out of that stack.
9 of spades, rather, so the board gets straight here.
Red Wolf on Twitch says, so today will be pretty short, I guess. Will there be a free roll still? And he prefers we answer him via text message.
Check, check on the turn. Deuce of hearts on the river. We'll address those questions after this hand goes to showdown. Both players with a 3. I am guessing the ace kicker is good. No, they both have ace 3.
Uh-oh.
So, Joe, this is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot. Panama edition. So, the free roll is taking place today. There is no guarantee that it will be a short day. It could take us a while to get down to 6 based on the average stack. We always expect a main event to be playing at a 50 big blind average. Right now, the average stack is 1 million. Blinds 8,000, 16,000. So we are significantly above that 50 big blind mark.
Interesting point here from producer Chris. Right now, after chopping that pot, Igor Yaroshevsky is sitting on 428,000 midway through day 3.
Yeah.
He had 1.3 million.
Yes.
He had triple the stack he's got now.
2 days ago.
2 days ago.
Yeah.
I'll try to use those.
Very quickly learning, you know.
Yeah, he had like a near 250 big blind stack at one point. It was insane. It made my brain hurt.
Doesn't matter as much on day 3 as it does on day 5, unfortunately.
Timofeyev under the gun here. Raises. Tony Turner Alvarez points out that Salmon and Smarin going heads up for the title could be fun for the commentators. They actually played a pot yesterday, and I basically switched and started calling them James and Kenneth for that very reason.
Smarin and Salmon. I want to see Salmon versus Gil.
Oh, these terrible jokes. Timofeyev raises and takes it. He has won the majority of pots, or at least chopped them, at the feature table so far today. Granted, they've only played 6 hands. We're only 15 minutes into play. 1 elimination so far. Luis Mata out in 12th place, cashing for just over $20,000. We will continue today until we are down to 6, and those 6 players will return tomorrow. So make sure, even though it's a school day, you join us for Cards Up coverage of the final 6, playing down to a champion. We're live on PokerStars.tv at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. It's 7 p.m. Central European Time. It's 6 p.m. GMT. And we'll make sure we get to that free roll password pretty soon, because registration has already opened for the game. Obviously, you've got the Sunday Storm to keep you occupied in the meantime. As Smarin raises here to 32,000. Actually, 37,000. Thank you for the clarification, Clara.
You wanna bust with him?
Clarification. Did you do that on purpose?
I didn't, but I like it. Gil calls the raise. Gary has folded. Action on the blinds. Abdeltalif is in from the small.
Oh, you got to get on board. You got to get on board, Dennis.
Re-raising is an option as well.
He does got the chips. Gil can hurt him,
Well,
as could Smarin.
Timofeyev elects to call. 4 players going to the flop.
Cheeky wink.
It's an 8-7-3 flop. It's all hearts. Action's been checked to Timofeyev.
Just like the commentary booth.
Heart check.
Yeah, he's enjoying that ringtone. A little shimmy.
Action checked around. We get the turn card for free. It is the 9 of spades. So now we have a straighty, flushy board. We're 2/3 of the way there, everyone. Do you know what? I'm going to get a competition going after this hand,
Cool.
Joe. Can you get the list out? I want to see what we've still got to give away.
Yes. May I present you with the list?
Mercy buckets. Can we give away a dealer button?
In honor of the clarification.
Again, accidental. Deuce of spades, so still no betting action. Remember, Smarin was the pre-flop aggressor. Anyone going to take a stab at this on the river? Not Abdelatif, he checks. Timofeyev has checked. Smarin checks. Gil checks.
It's all about aggression, people.
Pair of fives. Anyone beat the pair of fives?
You gotta like a pair of fives when it
Pair of
checks
fives good?
around. A deuce.
No. Yeah. Fives are good. Gil adds 121k to his stack.
That feels great, winning a 4-way pot with fives.
So let's have an early competition. Joe, are you able to set up one of those things on Twitch which
Sure.
can monitor the
Look at
the
that,
chat
Twitch.
there?
James is going to include you in something.
Yeah, I'm basically going to... plagiarism saves time, so I'm basically stealing all of Matt Broughton's ideas. I'm stealing the way he runs competitions, and I'm stealing the format of one of his competitions. So you can enter on Twitch or Twitter. Remember, the hashtag is PokerStarsTV. There is a dealer button up for grabs, and it's basically a plagiarized version of Matt's game you couldn't possibly know, and you'll
probably never get it.
That's the one. So last night, the team went out for dinner in the Old Town here in Panama. Went to a very nice restaurant called Casa Blanca. And when we arrived, there was a song playing on the stereo system in this restaurant, and it played several times. The only clue I'm going to give you is that it was a big hit from the 1990s. So what song was playing on loop in the restaurant that we went to in Panama City last night?
Well, I just...
And just to be clear, I want the name of the song and the artist.
Don't answer yet. Okay, this is going to be difficult to do on Twitch that way. We should make this a Twitter-only competition.
Okay, fine.
Because Twitch only picks up exact wording of things. And I feel like there's a couple different ways with capital letters, stuff like that.
So Twitter only, hashtag PokerStars TV.
Can I give one more very small clue to this?
It better be small.
This would have been a contender on a gag I used to do on my old podcast, Huff and Stapes, where we used to do a segment called Memorable Song, Forgettable Movie.
Okay. This hand raised by Timofeyev pre-flop. Abdulatif limped the button initially. The raise came from Timofeyev in the small blind. Abdulatif has decided to go to the flop in position. It's a 10-6-5 board. James Sutton guesses Panama by Van Halen. Was that a hit from the 1990s?
Questionable.
Use the clues, people. Big hit from the 1990s, and Joe Stapleton has suggested there could be a film connection as well. Deuce of hearts on the turn. 75,000 apiece on the previous betting street.
What is the actual name of the song? Can you write it down? Got it.
Direct messages to @PokerStars TV will not be considered. Tag your tweet. Hashtag PokerStars TV. Glenn Webber suggests Wonderwall by Oasis. Peter Blow says Spania, Call Me. Jamie Robinson, Ricky Martin's Livin' La Vida Loca. John Eccles, Seven Nation Army by the White Stripes. Not from the 1990s.
By the way, Timofeyev has put Abdulatif all in on the turn. Over Bet City. Why are we overbetting here, you think? Protection? You want to protect your hand? A big draw? 7-8 of clubs? 8-9 of clubs? Two nines? Two jacks?
I have got a bonus question, which will work on Twitch, by the way.
Confusing, right, Jonathan? Confusing. Why so serious? 278,000 in the pot, and Jonathan is forced to let it go. 500,000 was the bet, enough to put Jonathan all in.
And Timofeyev is back up to over 2.1 million. Some more suggestions in the competition.
That would have been a winner.
La Bamba, Richie Valens, no. Livin' La Vida Loca, Ricky Martin, a few suggestions, nope. It is not Whitney Houston's I Will Always Love You, but you're close. Chumbawamba Tub Thumping. Not Gangster's Paradise by Coolio, but you did follow the clues. Well done. Alex Bay's Eye of the Tiger was from 1983. You're only 7 years out. ABBA, Money, Money, Money. You're 2 decades out.
Yeah, man, I knew the board wasn't going to pair.
I think you fold King Queen.
Moonchild, it's not Madonna's Vogue. It is not Good Vibrations. That was from the 60s. It's a big hit from the 1990s. Tina Turner, Goldeneye. I'd say that's better than a forgettable movie.
Yeah, some of these movies aren't super forgettable.
Britney Spears, Baby One More Time. That's
Like-
Carlo's suggestion.
Some folks on Twitch are guessing Aerosmith's I Don't Want to Miss a Thing. I would say that Armageddon, not really a forgettable movie.
See, this is a good guess. It's not right, but it's a good guess. Right-Hearted, Kiss from a Rose by Seal.
This hand, Yarashevsky, Gary, the Razor, check, check, after Lek, called before the flop. Just calling out of the small blind. And checks through all the way to the river. James, was it Warren Zevon's numb as a statue?
No, it was not. Gary's Bet River here, 52,000. Going to do a few more suggestions after this hand.
Big chunk of Mike Stack to call.
And a fold from Lek. Some more suggestions. Steve Harvey, the Fugees, Killing Me Softly. Nope. Never Gonna Give You Up by Rick Astley was from the 80s. Please try and get the right decade. Come on. Kiss from a Rose by Seal, Gangster's Paradise. A lot of the same suggestions coming through. Steve Harvey, Will Smith getting jiggy with it. Tony Turner Alvarez, I Believe I Can Fly by R. Kelly.
The problem is this movie's too forgettable.
It is not Madonna Evita. I can tell you that we have had a winner. In fact, a few people have guessed it, so I'm going to go with the first person to get it right. That was Jay Dubow at Big Slick Doob. The answer was Everything I Do for You by Bryan Adams.
Do you think that because there's parentheses in the title that it has to follow the normal mathematical order of operations? So it's actually the I Do It For You first?
I really don't care. Point is, he got it right, so he wins the dealer button. Do you know what? I'm going to give away another dealer button.
Okay.
Going to wait for this hand to play out here.
Can we do this one on Twitch?
Yes, we can, because it's going to be a very simple answer. A lot of people are obviously going to get it right, so then you'll have to spin the thingamajig to pick a winner.
Jonathan, our player from Belgium, raising this pot. Timofeyev giving it a think in the cutoff. Biggest stack at the table. And he's 3-betting. Makes it 90,000. Fairly small 3-bet, but he is in position. And Abdelatif makes the call. 368,000 is the effective stack for Abdelatif. 216,000 in the middle. If we see any betting action at all on this flop, Abdulatif is very likely to be all in at some point in this hand.
I wonder if Timofeyev will put him to the test again. Nope. Check, check. So ace, king, 5 on the flop with 2 spades. The turn card is the 6 of clubs. Wow, you've upset someone, Joe.
Uh-oh.
Kazcap says, how is that forgettable? It's the premiere Robin Hood film. You're entitled to your opinion, Kazcap. You are wrong, of course.
I'll say I took it too far when I said it's too forgettable. I was actually confusing it with a different Bryan Adams song.
So Timofeyev facing a bet of 58,000 on the river.
I was confusing it with the one from Don Juan DeMarco, which I argue is a more forgettable movie. Abdulatif calling the 3-bet out of position pre-flop with Jack-10 suited. Poker is alive and well in Belgium.
Okay, so here's the competition for Twitch. It's a single-digit number. How many times was the song played before a member of our team went to the restaurant and complained and had them stop playing it?
Hold on to your butts, Twitch.
How?
We're about to get a lot of spam.
Oh, by the way, it was the long version. It was the 12-inch version of the song. How many times did it play before someone got up, it was producer Paul, and complained?
You know, from what I understand, most women don't even like the 12-inch version. They prefer a more manageable, longer, like a shorter version. All right, you got 45 seconds to get your answer in for this, guys.
Jane Windsor wants to clarify that when she guessed Good Vibration, she was referring to the 1996 song by Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch and not the Beach Boys version. Fair enough. You are excused. People had enough time?
Yeah,
What part of single digit did some of them not understand?
they're funny.
Okay. Stop it and spin for a winner, please.
Spin for a winner. Here we go. The answer, by the way, was 5. Spinning for a winner, Van de Turtle.
Good name. Van de Turtle, you're going to get a dealer button.
Van _de_ turtle. So we're down to 1 dealer button left.
Are we?
Yeah, because we had
I
3.
already changed that.
Oh, we're down to 2 then.
Yes.
Fine. Pick up the action of this hand. Early position raise from Timofeyev. He is tangling with Gary Yarashevsky. The Yergare. Meow.
So an ace, queen, jack 4 board with 2 hearts.
Van de Turtle. Someone will get in touch with you. Do not fret. You'll be contacted by Kal-El, son of Krypton. And check, check.
Yeah, 7 of hearts on the river, so the flop flush draw gets there.
I didn't realize that we complained last night.
Yeah,
About the song
and just to be
being
clear,
played.
Gareth Taylor, no, it wasn't me who complained. I was enjoying it. I was loudly singing along and saying it's going to get to that point where it becomes really, really annoying and then it's going to become funny again. But before we could get to that point, Paul snapped and complained. To be fair, they would have stopped soon anyway because a live band came on. Anywho, Gary bets river, gets a fold, wins the pot, chips up to a 34 big blind stack.
Not now.
So here's the info you need for today's PokerStars TV free roll. Registration is open. It will start at 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time. That's 9:15 p.m. Central European Time. $2,000 in the prize pool. If you search PokerStars TV in the tournament lobby, you should be able to find the game. And remember, there are bounties on the commentators. Knockout, J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, or Waster. $100 is yours. The password for today's free roll is Tam Burrito.
That sounds delicious.
It is a very popular Panamanian dish. It is a burrito in the shape of a tambourine, and it's often used by children as a musical instrument, which they can eat at lunchtime after their music lessons at school.
Wonderful. I had one last night at dinner. Delicious.
Tam Burrito, T-A-M-B-O-R-I-T-O. That is the password that will get you into today's PokerStars TV free roll.
Speaking of songs playing on repeat, this one time, James, I thought I was real clever, and I went to a bar that had a jukebox, and I put a $20 bill in, and I put a Jessica Simpson song on repeat for $20 worth, which is about, I don't know, 60 plays.
And which song was it?
It was her hit. I forget what it was.
Yeah, her hit.
Whatever it was
Singular.
at the time. Yeah, With You or something. And about the third time it played, I'm like looking around the bar and I'm like really loving myself as like people are starting to notice it. And like before it could even get to like a fun level of troll, bartender just reaches behind the bar, has a remote control, and just hits skip on the jukebox.
Wow.
Just skips through.
I thought you could say he'd have pulled the plug out.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been the old school approach. It never occurred to me for 1 second that they would have a remote control. Just $20 gone. Not the dumbest thing I've ever done with $20, but not the smartest either.
Oh, wow. Smitty has a theory that Paul couldn't stand it because it reminded him of his ex. We'll do some psychoanalysis on producer Paul a bit later on. Good God knows what we will reveal. Abdul Talif has checked the turn here. Smaran is betting. He was the original raiser. And he will take this down. So yeah, this is kind of what we hinted at the start of the day. We do expect the pace of play to slow slightly. We have got one player at the feature table, though, who is edging into that danger zone.
Danger zone.
That man being Jonathan Abdelatif, who's down to 16 big blinds. Chip leader Denis Timofeyev comfortably playing 140 bigs near enough, 2.2 million, and still 52 minutes to play at the 8-16 blind level.
Timofeyev facing the raise from Smarin in the big blind. He is going to defend. Queen 5 deuce, 2 spades. Great trivia question on Twitch here, James, from Oxbridge.
Yeah.
Why do people type and press enter before using their eyes and brain?
Well,
that's a tough one.
That is the greatest question of the modern age, isn't it? A few people, Jane Winsett and Peter Blow, are calling me out on my definition of tamburito. You are right, of course. That story was made up. Tamburito, of course, after Alonzo Tamburito, Panama's premier architect, the man responsible for many of the skyscrapers.
The twisty building.
That adorn, absolutely. If you Google twisty building Panama, and you will see Alonzo Tamburito's greatest creation. I believe he was also the consultant designer on the Sortis Hotel, Spa and Casino, where we are broadcasting from today.
James, did you notice what just happened?
It's chop pot, Joe, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Sneak attack.
Players don't seem that excited about the chop pot. Disappointing.
You know, there hasn't been a ton of post-flop aggression, has there? Other than the one hand we saw the major overbet on the turn. A lot of check down.
Well, over at the other table, Joe, I think there's a bit more action. We've got a hand here that has gone to the river. And it's a hand involving Byron Caverman. We can see it's a 3-heart board. It's straighty. It's flushy.
That jack has got some liver problems. That is a jaundicey jack.
And we've seen a bet on the river here, a sizable bet into a sizable pot from James Salmon. Caverman's been in the tank for some time. Well, the pot is actually around 200,000. The bet from Salmon is 280K, so it's an overbet.
Love it. Love a good overbet.
I show you, Chef? That's fair.
Caverman shows Jack 8, 8-9. 8-9, 4, 9 high like a boss. Caverman folds top pair.
Wow.
So, some post-flop aggression over on the other table.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think at this stage in the tournament, with the final table literally 3 eliminations away, we're going to talk about the official final table. People are going to start becoming more cautious. I think that is going to weigh on players' minds. We're looking at some serious money jumps on the horizon. Everyone's now locked up $27,000, but of course, once we're down to the top 4, we're looking at some 6-figure scores. We're looking at nearly 300K up top.
Yep, and with a few exceptions, these is mostly a group of players who have not been here before. I mean, obviously, most of them haven't been to Panama. But final tables of a major tour is something that's going to be a pretty new experience for, I want to say, 8 or 9 of the remaining 11 players.
Under the gun raise from Gil. Round to the blinds. Michael Leck in the small.
He knows with his size stack that his entire stack is in play whenever he enters a pot. 11th place finish on the line.
Three bet from Leck to 85K.
Somebody's playing the Sunday Storm out there.
I actually meant to check because obviously at the moment I've got the search on for the PokerStars TV free roll, but I do actually want to see where the Sunday Storm is at. Just give me a sec.
Oh, you know what? I didn't register the free roll yet. I should do that. Like 3 betting, 85,000. Decision on the Canadian. Like probably means business. Doesn't really have a 3-bet bluff and stack. 20 big blinds to start the hand.
Okay, Joe, have a guess. How many runners do you reckon the Sunday Storm's got right now? Late registration's still open, by the way.
How many total did it have? Or
how many's it got right now? Because
right
late
now?
registration is still open for another 1 hour and 40 minutes.
27,000.
Try 74,000.
Oh, man. Lex 3-bet takes it down. Add some much needed chips to his stack. 4 big blinds added to 20 big blinds. That is a, what percentage increase? 20%?
So yeah, a quick reminder that Sunday Storm 6th anniversary, $1 million guaranteed with a guaranteed first prize of $100,000. Open for late registration for another 1 hour 37 minutes. Up to 3 re-entries are available during the late reg period. 75,000 runners so far. Halfway through the first level of the day. Action has been folded to Michael Leck on the button. He folds, so around to the blinds. Kenneth Smarin in the small. He completes. Harpreet Gill with the option. Both these guys playing around $1 million. Both above an average stack.
Thank you for the kind words, Mitan.
Gill is raised to 32K. There's the call from Smarin. Heads up to the flop, which is 10-7-7. 2 diamonds. Smarin checks to the razor. Gill. He's continuing. Thank you to Peter Blow for another update on that Sunday Sunday Storm. 15,000 players knocked out in the first 50 minutes.
Oh, man. I could have been one of those players, James.
I saved you $11 then.
No, you stole $11 from the eventual winner.
Gill playing around 66 big blinds. Smarin just shy of 80 big blinds. Timofeyev still chip leader with close to 140.
You didn't have the nuts? I thought you had 3-4. I folded pocket 10. Stop saying that.
Yeah, your hindsight's just
Good fold, huh?
20/20.
I know.
Your hindsight's on point.
Because I'm a pro, man. Yeah. You going to Florida after this?
What? You believe in this? You believe you get pocket tens?
Of course not. What are you talking about? If I have a 10, I call. What are you talking about? What do you mean, my friend?
I like it when they talk.
Even when they imitate each other's accents.
Florida, right after this? No? It's a good one.
I'll allow it.
Right.
I will try to get it later.
For the series.
Yeah. Before the W or something.
You've never been? It's fun. It's good.
That hand felt like it was over before it even started.
Anatoly Filatov on Twitter, sending good wishes to Gary. Says, go, 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 at Gar1K. Good luck in PSC Panama. Of course, Gary was part of Anatoly's team in the GPL
The Moscow Wolverines. I know Canada won. Berlin finished second. I can't remember where Moscow finished.
I guess that is your Rosvedov, right? It's just a blur of 72 hours of live streaming.
Yes, and the funny part that I couldn't really tell people while it was happening was I ended up staying up all night the night before the first broadcast, hanging out with some girl in Vegas. And I was like, oh, it's just the GPL. It's just the cube I got to do tomorrow. And the broadcast was like 18 hours. And then, of course, the next day's broadcast was 16 hours. And then the next day's broadcast was an easy one. It was 13 hours.
We got an all in
yeah,
here.
We got a big one. Set up. Lady Kings versus Tens.
Gil opened, Abdelatif shoved, and Gil called with the 10s. So Abdelatif in a dominating situation here.
Maybe less later, maybe more.
80% favorite to double up.
Although, if you ask me, James, all ladies are actually Tens also. You're welcome.
Fair 215? No, I'm kidding.
Flop is 9-9-7. There are 2 hearts out there. Gil has the 10 of hearts in his hand.
What is wrong with you?
They just want pain.
It's the ace of hearts. So suddenly, Gil picks up additional outs. 10 cards could hit the river that would eliminate Jonathan Abdelatif.
Hammer, don't hurt him. Let the best hand win for once.
It's more of a sweat now than it ever was. Sure is.
Any 10, any heart.
Queen of Hearts.
The 5 of spades. So Queen's hold and Abdelatif doubles up through Gil. So reference there the fact that Joe obviously had a marathon stream in Vegas during the GPL playoffs, and Matt Broughton also was part of a marathon stream at the PokerStars Festival in Rosvedov. Matt talks extensively about that experience in the first part of Poker in the Ears and Eyes Panama edition, which you should be able to see in 37 minutes time during the first break of the day.
Woo, 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 woo. Yeehaw.
Igor was trying to punt it away there.
So now the shortest stack of the feature table is Michael Leck, but he's still got more than 20 bigs. Gil has dropped slightly below average, playing 50 big blinds at the moment. Abdelatif up to 32.
Action folded over to the Moscow Wolverine on the button.
Is he still a Wolverine? Do the contracts roll into season 2? Do they do free agency and draft again?
I think that the first draft was supposed to be for 2 years, but I don't really know.
Didn't you host coverage of the draft?
I did, all 5 hours of it. You noticing a trend here?
Alkashevsky raised to 35,000. Timofeyev has called out of the big blind. The flop is ace, king, 8 with 2 spades.
Oh, I gotta register for the free roll.
Yes, you do. You are a $100 bounty in the free roll. Bounty, 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 come get some. $100 bounties on myself, Joe, and Matt. Plus, there's 2,000 bucks in the prize pool. The password today is Tamburito. It's on the screen in the top left-hand corner. Meanwhile, Gary has continued for 27,000.
If I had known the Sunday Storm was going to be such a big deal today, which I should have, I would have given away more $11 in T-money at the beginning of the week. Tamborito. There we go. In.
Check raise from Timofeyev to 100K.
Checks are for the bank. Well, that's what Timofeyev says. That's how it worked.
Big decision for Gary with 560K behind.
Big fold.
Gary's making a big fold.
Ace King. What's a big fold on that board? Come on. He's full of it.
Bluff me, I know, but no, it's big fold. I'm feeling bad card turn, you know.
Yeah.
Now he nothing, but
You pull a 9 high or 7 high?
Yeah, exactly. Tell him, Steve, Dave.
folded ace. That little ace, you know.
Sure.
Ace deuce. That's big fold, you know.
Yes.
When you folded ace.
Yes.
I'm feeling
An 8
bad.
in this spot, I mean, I wouldn't let go, but you know, you guys know each other, it's different.
Crazy maniac.
Here comes one of the Americans. What's the frequency? Kenneth Smarin.
37.
Raising under the gun.
Sit 4-4.
Second biggest chip stack at this table.
Sit 6.
Raise and take it. New Blood 169 on Twitch asks, what's first prize? That, of course, is the money that we give to the winner. Thank you for your question.
We play down for 6
6.
players. Doesn't matter how much time.
Also, it's on your screen. Well, I assume it's on your screen. It's on our screen.
Sit 1-4. More funds, please. With cards, you cannot use the more funds. Thank you. Sit 3.
0, 0, dear. Action on Jonathan Abdelatif.
Sit 4 raise 37. Sit 5-4. Sit 6-4.
So raised to 37,000, and that's a defend from Kenneth Smarin. Sylvia Cole says, is Gary a Gary with 1 R or a Gary with 2 Rs? Either way, could someone please put his hood in the right place? It's rather distracting there. It's also rubbing against his microphone. Maybe we can have words. Ace, King, Deuce, 2 hearts.
Sit 4 bet 28. Sit 8.
Smarin checks. Abdelatif bets. Smarin folds.
Very standard hand. 30 minutes left on the level. That means 30 minutes until you get to the first installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes Panama edition.
Quux on Twitch says, you guys going to play the free roller today? Want to haunt that bounty? Yes, we are. Tournament starts in 60 minutes, or how long? It starts in 2 hours and 8 minutes.
The whole Soviet front here. Yeah.
See, Sylvia, he's adjusting the hood now. We sent in Paul. He specializes in having annoying Bryan Adams songs removed from stereo systems and readjusting players' hoods.
I thought you were going to say he was an expert at removing men's hoods. Rabbi Paul.
Every world championship and the Euro championship, I'm bet to beat Belgium.
This year. Next time will be good.
Yeah?
We always had a shit coach. Now we have a good one. Roberto Martinez. Now I believe.
Because team is pretty good.
There's a walk for Gil in the big blind there.
It's a lot of talent.
I go walking after midnight.
Ukraine doesn't have the team like before anymore, not like with Shevchenko. That was the good times, huh?
We don't have a players. We have a one player for team.
I'm trying to
1-2.
think of one good Ukrainian player now. Like who would be the best?
Kapalyanka. Anaplanka. He plays Schalke.
I don't even know that guy. What's his name?
Evgen Konoplanko.
Ah, Konoplanko. Okay.
Abdulatif raising under the gun. A call from Timofeyev.
Goal. I promise.
Smarin in. Gill is out.
Well, Gary has to call.
Yeah, look at those odds.
Small one, please. Deuce, 7, something like. Deuce, 7, 6, 7.
9-6 deuce. Happy with that, Gary?
We're going to have to ask the sound man to stop placing the microphones literally inside people's nostrils.
Yeah, I think it's number 18 on my list of things to talk to the sound man about.
Numbers 1 through 9, though, are the first 9 seasons of How I Met Your Mother.
Board pairs on the turn, puts a second flush draw out there.
Okay.
Delayed continuation bet from Abdulatif into 3 opponents. 2 of them have folded. Around to Gary now.
Good old Harry, Gary. Meow. You know, I wish I could remember anything about him from the GPL, but no.
Can you remember who else was in the Moscow Wolverines?
Well, we got, obviously, Anatoly Filatov.
Yes. This hand gets checked to showdown.
Vlad Trinovsky?
And Yaroshevsky adds 200K to his stack. You're going with Trinovsky.
Dmitry Urbanovich?
I apologize.
We'll verify the other Wolverines in a moment. We're just going to check in on the action at the other table. 10, 10, 9, 6, 5 on the board. It's Salmon versus Caverman, round 2. And once again, it's a situation where Caverman is facing a significant river bet from James Salmon, a bet of 112,000. Caverman has been thinking about this for approximately 3 minutes already.
Caverman looking to make his 5th six-figure score of the year in this tournament.
Call.
That's a call.
Cool. Show him.
Salmon has a 10. King 10.
And it's good.
Wins the pot with trips, and we'll verify the size of Salmon's stack. He could now have more than Timofeyev. Both players have been hovering around the 2 million mark for most of the day. We know that Timofeyev has 2.25 million. We will count Salmon's chips imminently.
Slammin' Salmon.
Could be, yeah. But I'm gonna C3. Let's watch it. Let's C3.
Ace, please.
So this is blind on blind. Gary versus Abdelatif. King 9-7 on the flop.
You check every time if you have a 7. You bluff.
7? Why? I have equity. Like, I have to protect it, right?
Sit 4 bets 21.
Okay.
Sit 3 4.
Don't get an injury, man. Like,
I'm looking up the Moscow Wolverines, Joe.
Uh-huh. Did I get any right yet?
Who did you? So Filatov, yes. Troyanovsky, yes. Abanovich, yes. There are 2 more to get. Not in, obviously with Gary's obviously one of them.
Andre Patychuk.
Correct.
And I cheated. I saw that one over your shoulder anyway.
Sergei Lebedev is the other one.
Sergei Lebedev.
Sit 6 4.
I'd like to chalk that up to them being like Russian dudes that I'm just not that familiar with, but I probably couldn't do much better on the other teams.
aces? Oh, okay, then I
Sit
call.
4 5.
Yesterday I played the hand like this. To find aces on the
Well, let's go back to the other table
Yeah.
because there is an all-in and a call. We have
Alright.
a player at risk.
Let's do this. Oh, this guy tweeted at us last night, and he is out of here. Said he wanted to be called Vinny.
Well, let's comply with his request. Vinny has been eliminated.
All right, Otter, spin it up, bro. Good luck, guys.
He's out in 11th place, taking us down to 10. We're going to need to balance the tables. We're going to need to move a player
So we're gonna
from
go
the main
5 and
stage down
five
to the outer table.
sorry, James. We're gonna go 5 and 5
Yes,
handed.
absolutely, always.
Should pick things up a little bit.
I'll share it with
You leaving us?
you. Again,
Say hi to those guys.
nomadic lifestyle.
It was Robin Wozniacek who took him out. Vinny Alivato had been super short though.
Tables, so 10 left. Oh, Jesus. I mean, not, not literally, but yeah. Could be our Lord and Savior.
He doesn't look a thing like Jesus,
I got nothing. On my phone.
but he talks like a gentleman. Like you imagine when you were young, Joe.
So you were there? Wait, when I was in Minsk, were you there as well then?
He doesn't. Well, he does look a little bit like.
No, kind of.
Huh? No, now. Should be.
No.
Why not? It's not official final table. I think it's only for official final table, but because that's six-handed, it doesn't matter.
C3.
Is that a limp or?
It's 10. 10 players left. 5 on 5.
And player left. And player left or not?
5 on 10.
Gil raising under the gun. Action on Abdulatif. Chatty, fun guy, like this kid.
C4 raise 60,000.
He's 3-betting. He's the small stack at the table. Oh man, I got this so wrong. Gil's limped in under the gun. Interesting. A Gil Gibbons. A Gibbonsy Gil.
C8 fold.
A Gilbins, if you will. So it's Abdulatif who's just raising. Now we're back on Gil. I'll have a good under the gun limp. No idea what that's all about.
C1 goes all in.
The old limp shove is gonna get the job done. Haven't seen that move since last week's home game. Abdulatif remains the shortest stack at the table. Gil down 200K from the start of the day, but sitting on a stack of 54 big blinds. Nothing to sneeze at.
You folded a screen.
Close.
And we have got an all-in on the outer table. Let's take a peek at it. Small stack all-in. And this is on the river. King, queen, tray, 5, 2 hearts.
I mean, he's only just moved to this table and he's already shoving.
Call here would not be a major dent in this stack, it doesn't look like.
No, Robin Wozniacek has lots of chips. This is literally Lek's first hand at this table after being moved off the main stage to balance the two tables. Now we're at 10. We have two tables of 5. Wozniacek lets it go. The all-in gets through. $16 minutes left on the level. So 2 eliminations so far today, which means the average stack is pretty big right now. Blinds will, of course, go up. We're playing 10,000, 20,000 when we come back from the first break of the day. And I imagine, and as with everything in poker, it's situational. I think we're in a situation now where if we were to lose another player, if we were to get down to 9 before the end of this level, we would
just take the break now.
Absolutely, take the break early and do the redraw during the break.
C4 fold. C5 raise 37.
That's a raise from Timofeyev, 37,000.
C8
Call from Kenneth Smarin on the button.
Chip 1 fold, chip 3 fold.
And both blinds fold. Heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
Ace, 8, 5 with 2 clubs.
My friend keeps telling me that this is one I win at the other table. I'm like, no. It's like, I can tell you it's all in because I can see it. I'm like, dude, how can it be more live than what I've seen? He's sure that live TV is the livest.
Chip 8 check.
Continuing the trend of not a ton of post-flop aggression, we see it go check, check.
Deuce on the turn.
Chip 5 bet, 55.
Bet of 85,000. Sorry, 55,000 from Timofeyev. Gets the job done. He's up to nearly 2.4 million, closing in on the 150 big blind mark.
You want to help out Army Fish here?
Yeah, Army Fish is interested in the chip denominations. 3 colors in play at the moment. The yellows are the biggest, they're 25k each. The blues are 5k and the reds are 1k. So if you see a player with lots of soberanas in front of them, you know they is rich.
Chip 5 raise, 37. Sit 8 fold. Sit 1 fold. Sit 3 fold. Sit 4 fold. Heads up.
Timofeyev's under the gun raise, called by Abdelatif in the big blind. A Queen Jack 3 flop.
Chip 5 bet, 45.
All right, a flop bet. Woo!
Chip 4 fold.
Nine on the turn. Board gets flushier and straightier.
.26 on the list.
I think we may see Timofeyev check behind here pretty often. Not this time.
Chip 5 bets, 110.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've mentioned a few times, Joe, about the general lack of post-flop aggression. We've seen a continuation bet from Timofeyev on the flop, a second barrel now on the turn.
I think this board is going to hit a big blind defense range pretty hard. The turn as well. So I thought that maybe Timofeyev might slow down here. He did not. And he's bet 110K into a pot of what was 182K. And this is a gigantic chunk of Abdelatif's stack. So
And that's the key factor, isn't it? It's a third of his remaining chips.
Yeah, and that is looking pretty strong from this angle.
I mean, if he calls here, is he committing himself? Is he considering just shoving now?
I mean, his body language is tanking to me.
He does move all in.
Yeah, says that he's got something like a pair and a draw.
And that's a call from Timofeyev. Queen Jack for 2 pair. And King Queen for top pair. Decent kicker and a gut shot.
So yeah, a bit of a cooler.
So Abdelatif is going to double up again unless Timofeyev hits a king or a 10 on the river.
And I guess just King Queen was too strong a hand to not keep betting. I actually thought a hand like King Queen, he might check back the turn, knowing that he probably couldn't get 3 full streets against a lot of hands that he was actually beating.
4 of clubs on the river changes nothing. Another double up for Jonathan Abdelatif at the feature table. He's now playing 50 big blinds, and Denis Timofeyev has dropped below the 2 million mark. That said, still has 122 bigs, but there's a very good chance that James Salmon over on the other table is now the tournament chip leader. The shortest stack of the 5 players we're watching right now is 44 bigs. Now granted, the blinds are going up when this level ends in 8 minutes time, but no one is that shallow right now. Let's have a look at Salmon on the outer table. He's got plenty of yellow. And he's getting an uber head massage. Getting those earlobes rubbed.
Yeah, how do you get him to do the ears? You gotta ask for that? I mean, if what was on that massage therapist's arm is any indication, that's a really good massage.
Him and I both know we don't need a straight to get in here. Right? Too soon. Too soon.
Sip 8, raise 37, sip 1, fold, sip 3, 4. 37.
So this hand raised under the gun by Smarin.
Sip 3, call.
Abdelatif calls out of the small blind. Timofeyev's in the big.
And sip 5. 3 players.
Under the gun against the blinds. King, 9, 6, 2 spades.
Sip 3, sip 4 check, sip 5 check. Sip 8 bet 60,000. Sip 4.
Smarin continuing into 2 opponents, 60,000. Abdelatif is folded. Timofeyev. Calls, heads up to the turn. Queen of clubs.
Sip 5 check.
Timofeyev checks a second time.
They completed the 1K stack tournament. They're getting ready to resume playing in about 3 minutes. This is our final win back to the 6. Atención jugadores registrados en la
Looks like we'll get a second barrel from Smarin. And a fold from Timofeyev.
Well done.
5 minutes to the break now. And a reminder that during that break, you will get to see part 1 of 3 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes, Panama edition. And in part 1, Matt Broughton, the other commentator, talks about his experience at the PokerStars Festival in Rozvadov.
Some funny things happen in Rozvadov and outside Rozvadov and on the way to Rozvadov and the way back from Rozvadov. Check it out.
Meanwhile, quick update from the other table. We're hearing that James Salmon has just won another pot from Michael Leck and is now up to 2.4 million. So we can confirm that Salmon is the current chip leader.
Common 30 chip stacks.
Sit 1 4. Sit 3 4. Sit 4 raise 38.
Button raise from Abdelatif. Kenneth Smarin's big blind.
Sit 8.
He is in. You know, James, they say dress for the job you want. And it looks like Kenneth Smarin wants a job in our jewelry heist.
That's true. We lost our alarm specialist yesterday. So what are we supposed to do now?
Well, he's not in the tournament anymore, but now he's working full time on disabling the glass cases.
Continuation bet from Abdelatif.
27.
4 on the turn.
Now Smarin's going to lead out.
Well, this is interesting. So he check called the flop for 27,000, leads turn for 61,000. Abdelatif very quickly calls. And we're going to the river with 270,000 in the middle. This is a straighty, flushy, paired board.
Nice. I think there's like a lot of hands that he could choose to lead with right there. I think that,
Sit 8 check. Sit 4
I
check.
will.
well, I'm not going to go ahead and speculate. I can just be, he says I have a wheel.
Yeah, he's got
That's where I was going with this.
ace-3 for the straight. Didn't like the fact that the diamond came in, the board paired on the river.
That was my first guess was ace-3 is that he's going to call with all of his aces and defend in the big blind. A lead there is going to look pretty suspicious.
So Smarin up to 1.4 million, near enough. Second in chips at this table. A reminder that we've got 5 players on the other table, and it's James Salmon who is the chip leader there and the current tournament boss with around 2.5 million. Just 48 seconds left at the 8-16 blind level. When we come back from the first break of the day, the blinds will go up to 10,000, 20,000. We'll continue playing 2 tables of 5 until we have one more elimination, and then the 9 remaining players will draw for seats on the main stage, a 9-handed table all the players remaining in the tournament at the same table for the first time. The official PokerStars Championship main event final table is 8-handed. We will play today to 6. Timofeyev has raised the button. It's Harpreet Gill in the big blind.
A gilly, a gilly, a gilly, a gilly.
And he folds. So play concludes at this table. Obviously, we'll just ensure that play is concluded at the other table before we go on break. Looks like there's a hand in progress. Looks like it's gone to the river. It's Michael Leck against Byron Kaverman.
What do we got on the board?
We have got 9, 6, 5, 5 deuce.
So not super straighty.
Nor
Paired.
flushy. Action appears to be on Kaverman. He bets river and Leck calls. Showdown.
There's the 5.
I think trips are going to be good here. And sure enough, the pot is being shipped towards Byron Kaverman. So still 10-handed going into the first break of the day. A reminder that the blinds will be up to 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante when we come back from break. And over the course of those 20 minutes, you'll be able to see the first installment of Poker in the Ears and Eyes Panama edition. Enjoy the podcast and then rejoin us for more live action from here in Panama on PokerStars TV.
Hello, my babies, and welcome to Poker in the Ears. I am Uncle Daddy Joe Stapleton, and in the eyes. Is that what you're going to put me up on right there?
You know, I'm sorry, I didn't want to pull you up so early, but
It's
just
fine.
You've got to get these things right, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
Branding is very important, and the presence of the cameras should really have informed
That's the clue.
title of
That's
the show.
the clue.
And that is exactly why my work wife, James Hardigan, is here, and my work wife's Latin lover, Matt Broughton, is also here.
Voila.
We realized before the show, for some reason, that in my head, I refer to Matt as both my work wife's boyfriend, but also my mother's boyfriend, so I think that makes James both, which is kind of weird.
I think it speaks volumes about the fact that you have issues, especially related to women, but I don't think this is news to anyone.
No, absolutely not. We are doing a short and sweet show from here in Panama because it's Panama and it's only a matter of time before someone falls asleep at their workstation, drunk on rum and full on bananas. So yes, coming up on today's show, Matt is going to recap Rosvadov, the live stream. We're going to share the tale of someone who is listening to this stream one moment and the next ended up here free-rolling because he won one of our competitions. I guess I kind of ruined the story already. Much to the shock of anyone who knows anything about GTO poker, Tito Ortiz has gone deep here in Panama. Yes. He has made day 4. He will be the guest on today's show. And finally, in Superfan versus Stapes, we've got Andres Korn, who will be challenging me to World Cup soccer trivia. And from what I understand, he will be answering World Cup trivia, and I will be answering Cup trivia.
I believe the quiz is more centered on the basics of soccer for Joe.
It's been handicapped.
Okay, good. And I think that's only fair. I don't think anyone could really have a problem with that.
No.
And I think I would still put a lot of money on you losing.
Oh, God, yes.
I'm hoping. There's one, I put one question in that I'm pretty sure you'll get. It's to spell sex. Do you remember from the previous one? You had to spell the word sex. And you got a point.
I messed. Oh, yeah, I got that one.
I'm just going to put that in every single quiz from now on, just so at least you're on the board.
It's the one thing that I am focused on at all times, is spelling the word sex, not necessarily doing it well.
Well, I think what Matt's trying to say is there is a basic spelling question. It's not necessarily the word
sex.
I
see. Is it more than 3 letters?
It is.
I'm not so sure about this.
he might not get on the board.
Really
after
quick
all.
piece of news. You guys might have remembered I won an American Poker Award a few weeks ago. Do you guys remember this?
It's not ringing any bells.
Well, I did. And my date from that night, a very lovely girl named Anna, a Russian girl, won Miss Russia LA last night. She was in a Russian beauty pageant in Los Angeles. So now we're both winners. We're like a winner couple.
Oh, wow.
Sort of. I mean,
So you're the
we're not
new
dating.
Brangelina.
Yeah.
The power couple of Hollywood.
A power couple of awards that don't matter at all.
So I guess as far as Panama is concerned, obviously we're only halfway through our trip here. So I guess on our next podcast we'll do our Panama recap.
Yeah, we got some good stories from here that maybe we want to save for like the audio version only. Yep. What we can recap in full is match trip to Rosvadov. We were not there. I didn't tune in at all. Did you watch?
I did watch some of it, and obviously I was in touch with Matt via email in the run-up to the stream and heard of all the problems and concerns that Matt had. But of course, Matt, you were there. You should tell the story. Rosvadov.
The story of Rosvadov.
A lot happened. I had to make myself a cheat.
Oh,
wow. It was really, I mean, actually, it was fantastic. It was a really weird trip, a really weird event, and then, of course, since then, I bounced straight on to Panama. But getting there was fine. Had to go to Munich because this place, Rosvadov, is right on the border of the Czech Republic and Germany. So,
I totally knew they bordered each other until Matt just told me that. Like
totally was aware of it. You could see it in your head. So landed in Munich, met up with Gabby, who many of our viewers will be familiar with. She's normally the girl that goes and says, "Can you put your cards there?" Or "Can you put this PokerStars
Can you take your cell phone off the table, please?
So she is one of our floor managers who is out to basically just help because me and Lee Big Horse Jones are going to be locked in the commentary cupboard.
What a duo, huh? The dream team.
The dream team. So we got to Munich. We had a 3-hour cab journey that was entirely pleasant. And then we got towards, I only knew we must be near because of the time that had passed. But, I mean, remote doesn't really do justice to this place. You just feel like you're driving through a forest.
Is it a highway or back roads or what?
Kind of back roads, mostly. Just it gets more and more forestry. And you're thinking, is this really going to be it? And the only clue was that suddenly there were loads of big signs for bars. And me and Gabby went, okay. And then there were lots of signs for Thai massage. Being like, I think we're here. And then up rolls the casino. And it's huge. But when we got there, it was more like the Titanic than a casino because everyone was just in absolute panic. It was like Avatar was expecting burning horses to be running through the card room. It was so successful. To give you like perspective.
Oh, because of how many people showed up to play.
Last year's Eureka, when it was the last Eureka tour, the main event had 682. This year it was 1,121.
So almost double.
Almost double. It was 950 uniques.
Math.
There was like a day 1D where it was just for re-entries. 208 people stepped up for the re-entry. It was like first prize 147,000. So it was just hugely successful, and they were kind of struggling under their own success. And there was a guy called Antonio that was like the PokerStars events guy, a woman called Rosie who was the casino manager, and both of them looked like they'd just been mugged in the street. And they were just like, hello, nice to meet you. And any question we asked of them, they were like, yes, and would run off in a direction. So whatever you said, could we just see whether, yes, follow me. And me and Gabby just spent our time running after one or the other to try and find out what was going on.
How much time did you have from arrival to like broadcast?
We got there the evening before. So we got there.
So that would have been like day one of the main. It's a 3-day tournament, right?
It was a 4. No, it was.
But there's 2 day ones.
Yes, there were 2
then
day
a day
ones.
2 and a day 3.
Yes.
I appreciate in your mind
Sorry.
it's probably all blurred together.
It's all one day in my head.
Sure, but I guess I want to go back to those numbers because you're talking about more than 1,100 players.
Yes.
And you've got to cut through that field in 3 days.
No, they had 4 day ones.
Right. Okay.
The D of that was the re-entry day. We turned up on that D day.
It's a good word for it, sounds like.
Thank you. And then we had the penultimate and then the final day. It's really hard to explain because also the other thing to bear in mind, we normally start our final days with like 6, maybe 7 players.
Oh, right. You guys start with 37 or something?
Yeah, 35.
35 to 1 in one day.
Yeah. So we just got there the night before to try and work out where everything was. We got taken to where the commentary booth was. And it was basically through the restaurant behind a coffee machine, was just a keypad in the wall. And Rosie went up to it and just went, held the handle and went, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. And I went,
so you're not sure what opened it.
And I said,
twos
so
or the jiggling of the handle.
what is the actual code? And she went, I just keep pressing 2 until it opens. It turns out it was 2222. It just had a really sticky door. So that was interesting. The commentary booth actually was probably about the size of this table. It was about 10 foot by 4 foot, and it was all soundproofed with the little kind of pyramid foam. It looked like a kind of a mental institution sort of holding cell, which was ultimately quite apt.
It doesn't sound like the worst area we've ever had to do commentary.
No.
Not the best.
It worked well in truth.
Were you in an echoey room with a flushing toilet right outside your door? Because
No.
I think that is probably the worst commentary booth
Yeah,
we've
that was
ever
in
worked
San
in.
Remo.
No, this knocks the socks off that. Meanwhile, Lee Crazy Horse Jones, he arrived much earlier that day. He'd already been to the casino, back to our hotel. The other thing
He'd already
is-
tested the room for like where the sound leaks are.
The other thing is that King's Casino own all the cab companies nearby because there aren't a lot of nearby hotels.
There's no reason to have a cab other than for the King's Casino, I assume.
That's the only thing for miles around. Lee, and again, this is another thing that is struggling under the success, the sheer numbers of really pushing all these cabs. Lee was at our hotel at 6 o'clock and booked himself a cab for 6:30. It collected him at 8:10. And that was absolutely fine with Lee. He was very, very patient. Meanwhile...
He wasn't tempted to run.
He waited in the lobby for an hour and 40 minutes?
Yeah. Meanwhile, me and Gabby are trying to get from the casino to the hotel because we haven't checked in yet. We've come straight from the airport there. And Gabby is at this and she said, there's a chance to go now. Should we just go now? And I'm like, do you know what? Fine, let's just go. And this guy's like, okay, get in the car. We get in the car, we drive off through the forest again. We stop, and a guy in the passenger seat at the front gets out, and I say to the driver, we here? And he's like, no. He was just dropping a friend off, and now he says, and sorry, where are you going?
So it might not even been the right direction.
And I'm like,
because he didn't know where you were going.
I said, the hotel, the Golden Zeit, is like, don't know that one.
He's like, I got another friend lives nearby. I'm going to pick him up first.
And then he gets his phone out, and I'm sitting in the back right, and I can see that the loading bar on his phone goes, yep, and just stops. And I'm like, you got no signal. You don't know where we are or where we're going. He ends up driving his car in random directions. We all got our phones out the windows. No, that's no good.
Oh,
Turn
man.
around. Let's try over there.
And you haven't even started broadcasting yet.
That's what I needed. This is page 107. Luckily, Gabby's phone picks up a signal. We get Google Maps. We get to the hotel. That's absolutely fine. There's nothing to tell you about the hotel. It was just absolutely fine and handy. Next morning, oh, by the way, this hotel's weird. It's got like 8 rooms. It's more like a guest house, like a B&B. And there's a woman going, will you be having breakfast? And I was like, sure. And she was delighted to have something to do. At one point, she told me off because I went to make my own coffee. She was like, sit down. I made the coffee. I was like, okay. And I hear a conversation with someone saying, good morning, how was your run? Oh, it was super. Lee has been out. And 10 minutes later, I leave breakfast and find Lee in full pink, green, yellow lycra.
Doing his stretches.
Doing his stretches on the stairs.
Lee was like, when I didn't dress this way, people kept trying to run me over with their cars.
Well, interestingly, he was saying it's beautiful. It was an amazing location. But Elke came in as a guest a bit later on in the broadcast and told us that he'd been going running until people told him that there were packs of wild wolves that roamed the woods. And I just got
It's really weird because the way you describe this, all I'm picturing is like a fairy tale, like the same woods that Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah. Well, it's that part of the world.
Yeah, find the witch's house.
It was a gorgeous thing, but I've just got visions of these wolves just watching Lee running past going, should we? I don't know. I don't know.
Well, in nature, these colors mean that it's probably poisonous.
The lycra might stick between the teeth.
Exactly. But anyway, we get there. So now we're.
I'm sorry, I just had a vision of Lee Jones fighting off a pack of wolves, like quite handily, just like punching wolves in the face.
It's not exactly, exactly. The Revenant. It's like a different kind of
snapping their jaws apart.
Anyway, we start the 2 days broadcast. The thing is, obviously, when we used to have Lee come into the booth for Lee's Lowdown, before he was Skyped in the breaks, he kind of crashes into you a bit, like he gets excited.
Well, this is why it's the dream team, because you have a guy that only speaks in sarcasm and a guy that has no ear for it at all, like that doesn't pick up on sarcasm. So I can only imagine what this broadcast was like.
It took a while to settle down. Lee keeps singing his favorite songs. Like there'll be a player from a country. Oh, you know who's from there? And then I'd be like, we can't afford for you
We
to
did joke
sing.
the other day that Lee has basically spent the entire 2018 webcast budget on royalties for songs performed on the Rosvedov stream.
There was a lot of Freebird. Panama. Anytime anyone mentioned Panama, Van Halen's Panama. I mean, Van Halen's. They must have woken up the next morning and go, what's this check in the post? What?
Their Venmo just went da-ding,
Exactly.
da-ding, da-ding.
Also, another thing that he kept doing was punching me because he was so excited and we were so close to each other. I've got the laptop because I'm keeping in touch with the normal stuff, the Twitch and the Twitter. So, of course, if I turn that to my attention, if something happens, it's like,
I'm so glad I'm on this side of the table because I don't like that even as a joke, even as part of the storytelling.
Or
Don't touch me.
Just a flailing arm.
Oh, God.
Aces.
Stop it.
Exactly. And so at one point, and also, because it was such a small production, I was controlling the audio desk. So I've got our mics. I've also got the table mics volume, which had to be really low for the table mic. But then when we would go to a break, I had to bring it back up for the clips, the top fives and all that stuff. So I'm riding this desk. I'll get him punching me, Twitch kicking off. It was just a case of having to say to him, oh, that's the other thing, the crashing into you. I would be doing a countdown. I'd be saying, okay, guys, the players are on a break. We're going to do the same. We'll be back in 30 minutes. So join us here. Matt, did you say 30 minutes? I'd be like, no, it's on the screen. It's 13. Oh, I'm
4,
sorry.
3, 2.
Bye.
1.
Yeah. So it kind of took a little bit. But in absolute fairness to Lee, when I said to him, right, can I just say a couple of things? And he was like, you're the guy in charge. He was totally like, whatever you say. And we found our rhythm.
And it all comes from the fact that, and we said this before, Lee is just so enthusiastic, so passionate, and that's why I think for something that lasted 52 hours, he was like the ideal person for, because he never runs out of energy.
Yeah, and he's not really a complainer over stuff like that either. Like, we've all been there before, so when we have like a 35-person final day, we're like, excuse me, what?
Yeah.
And Lee's like, 35 people, can you believe it?
Yeah.
And Thomas Lamash introduced the last day as saying, hello everybody, we're going to have a super, super long day. And you know, if Thomas is introducing the last day as a super, super long day,
He's managing expectations.
Yeah, is that the players had just done 2 14-hour days back to back, and it was like 2 hours on, 15-minute break, 2 hours on, 15-minute break. It was like a grueling schedule. We started that final day, as I said, with 35 players.
What time did you actually hit the final table?
I don't know. I think it was around midnight. I kind of lost track of time, to be honest, because it was just a blur.
So you probably were only around for like 2 or 3 hours in the final table, because you had to leave at like 3 a.m.
Well, I had to get out there because I had to get my cab to Frankfurt to get here to Panama. So we started at 1 p.m. and yeah, so I left about 14 hours later, and Lee was like, okay, bye. It was just like absolutely fine
So
with
this is the part that I'm most interested in, is Lee doing the Lee Jones on his owns.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I guess none of us really know, because none of us saw
we
it.
were all kind of en route, on flights, so none of us have seen it.
Well,
I guess we could
Is
look
he
at
still
the replay.
there? Is it still going?
It's still going. It finished about 8 in the morning, is because I was in my cab.
18-hour final day. 18
I mean,
hours.
we've done that before, but...
No, we've not done 18 hours. Never. The longest we've ever done was a 2 p.m. start and a 6 a.m. finish. That's 14.
That is true. It was grueling. And I got out there. I had 4 hours of absolutely petrifying autobahn, 180 kilometers an hour, and my phone is going in and out of signal, so I'm trying to keep on Twitch to see how things are going, see where we are. Luckily, I was still left in the WhatsApp group that had been between the production guys, so I'm getting the little updates of I can see it is at least progressing. By the time I get to Frankfurt in the early hours, is that they are down to like they're doing a deal and this is nearly all done, and it's like everyone's going to get through it. And Lee, as far as I could tell, is still fresh as a daisy, because he's just living the dream. This is everything he's ever wanted. And he's saying, the audience are keeping me company. And it kind of, you know, when something becomes so ridiculous, everyone just like kind of gets, we're going to do this. We're going to get through this. It was like a telethon. And somehow he managed to get through it. Meanwhile, I'm then at Frankfurt. I have to wait a few hours there, jump on the plane. I fly to Panama. I get here like kind of rush hour time, so it takes me a fair while to get from the airport. I meet up with James. He gives me the tour. By the time I go to bed, and also I don't sleep on planes. I can't sleep on planes.
Yeah, that's baffling to me.
By the time I got to bed, I'd been up for 45 hours.
Oh my God.
So in my head.
But you also didn't go to bed right away when you got here either, did you?
No, well, the thing is, I wanted.
You want to try and adjust to the time zone.
Because I thought this isn't like.
I'd have been like, F you, I'm going to bed.
No, it was my choice, because I thought I've not really got standard jet lag here. This is a case where I've just rebooted, and it's down to me to set 0 again.
He literally rebooted.
Yeah,
He's a
you
cyborg.
should
Just
see it.
powered
It was
down
unbelievable.
and-
So it was actually pretty sweet because I kind of waited until 11 p.m. and then I went off to bed. It had been 45 hours since I last woke up a couple of days ago in a few different countries, and actually it's been absolutely blast since I woke up. I'm like, Panama City, let's go. But meanwhile, I've not heard from Lee.
We think he survived?
We think he's
I'm
okay.
sure we'll hear from him after he listens to this show.
If anyone has seen or heard from Lee Jones, please get in touch.
Please let us know. We're running out of time for this segment. Really quickly before we do, I just want to give a quick shout out to Jim,
Yes.
who we met, came up and said hello to us in the lobby the other day. Jim's story, very interesting one. Won a ticket while watching one of the live streams to a satellite.
I believe it was the Bahamas where we were giving away $530 tickets to Panama satellites.
Didn't feel great about playing the $530 tournament because that's a huge amount of money for him. Said he could play online poker with that for months. Did play it. Did one of those classic moves where he had somewhere to be. He had tickets to see Rogue One a few hours later. Played in the car. Played in the theater, lasted all the way through the movie, so now we have more than one story of people's Rogue One experiences being ruined as a result of this show and our other things, poker things going on. Won a seat to Panama here, flew here on the company dime, did not cash.
But crucially, he is someone who parlayed a competition win on PokerStars TV into a Panama seat and got to at least have a holiday at a PokerStars championship.
Absolutely. Now I got to take us to break. Do you want to Lee Jones this?
Yeah.
So that, hold on. So that's all the time we've got for this segment. But coming
Hang
up
on.
next,
But is there another segment?
yes, there is actually. I was just getting to that right after a quick break.
So there's a break coming up first, and then there's another segment.
A break, and then Tito Ortiz. I got through it.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Panama, live from the Saltis Hotel, Spa and Casino here in gorgeous sunny Panama City. Day 5, just 10 players left. We've got 1 to lose before we put everyone on the same table. When we get to 8, that will be our official table of 8. And then it's down to 6 is the plan. And then tomorrow we're back for our last day of coverage here from Panama. Cards up as we crown the first ever Panama champion. Can show you how the feature tables lined up. Key to the dynamics right now, Denis Timofeyev is not the chip leader. That belongs to James Salmon on our second table, just the 2 tables active right now. 1.9 million for him, 2.4 million for James Salmon on the second table. The shortest stack here, Jonathan Abdul-Latif with 31 big blinds, and Igor, don't call me Gary Yaroshevsky, with 708,000, 35 big blinds, and Harpreet Gill, the guy who really, until today, we'd not caught up with, not really seen. Now on our feature table, and this is what they're fighting for. Get down to the 9, and it's nearly $36,000 guaranteed, rolling right up to that top prize, just shy of 300,000. Don't forget, keep us company. We're watching you on twitch.tv/PokerStars, and also tag your tweets on Twitter, PokerStars TV. By the way, I'm Matt Broughton. Hello. He is James Hartigan.
Thank you, Matthew. I would actually like to address a question from Glenn Webber, which came in on Twitter during the break. Is the sketchy audio going to be in the audio podcast release, or is it just a flaw in the live stream? Glenn, I'm proud to confirm that it's very much part of the audio podcast release as well. Hey, Glenn, it's Panama.
And at no additional cost, whatever you normally pay for the podcast, that audio, absolutely gratis.
Yeah, hopefully you'll enjoy part 2 during our next break, which could, of course, be the scheduled break, which is just take place in 90 minutes' time, or it could be the redraw break, which will happen when we lose another player. Do you think, Matt, we can get through an entire level? Level 22, by the way, 10,000, 20,000 with a 3,000 ante. Can we get through 90 minutes of poker without losing a player?
My immediate query is, what's the shortest stack on the other table?
That is a good question, because, of course, here, everyone's reasonably deep. Abdul-Latif, as you pointed out, has 31 bigs, so he's not in the danger zone.
Danger zone, not in it.
But, yeah, we know that Michael Leck on the other table is reasonably short. So it'll be an interesting dynamic to observe.
Indeed. So I didn't really answer your question. I don't know. Let's be honest, we've all watched enough of these games to know that, in fact, we could be down to 8 with some sort of random double knockout, or we could be dragging our heels for the whole of level 22. We're at 10,000, 20,000 instantly, boys and girls, with a 3K ante. This is a raise from Smaran, a call from Gill. It's a queen. Queen? It's not even a card. King, queen, 8. A queen. I have no idea what that is, but I think I'm going to have to trademark it immediately. It's a rainbow. Check to Smaron.
Peter Blow has a theory that Lee H. Jones is still in the sound booth in Rosvedov. You did say that the door is sticky, Matt, and it is soundproofed. No one can hear him scream.
That's true. You remember that scene in Running Man where they find out what actually happened to the people that had supposedly won and gone to the...
Whitman, Price, and Hadaz.
Exactly. Just skeletal corpses rotting in the corner of a room in Lycra. So actually, it's coming together that really does suit the Lee Big Horse Jones story. Hi, Alex Bays.
Oh, John Delano has sympathy for you. Matt, what an ordeal you had. Hashtag first world problems.
Yeah.
This hand is going to showdown. Check, check on the river. Jack 10, Ace 8. So a busted straight draw against a pair of 8s with the queens on board. We'll see Smaran chipping up to 75 big blinds, 1.5 million chips.
Played the Queen very well there, I thought, the new card introduced to the deck. Yeah, I must admit, at no time did I let myself forget that I have a privileged life. And moaning about having to go from Germany to the Czech Republic to Panama to watch people play poker. You know what? That doesn't compare to 17 years of commuting and working in an office. So I can't really complain.
Did you at any point during that experience check your privilege?
Do you know what? I was constantly aware of my privilege. I was constantly checking it and was fully compos mentis at all times about my privilege. Hello to everybody instantly that said hello to me in Twitch. Nice to be back with you.
Apologies, by the way, Matt, for stealing your competition mechanics during the last level. I did play a round of Matt Broughton's You Couldn't Possibly Know and Probably Will Never Get It.
Yeah.
Obviously without the Matt Broughton element because you weren't here.
That's fine, as long as I was referenced and acknowledged.
Absolutely. If you're going to rip someone off, you've got at least credit the person who invented something and then give them no royalties.
No, absolutely.
In this instance, we gave away a dealer button for people to identify what song was playing on loop in the restaurant last night.
Oh, that was awesome. I was slightly disappointed when it didn't get past the 8th.
It was 5 in total before producer Paul complained.
I know. I was getting really into it, to be honest. And then did you mention to the viewers that then when the live band turned up, we tried to request?
No, I didn't mention that. I did like the fact, though, we were fashioning our own lyrics to the band's songs, which we couldn't actually understand because they were in Spanish. We have got a raise here from Smaran, which has already been called by Gil on the button. Gary is moving all in from the small blind, shoving for 682,000. Action back on the original raiser. It's a sizable shove. I guess it's tough for Gary to make a convincing 3-bet that doesn't commit him, and there is the reshove. And a fold from Gil. He folds deuces. So Gary, former tournament chip leader, at risk here and dominated. His ace-queen has run into the ace-king of Kenneth Smaran.
You know what that is? That's an ace-queen. That is what I've been talking about. This is just the perfect opportunity. This is going to be tricky to come back from. How the mighty have fallen.
Domination Nation. Yaroshevsky needs to get lucky. Roman Koronev among the players on his rail. Oh, Gary of the folded hood, what will the flop bring? It brings a king and a queen, so no real change in the situation. 2 outs for Yaroshevsky.
Yeah, that's the only change to the situation. Just 2 cards to survive rather than the 5. Fingers even more crossed now.
The turn card is a 10. Does bring some opportunities, but ultimately Yaroshevsky's best hope is to see a queen on the river. But I'm pretty sure right here, right now, he'd take the jack for the chop.
Oh, yes.
Jack or a queen or it's over. It's a 7. That is the end of Igor Yaroshevsky's Panama journey. He exits the main event in 10th place, eliminated by Kenneth Smaran, who moves up to 2.2 million. Crucially, we are going to stop the clock because we are down to 9 players. We are going to have the final redraw of the tournament. Yaroshevsky will cash for $27,000, and the 9 remaining players will take seats on the main stage. Now, obviously, we are going to need to take a break again. I apologize. We've only been back for 7 minutes, but we are going to have the redraw break. When we come back, we'll continue the 10-20 blind level with 9 players, but we are going to be off for 15 minutes. I guess the good news, the sweetener, is that we are going to let you watch.
Oh, I thought you were going to say we were going to play Brian Adams on rotation.
No, sadly we can't afford
sorry,
that.
Diddley Jones on you there. Go for it.
Can bring you is part 2 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Now, it seems that there's still a hand in progress at the other table, so hold on to your horses, people.
Easy.
Yes, people, I'm aware that when I asked about 6 minutes ago if we could play this level without losing a player.
Yeah. It was never going to happen, was it?
So play concludes at the other table. So, redraw break. Enjoy Poker in the Ears and Eyes Part 2 with Tito Ortiz. More action from the Panama main event just around the corner. So let's switch our attention from Rosvedov to Panama to the PokerStars Championship, and let's welcome our guest on Poker in the Ears, Mr. Tito Ortiz, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
This is amazing because Tito was the guest on our first ever podcast 2 years ago. And Tito, you're back here. The irony is when we do these shoots on location, obviously it's like 10 in the morning, right? And normally trying to get poker players to come on the show is impossible. But of course we were told Tito's got kids, so he's up at like 7 o'clock every morning. Except I get the impression that you weren't up at 7 o'clock this morning.
Actually, I was up at 7 o'clock this morning because they took a flight this morning to go home because we were expecting to go home today, but I'm continuing on to the championship.
Yeah, absolutely. You're still in.
I saw Tito last night out with his girlfriend and his manager trying to make St. Patrick's Day happen, and I think he's still a little green.
I'm not green anymore. No, last night was my green day. I'm okay. I'm alive.
You said, because obviously we saw you rocking the kind of like Irish...
Shamrock Shades.
The Shamrock Shades, that's right.
Yeah.
And you actually said that you have Irish heritage?
Yes, from my grandfather. I think it's second generation of my grandfather.
His name is actually O. Ortiz.
It's a Johnson relationship. I don't know where the name comes, but I know there is Irish in my family.
Well,
when I try to grow a beard, it's red. It's a red beard.
Really?
Yes.
Oh man, that would probably make you even more terrifying, I would have to say.
It's weird. I mean, it's not a complete red. It's like brownish red, but I know I have Irish.
He had the luck of the Irish yesterday because even though there seemed like a couple of situations where you were no longer going to be in this tournament, you just, like a goonie, you wouldn't say die.
You know what? I went all in on my last hand, and through the whole tournament, every single break every day, I went almost all in on, and I won every single hand.
On the last hand of the day, right?
The last hand of the day. Every day, though.
Every level, wasn't it? Like the last hand of every level?
Every level.
He won the
I
last hand.
win the hand. I win every single time. I know it's just luck of me. I don't know if it's just luck of the cards. I don't know if they just want me to play. I don't know if they want me to win. I think of the poker gods. That's just me talking. But I went all in because I was expecting to go home this morning. But
here you are, still
I'm here with you guys, and I'm going to be playing in the championship. So
we talked about you being on the podcast before, because of course you came out to the Bahamas a couple of years back, and that's where you made Matt Broughton throw up.
Thanks.
He was sore for a few days, probably too.
I was. Yeah. The worst bit was, I think I got to the third thing. So we're going to run there and back, did that. Then we're going to do some lunge walking in the sand. And then you went, okay, now run just sprint. And I went like that, and my legs just went, no. I just went, huh, bang. And it was like, this is just so weird. I thought, I'm just going to watch the rest. I think it's probably best experience as
Was Tito doing this stuff, or was he doing like what my trainer does? He's like, no, go ahead.
No, he was sort of standing, kicking around in the water, just enjoying the time. It was just a bunch of 25 really enthusiastic old people just going, and you're like, this is what we do before we start the workout. I was like, I can't get through the third part.
It was just a warm-up. It was a warm-up. It was a warm-up that we do prior to all of our training and everything. So I thought I'd just give him a little taste of it.
I mean, the thing is, I did it when I got home and I nailed it, obviously. But it was just there in the situation on the beach. It was the sand. I think it was the sand.
It was the sand.
It was just the sand. Ordinarily, I'm fine, but the sand was very malleable.
It was the sand a little bit too, so, but it's okay. You got through it, and I know you're sore for a few days after.
You talk about the training regime, Tito, because of course you retired as a fighter, and then you came out of retirement. How hard is it to basically come back?
Well, you know, at the time when I retired in 2012, I wasn't ready to retire. I just wanted to get out of my contract with UFC, and the only way to do that was to retire and to walk away, because they'd be able to match anything that the company was going to give me that I was signing with, which was Bellator. And once I got it done, I really wasn't retired. I still wanted to compete. I mean, I was still 38 at the time, so I wanted to compete. I wanted to make the best out of it. And I was able to fight for Bellator. They sent me off. My last fight was just here January 21st in Los Angeles, and I walked away in the sunset with my son. My son Jacob was next to me. He walked down with me for the fight, and he put my gloves in the middle of the cage. I think the only fighter to have a son do that. So I did some history stuff.
So cool. You are actually retired now?
I'm retired. I'm done. Now, poker.
Professional poker player. He's going to win.
I'm an amateur. I'm getting all these pros thinking that I'm still an amateur, so I'm an amateur.
Well, I noticed that your Q&A yesterday, people were asking you like poker strategy questions. How do you feel about now all of a sudden like people think you're a poker expert?
I'm not an expert. I think I go by just instinct and exactly what first thought that comes to me. I play a lot of cards. Either it's poker or blackjack. I'm always seeing cards. I'm seeing numbers. I'm seeing suits. So I just put both of them together and kind of see what works.
Well, it was working for you really well yesterday.
It's still working for me. I mean, I only have a chip stack of 170, which is an okay stack. So I don't know. Do I play a little slower and be here for another day?
I really think you should continue listening to the advice of Felipe Ramos.
Felipe Ramos is on fire. He's my coach. So, I got my coach for jiu-jitsu. I got my coach for kickboxing. I got my coach for wrestling. I got my coach for MMA. Got my coach, to put all my fighting career together. Now my fighting career is done. Now I got my coach for poker. And Felipe Ramos is amazing. Me and him, we see eye to eye. I mean, he's like my little brother, man. It's crazy. It's just the stuff we talk about, the numbers, how to push, how to raise, how to, just fold on hands I should fold on. But
there
it makes sense.
There did seem to be a period where you just basically wanted to play every hand, and I could see like Felipe wanting to jump in there and go, just fold.
No, and that was my problem. I mean, yesterday I went for like 7-hand win streak. I was winning every hand. I was like, God, and then I was like, okay, maybe I should slow down. I think I had a queen 8 or queen 10, and I probably should have folded, but my stubbornness, it just was like, okay, I'll call. I had a big stack, so I was like, all right, I'll call, and I was already beat. I should have seen that, but that was just my amateur side of it, being too competitive and making it happen.
So you played a ton of hands with the guy sitting to your left who had way more chips than you, and that is like danger, danger, danger. Like people, to any poker coach would be like, don't play pots against the person to your left, and don't play pots against the one guy at the table with more chips than you. And you're like, nah, I'm just gonna do that.
I'm not, I want to play the cards. I'm not gonna let the stacks. I'm not gonna let the stacks fool me. I want to play the cards that are in front of me. That I think that's great. A lot of these guys, I can see that they do bluff. I see that they do don't bluff also. But I think at the same time, it's just making sure I play the hands the right way.
I mean, it makes sense that you would be relatively fearless at the table, considering what your previous career was.
Well, when you have 16,000 or 15,000 people screaming your name, chanting for you to win, I think sitting at a table and there's only, maybe a couple hundred, it's not that bad.
You once had 15 people
shout your name, didn't you?
No, 15,000.
Oh, sorry. I was thinking there was a connection between you.
Well, and they were saying, to me,
Sorry.
they were saying, get off the
Sorry.
stage.
Yeah,
all in
it was
unison,
something else I was
which
thinking
is,
of there. I missed the 1,000.
They wanted me to die, not to kill somebody else. You know, obviously the big joke, you know, when you're on camera is talking about, you know, you're a fighter and, oh, Tito's a scary guy and this and that. Does that get annoying being referred to as like the scary guy, the tough guy, or is you're like just all
own it?
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
owning it
think
this
about
point.
it. You know, you got to own the situation. I really don't think about it. Hopefully they think that, oh, it's Tito, the big fighter, scary, so maybe I shouldn't call him because he's going to kick my butt after. It might be true. Might happen. But, so don't ever call me.
Always.
So, and also, I guess, because I've known a few other fighters, not guys that were on your level, and they say they get messed with a lot in public. People think it's funny to, like, come up to you and mess with you. Does that happen? People try to irritate you? Really?
Never. I'm a pretty massive man. I mean, when I walk up to a person my height, and I'm 6'3", they realize how big I am, and I got a huge head. I got big hands, big banana hands.
You really do. I mean, you're a big guy, but your hands are big.
I'm
even
big.
for
My whole body's big. I mean,
Yeah.
my feet. I mean, I got size 13. I got big hands, which means big gloves. I got big shoes, which means big feet. But you know,
people are smarter than I thought then, because I would assume that people just think it's kind of fun to like mess with you and assume that like they can
I'm
get
a
away
calm,
with it.
collective guy. I'm not an aggressive person. I'm an Aquarius to the T. I'm kind, gentle. I'm a cool cat. Just fighting came as an accident. I became a professional fighter as an accident. I became the world champion, not as an accident of hard work and dedication. I dedicated myself to something that I wanted to become, and I was a world champion. And that's something I wanted to do. Now that I'm playing poker, I want to be a world champion.
So my next question was to be like, how are you planning on spending your retirement? Not just poker, I assume. What else?
I own a management company, Primetime 360. We manage fighters along the lines of Gabby Garcia, who fights in Brazil, a woman fighter, Chris Cyborg, who's #1 in the world. She'll be fighting for the 145-pound world title for UFC. We're trying to pick up fighters who are the best we possibly can get to market the best way. Not just great fighters, but great marketing tools. And I think that's what the sport truly has. When you see guys like Conor McGregor, who talks a great game and fights a great game, that's the type of people that we want to manage.
Our cameraman, Scottish, she's back there like,
Yep.
He's all about it. There he is, so proud, hands on hips. Speaking of your massive hands, we've noticed these gigantic watches. Do you have a separate luggage for your watches? I'm afraid I'm not even be able to lift this.
Yeah, actually I do. This is Rockwell, one of my companies. Not my company, but
Both
one
hands,
of my
both
sponsors.
hands, yeah.
No, that's 1 pound. 16 ounces.
It's
That's 16 ounces.
That's a beauty.
I mean, that's.
It's like an Academy Award.
I have some big hands, so I gotta have big gloves.
If you were wearing it.
I could wear that as a necklace. That's beautiful.
Yeah, no, I mean, I try to wear these little small watches, they're like girl watches.
You call me a lady watch?
Kind of, yeah, no, it's kind of cute, but I mean, you look at the Rolex, same thing. I had it submarinated to myself, and it looked like a girl's watch, so I was like, you know what, I can't wear that because I can wear something that actually fits my head and actually looks pretty good. So.
Did the watches go home with the family, or did they stay?
Oh no, they stay. I've had an outfit for every watch, or a watch for every outfit.
Is Tito aware of the fact that because he's on the show, he has to play one of your dumb games?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a dumb game coming.
We got a dumb game, but I did make
as long as I don't got to do any type of workout, I'm cool.
Oh, no, yeah, no physical. You're just going to work your brain out a little bit, which, given the night you had last night, I saw that there was maybe a shot that happened right before we went on camera today, so hopefully the blood's...
Oh, no, blood is going.
The blood is flowing. Now, it's a dumb trivia game. It's called Kick, Punch, Choke, where it's basically trivia where all of the answers involve either the word punch, kick. Or choke.
Okay.
And you do have some lifelines.
Yes.
Now, you can beg a Broughton,
okay,
if you want a lifeline. You can Hector a Hardigan.
Hello.
Or if you like, you can seduce a Stapes.
Okay.
I recommend hectoring a Hardigan or begging a Broughton.
Okay.
You ready for question number 1 for
Yes,
Kick,
sir.
Punch, Choke?
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Question 1. A silly state of mind one can reach when overtired or trapped in a small room with paint fumes.
And I give you an answer for that.
It's got to involve the word punch, kick, or choke.
Choke.
This is not... let's start off with a beg of Broughton to get the game going.
Punch drunk?
Punch drunk. That's what we're looking for there.
So the answer's got to have either punch, kick, or choke in it. Yeah?
Yeah. All right, here we go. This is a website where small businesses and idiotic ideas are able to crowdfund. Tito probably hasn't had to do anything like this for a while.
I haven't had anything like this. I heard a very crowdfund. choke.
Well, choking is happening in one way or another. I've choked once again in making a game.
Play your Hartigan Lifeline. Kickstarter.
Kickstarter is what we're looking for there. Here we go. Did you ever play Nintendo?
Yes.
Okay, Nintendo game featuring characters such as Bald Bull, Piston Honda, and King Hippo.
Oh, I was playing actually Punch-Out.
Punch-Out, there we go.
Ding.
We got Tito on the board. The part of a bicycle that keeps it from falling over while stationary.
Tracy's help coming from across the room. I could be wrong.
This is a kick. Kick.
And
also on a motorcycle.
You would be
kickstand.
Kickstand.
Oh,
okay, great.
Got there.
Let's see. What else can we do here?
You guys are getting me in the good here today. God.
Pele's signature soccer move.
Yes.
Which almost got me a concussion when I attempted it.
Was it the kick? Bicycle kick.
Bicycle kick. There we
Yes.
go. Okay.
I know it was a kick something. I remember.
He knew it was a kick. Let's see. A bat handling technique employed by baseball players to maintain a little more control over their swings.
Stump up in the choke. How you choke the bat.
He said the word up and he said the word choke. I'm going to give him choking up.
Yes.
We got there.
Choking up on the bat.
And finally, this one is an act out. Make the international sign for choking. I'm going to give it to him. I was looking for this. I'm going to give it to him. I also would have accepted anything that resembles the Buffalo Bills or the England football team in the World Cup. To your teams, thank you very much. We appreciate your good sport.
No, thank you. You guys put me on target tonight, so
that's
hopefully
right.
get me ready for the day.
Thank you, Tito. Thanks for coming on the show again.
Hope to see you at day 5.
Yes, thank you guys. Thank you.
After our break, Superfan versus Stapes.
Welcome back to Panama and the PokerStars Championship. I do like the way that Joe Stapleton refers to the live poker action as the break between the podcast.
That lets you know where Joe basically rates his show versus the show.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with 9 players remaining in the main event. That's right, the penultimate day of the tournament sees us get down to 9, the official final table bubble. Everyone remaining from the 366 who started now sat around the same table. Chip leaders James Salmon and Kenneth Smarron.
And they brought their best friend Darren.
And we also have the lower stacks as well. There is only one player who's at immediate risk of elimination. That's Michael Leck with 13 bigs. Everyone else, okay. So let's see if we can get through the rest of the level without losing anyone. 10,000, 20,000 blinds, 3,000 ante. We still have 1 hour and 23 minutes on the clock until the next break. So suddenly, Matt, we go from a situation where we were 5-handed to suddenly 9-handed. And I don't think this tournament has played 9-handed since day 1.
I agree with you. I think you're right. It'd be interesting to see if things do slow down a bit. Ordinarily, when we do go from having been playing very short-handed to suddenly finding ourselves on a full 9-handed table, things tend to drag a touch. I think it's just going to be down to the cards and whether the aggro players pick on the short stacks and see an opportunity. You do know you got less than 7 minutes into that last level, don't you, when you said, can we get through the whole level? It wasn't even 7 minutes ticked off.
Yes, I'm acutely aware of the irony. So, a raise there from Denis Timofeyev, which has been called by Jonathan Abdelatif. We're going heads up to the flop, and that flop is Jack 5-3. Timofeyev continues into a pot of 147,000. He bets 75,000. Called by Abdelatif. So nearly 300k in the middle now as we head to the turn. It's the Jack of clubs pairing the board. I know there's no such thing in poker as the best dressed at the table award, but if there was, James Salmon would have no competition today.
Agreed. Although Dealer's doing a pretty good job.
See if we get a second barrel from Timofeyev.
I mean, I guess any story you wanted to tell on the flop still becomes worth pursuing on the turn. Phew, he agrees.
125,000. Quick reminder of chip denominations. Yellows are 25,000. Blues are 5,000. Reds are 1,000. Just those three denominations in play at the moment.
Makes the call. Jonathan now getting pretty low. He hasn't got more than 355,000 to play with into a 547,000 pot. I hate to see a knockout every single 6 minutes, but these guys get too carried away with themselves.
This is Timofeyev emptying the clip. A third barrel of 500,000. That is enough to put Jonathan Abdelatif all in.
Pair of tens, I reckon. Pair of tens, James. Spun the Gissatron.
You're putting Timofeyev on pocket tens or
No,
Abdelatif on pocket tens?
Abdelatif. And this is a test of, do you believe I've got a jack?
It's worth pointing out there is no money jump between 9th and 8th. Both spots pay $35,920. There's then a jump with every elimination after that.
Abdelatif didn't raise pre-flop, did he? He just called the raise from Timofeyev.
And Timofeyev has bet flop, turn, and river. And obviously this river bet is huge. It's pretty much full pot, and crucially, it's enough to put this guy all in.
Unless it's set over set, or bluff over set. Trying to work out what you so calmly call down here, unless it was some part of the wheel draw and the flush draw. And now Abdelatif is trying to work out if you can catch a bluff with an ace high or an ace 3, ace 5. We're not going to find out. Ouchie. Jonathan Abdelatif down to 355,000, second shortest stack now. We've got players on 13, 17 and 18 bigs.
Meanwhile, we've got the free roll starting in 45 minutes time, and a few people asking for a reminder of the password for today's free roll. It is Tamborito, T-A-M-B-O-R-I-T-O. Last time I checked in, by the way, we had about 22,000 runners, so there's still space available in the free roll. $2,000 in the prize pool, plus $100 bounties on myself, Matt, and Joe. But here's the big question, Matt.
Yes.
Registration has just closed in the Sunday Storm 6th anniversary. An $11 tournament with a guaranteed prize pool of $1 million. Spoiler alert, that guarantee has been eclipsed. Total number of entries now that registration is closed. Spin the Guessatron.
Do you know, I genuinely have no idea, James.
131,715.
Wow.
That's a prize pool of $1.317 million in an $11 entry tournament.
Oh my God, what's the top prize for this?
Well, we knew that the first prize was guaranteed at 100K. It will actually be $124,817.50.
Oh my God.
So let's round it. Let's call it 125K for someone who can best a field of 132,000 near enough in an $11 tournament. Crazy stuff, but thank you to everyone who helped support this milestone tournament. Good luck to everyone still in. 48,000 players remain.
I bet as you've made that announcement, there must be people listening to this going, oh my God, I really should have paid more attention to what was going on in the lobby. That is awesome for an $11. I mean, God, we talk about turning a $10 spin and go into a package, but to sit at home in your knickers for $11 and get hold of that, it's better than our fourth prize payout here. And these guys have paid considerably more than $11. That's awesome. Good luck to everyone. There are a few people popping up in Twitch saying, I'm in it. Good luck. Keep us posted.
I'm going to answer Tuan's questions on Twitter incredibly quickly. Guys, am I correct in thinking that this dealer is particularly often on the feature table? Yes. Is she among the best dealers? Yes. Thank you, Tuan.
Easy peasy.
And she has a name, Tuan. It's Clara.
I've got there's some body language experts in Twitch. I didn't notice. They're saying, Matt couldn't help but notice the dominant big handshake over Tito at the end. I don't remember doing that. It's like a bit of a Trumpism. It was probably because of the Lady Watch comments. I probably thought, right, well, I'm going to own you at the end. Apparently, I went right in with a classic power handshake. I don't remember that at all.
The last time you went in for a power handshake, your arm was out of action for 6 months.
Yes, that was a very enthusiastic security guard who was delighted to have been with us for the conclusion. Where was that?
Malta.
Malta. Good times. I can link every injury to a different stop on the tour. My favourite ever quote regarding me is, what's wrong with the elbow guy's eyes? When we did the podcast where I'd managed to burn my eyes in the sun reading a book, and I had the bags under my eyes were red raw cooked, and I had my arm in a brace. And not only did no one know my name, or not even jokingly Nick Walthall or the other commentator, what's wrong with the elbow guy's eyes?
So 3-bet there from Smarin after Salmon opened. Salmon folds, Smarin wins the pot. So 115 big blinds for the chip leader. Pretty close between Smarin and Salmon. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the spectrum, Abdelatif is dropping into the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Michael Leck firmly there with just 13 big blinds.
It's funny, I keep looking for Gary. I just thought Gary would be here.
Yes, I think we all did.
Keep looking down that list of names, wondering if we've forgotten to put him up, but he is out of here. Just to answer lots and lots of questions saying, well, now this is the final table. It isn't, by the way. It's just the last table of players. Why can't we show whole cards? We've got to start everything over. Well, just in case we're not being trolled, everything tomorrow, we've got a lot of changes to make technical, personnel-wise, security measures. We have to take these things very, very seriously. So that's why we can't just now turn the TV on, turn on the table and have a look at their cards. It's not quite as simple as that. Don't worry. Tomorrow, all your dreams will come true.
That hand, raise and take it for Kenneth Smarin, who of course has now taken the chip lead from James Salmon. Wonder if we can actually get the free roll to max out today. It's been around the 25k mark in terms of runners for the last couple of days. Obviously, there are 30,000 total spots available.
Yeah, we've always had a couple of thousand left over, haven't we? Come on, guys, let's get in there. You've got no
Password on the
excuse.
screen.
No excuse. There's no work. There's no work today for most people. Come on, Kenneth.
The chip leader is raised to 45,000. Action has been folded to Robin Wozniacek, who is calling out of the cutoff. Denis Timofeyev is the guy who started today as chip leader. Do you know what? Now that all 9 players are sat around the table, let's try and get to know them a little bit better. Let's start with Denis, sitting there on the button. Won his seat online on PokerStars. He's from Russia. Live earnings of $285,000, including 7 side event cashes in Malta last October.
Wow. I'd forgotten about that.
Plays his new flat online, has a 3rd place Sunday Million finish worth close to $100,000. Has also won and finished 2nd in the Super Tuesday on Stars. So an accomplished player.
Squeezing out 160,000 as a raise here.
And obviously the guy in the small blind now facing this 3-bet is very well known. Byron Kavanagh was the 2015 GPI Player of the Year. He's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his name. Total live earnings, close to 10 million US dollars.
Do you know what? We're so alike, me and Kavanagh. It's like looking at a slightly more muscular and attractive and wealthy mirror. I've got nearly 10 million. I mean, when I say nearly. We're going to have to get rid of the 4-bet horn that we don't have.
And it would be a cold 4-bet from Kavanagh.
I'd love it if this is him playing aces freaky.
I think Byron is one of those players who has a reputation for taking his time over his decisions.
Yes, Mr. Stapleton said this yesterday, as it was when he actually came to the feature table. I think he landed in seat 1 yesterday and actually blew that out of the water and was quite quick to act. Here he has let it go and the action can carry on round the table. See what Kenneth Smarron makes of that re-raise from Denis Timofeyev.
Smarron folds.
Still got Robin to worry about.
Well, Robin Wozniacek is playing in his first major live tournament, qualified online for $700. He is a student. He's studying business at the moment. He is not a professional poker player. Doesn't mean he is without skill, though. Here he is in the last 9 of a PokerStars Championship main event. So remember, he flatted the original raise from Smarron. Then came the 3-bet, the squeeze, if you will, from Timofeyev. And Wozniacek, the last remaining opponent.
Looks like he is at least going to come along.
I don't think this is going to be a call, Matt. I think this will be the 4-bet that you were wondering about.
Some yellows being cut out here, and then some. This would be very strong, especially considering Timofeyev's going to have position.
Wow, 4-bet to 320,000. So now the decision back on Timofeyev. I mean, these are 2 of the bigger stacks of the table. They're both pretty deep. It's not an illegitimate suggestion to say that Timofeyev could call here and play the flop in position.
Yeah. Now you've got to work out what would Wozniacek have just flatted with, and now he's going to try and take control with.
Well, it's actually a smart play if he has got a monster hand, knowing he's got aggressive players stacked behind him who might take advantage of his flat and try to squeeze.
I mean, that's the thing, is you can make this look like some speculative drawing hand, some little pair that wants to set up, or you can make it look like you were limping in, well, limping in, you know, calling that original raise, knowing you had such aggressive big stacks behind you that might pump things up a touch. Great spot.
So Timofeyev calls the 4-bet. These two go heads up to the flop. There is 742,000 in the middle already. The flop is Jack 3-3. And here is another hashtag fun fact about the Russian player Denis Timofeyev. He was only the 3rd player to qualify for this event. He won his package on the 10th of January.
Wow.
While we were in the Bahamas.
Man, you've got to plan ahead. Oh, Timofeyev was very keen to see if there was any reaction from Robin when that flop came down. Wozniacek only had eyes for the board. And now got to decide what to do. Potentially 3 streets of action out of position. Big stack on big stack. $133 into 742.
Actually 183, just verifying the size of this continuation bet from Wozniacek.
Interesting size.
Oh, wow. Timofeyev is not done with his hand. He calls the 183K. We are going to the turn. 1.1 million in the middle. Wozniacek the effective stack with 1.2 million behind. 10 of clubs on the turn. And in a way, I really hope this hand goes to showdown because I want to see these hands.
Yeah.
I mean, this could just be a classic cooler, 2 monsters. Someone's horsing around here. It's fascinating. Can Wozniacek make a bet on the turn that doesn't commit him to this pot? That's the question.
And that's the thing, he put 183,000 into 742 post-flop. I mean, I just don't know what you can put out here that's meaningful that doesn't end up leaving you with no options on the river. Maybe that's the plan, but...
Yeah, I mean, this looks like it's going to be in the region of 300,000. Just shy of 300,000, 285K. And Timofeyev folds. He's going to show it. And he shows 7-8 of hearts.
So it was a real speculative draw that just thought he was going to just call that original raise and take a flop, and then he just took complete control of it. Nice moves. Are you sure you read out the right bio for this chap? I thought you said he wasn't full-time pro. That's
he isn't, but he's got a pretty good status on Stars. I think he plays a lot online. Even though this is his first major live tournament, he is now up to 2.3 million. He is second in chips, though. Look at that. 7,000 separates Smarin and Wozniacek at the top of the leaderboard. And James Salmon isn't that far behind those guys. Meanwhile, Denis Timofeyev drops down to 1.6 million. That said, he's still fourth in chips, still got 82 big blinds. Seven, 8 of hearts. Tries to see a flop by flatting the raise in position. Turns the hand into a bluff pre. Follows through on that bluff on the flop. Picks up the gut shot on the turn and just goes for it. and gets his opponent to fold what must have been the best hand.
And all the while looking cool as a cucumber. A bold move. Must have seen where the betting was taking him. Be interesting to know what would happen if he'd been flatted and got to the river.
3-word tweet from Jeff Godley. What a boss. Yeah, you heard a 9 high like a boss. What about 8 high like a boss?
Yeah, put that in your pipe and set fire to it in a controlled environment. Do be careful. Dern's saying, well, due to the stack, surely if he had a monster, he would have bet bigger on the flop to commit on the turn. Do you know what? The guys play a lot of big hands quite tricky. They don't always play those straightforward. That's why it becomes so hard to spot when it is the 8 high. But yeah, lots of different potential lines. Yeah, a lot of love there for that hand.
So let's just recap the action here. An opening raise from Anthony Diot, which was called by Wozniacek, and now Timofeyev's 3-bet, and this looks remarkably similar to the hand we just saw.
Yeah. Yeah. Be careful. Be careful when Robin Wozniacek just calls a raise ahead of him. Sometimes he has it, sometimes he don't.
There's the fold from the original raiser, and now we get the rematch.
Oh, man. I'm so pleased that the table draw has led these two, especially the fact they've had this little clash early on. I know that the good players don't let those sort of things play on them, but I hope it does. I hope we get a lot of this.
If Robin 4-bets here.
God, do it.
See, this would be absolutely amazing if this time he had woken up with a huge hand. As things stand, I think he's calling the 3-bet. So he's playing this hand against Timofeyev out of position without the betting lead. 422,000 in the middle. Bring on round 2. Queen, 5, deuce on the flop.
Well, that's hit everybody probably or completely missed. We just don't know. Tomorrow we'll know.
Wozniacek checks. Timofeyev continues. 125,000 into 422,000. Okay, well, this round goes to Timofeyev, but a significantly smaller pot than the last one.
Yeah, that's not going to quite make up the balance. People still reacting to that previous hand. Smith is saying, colour me impressed, Joe Carroll. Amazing move. Dylan's thinking it's the best hand of the tournament. What a play.
So everyone is now guaranteed $35,920. That's not a misprint, by the way. 9th and 8th pay the same. And then we get jumps along the way until we get to the 6-figure scores for the top 4 and the near $300,000 for the winner, plus the PokerStars Championship Panama main event trophy. So for the second hand in a row, the opening raise comes from the Canadian, Anthony Diot. He has $316,000 in live earnings. His best cash came in 2015 when he made the final table of a $1,500 event at the World Series of Poker. He eventually finished 4th, cashing for just under 150K. And Diot has run into Wozniacek. And this is not a call from the German. This is a 3-bet to 135,000.
Wow. He just wants to play every hand, and he wants to own every hand by the look of it. Joe's saying, I'm not sure why he showed the bluff. I guess just to make the point that says, you just don't know. Will I go left? Will I go right? You just don't know. Could be one of those where he's setting himself up for some monster move, and now every time he gets aggressive, people are going, well, he had the 7-8, so maybe he gets paid off on the monsters, and maybe people just have to treat him as a real unknown quantity as he takes yet another pot.
Pretty much tied for the chip lead right now with Kenneth Smarin. 3 players now with sub 20 big blind stacks. Anthony Diot playing 18 bigs. Jonathan Abdelatif playing 15 bigs. Michael Leck, the player at immediate risk of elimination with a 12 big blind stack. Let me tell you about Michael Leck from the USA. 3 cashes here in Panama, including a 2nd place finish in one of the smaller sides, cashing for nearly 13,000. Total live earnings, 612K.
Nice. I was thinking it'd be quite good to come here, like playing a cash game, and then like I say, I've had 5 cashes in Panama. Obviously, I wouldn't need to detail that those are specific individual hands. You know, it just looks good on paper, doesn't it? 3 cashes here in Panama, $12.20. One was a chop, and 7.
Kenneth Smarin raising under the gun. It's been folded around to the button. James Salmon, former chip leader, folds. Harpreet Gill, the other Canadian at this table, is in the small blind. Gill had a 16th place finish at WPT Montreal for nearly 17K. He folds. So now we have the short stack. Kenneth, Michael Leck.
Nick Cotton, as somebody shouted out yesterday.
Very good.
Very good. Quite niche. I'm not entirely sure a huge percentage of the audience will get it, but it's a good shout, worth acknowledging.
I was recently forced to watch an episode of EastEnders because they played poker in it, and someone thought it would be worth me looking at.
In case it became a media hullabaloo.
It was Richard Blackwood playing poker against Danny Dyer. It was very weird. I had no idea either of them was in EastEnders.
I was just going to say, I didn't know they were in EastEnders. What are they doing in EastEnders?
And they were playing poker as badly as you'd expect Danny Dyer and Richard Blackwood to play in a kitchen in EastEnders.
I'll raise you, mate, and I'll see you. And I'll see you raise.
It was actually a 4-handed game. Ian Beale was playing, and some guy who used to be in The Bill.
Man, Ian Beale, whatever that actor's, Adam Woodyat or something. How long ago? I remember being a child when EastEnders started. Unbelievable.
Back to the proper poker.
Yeah, go on then. Sorry.
A continuation bet on this ace-high flop from Smarin. Sees him win the pot and put a little bit of distance between himself and Robin Wozniacek. See, everyone else is talking about the fact, oh man, they're playing poker in billions. No, EastEnders, that's where it's at.
That's what all the cool kids are talking about. James Sutton wants to know, is there a year-end event for all PokerStars champion winners?
Kind of, but it's complicated. There is an event which I believe is due to be played in the Bahamas next year, which is a kind of champion of champions event, but it's not for main event winners. It's for people who are the respective winners of each stop on the tour. So across all of the events played. So for example, in the Bahamas, there are what, close to 100 events? So of those 100 events, there is a leaderboard using GPI points, and whoever topped that leaderboard gets the seat in this Champion of Champions event.
Right,
so
okay.
It's performance across the festival, across all of the events, not just the main.
Right, I gotcha. But it's not hands across all of the different stops.
It's just the championship stops.
Gotcha.
I really hope I explained that right.
I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. I was really interested and I was going to ask more questions, but I just sense that we're not entirely sure what we're saying. And by we, I mean you. You got that look about you. You sound incredibly authoritative, but I think...
Player of the year, here we go. PokerStarsLive.com, by the way.
Oh, yes. Okay, I understand now. I understand what you've described. So it's not just who won the main event.
Yes.
It's for each stop, who across the whole festival as well.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Exactly. So each stop on the tour, there is a tournament leaderboard. Top the leaderboard at any individual stop, and you will get a seat in this game, this Player of the Year game, and the winner will get $100,000.
Right. So I guess we already know technically who is representing the Bahamas in 2018's Bahamas.
Yes.
And by the end of this, we will know who across all of the different events that took place here in Panama, who ultimately is top of that leaderboard.
So the first seat, for example, goes to Bryn Kenny.
Sweet.
Who topped the leaderboard in the Bahamas. And do you see who was second on that leaderboard in the Bahamas?
Byron Caverman.
Who is now 4-betting in this hand against Gil. Caverman opened to 45,000. Gil 3-bet to 130,000. Caverman has 3-bet to nearly $500,000.
Yikes.
And this is not a spot, in my opinion, where Gil can just call.
No, it's all or nothing. He is just confirming exactly what the size of that bet is. He knows exactly where he is as far as what decisions can be made. I'm loving that championship idea. I think that's brilliant. Because also you could say, well, you could get lucky and bink a, one tournament, bink the main event, just get the good cards, get lucky. But to consistently own an entire string of events, that really is going to be the best of the best, let's be honest.
And Gil folds ace-queen face up. And Caverman shows a deuce.
Cheeky. See, they're all at it now. There you are, Joe. Now they've all started it. One person shows to go, look, see what I can do. See how tricky I am. And then the dominoes fall.
Quick online update. This from Glenn Webber. I've had ups and downs in the Sunday Storm, but I'm still hanging on with a below-average stack. Glenn believes that there is such a thing as live stream run good, and he is benefiting from it right now by watching PokerStars TV. Don't forget, if you missed out on the Sunday Storm, if you've already been eliminated, or you didn't have $11 in your bankroll, the free roll is kicking off in 15 minutes' time. Late registration is available for the free roll if it doesn't max out before then. 25,000 players have claimed their seats using that password, TAMBORITO. Tamburrito will get you into today's PokerStars TV free roll.
Delicious musical tamburitos.
Got an all in here. Gil, who we just saw fold the ace-queen, is now shoving for 477,000.
Yeah, he had to give away that 130 in the last attempt and now gets a bit back.
I mean, he was open shoving there for, what, 25 big blinds?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Michael Leck has dropped below the 10 big blind mark. Still half of this level to play. 45 minutes to run at 10:20.
And this time, Harpreet Gill going to be a bit more traditional. Just call. Seems ambitious at this level, but maybe once one guy limps in, everyone goes, all right, well, let's see a flop 4 or 5 ways. Smarin is in. Anthony Diot is out. Bosnicek also come along for the ride. And there you go, 4 players to a flop with 107,000 in the middle. 2 spades, 8, 3 deuce. Check, 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 check. A 4 to the turn. Don't see that too often. Another 8 comes down. Gill going to try and make something work for him here.
First aggressive action of this entire hand.
Yeah. Everyone checked their way to the flop. Sorry, called their way to the flop, checked their way to the turn.
Smarin, the only player who calls the 25k, so heads up to the river, which is the Jack of Hearts. Ace deuce, the hand for Gill, and he adds more than 100k to his stack, gets up above the 30 big blind mark.
Yep, be very happy to be slightly out of that pressure area. 32 bigs, hardly super comfortable, but certainly more playable than where he was a couple of hands back.
Dale asks, why no hole cards? We're actually in between hands at the moment, Dale. Clara, sorry, it's not Clara, it's the other dealer. She's actually shuffling at the moment, but as soon as she's pulled in the antes and the players have posted the blinds, they will receive their hole cards.
Yes, thank you for your question. Going to be on Byron Caverman to start this one under the gun. He's just going to sit back for a minute and think about it. Nah. Got to say, apart from Byron, everybody moves at a pretty decent pace. And Byron's not too painful. And just as I say that, Jonathan Abdel-Latif goes into the tank for 25 minutes before folding. Nailed it. James is out, and Harpreet Gill sort of getting himself back into this game hand by hand. Another call. All of a sudden, pre-flop raising, very unfashionable.
3 players see a king 6-4 flop. It's all hearts. Action checked around, deuce of diamonds on the turn. And there's a bet on the turn from Timofeyev, which will win him this pot. Overall, Matt, I'd say the pace of play is decent.
Yeah. Yeah. More than happy with that. Yeah, whoever ends up being down to our last 6, our last 4, heads up. There's only a couple of very specific matchups that can make things sluggish, but So far, all these players we've watched all tend to act pretty swiftly. Folding, folding, folding. Opportunity knocks for Ken. I'm surprised, James, that so far in the free roll we haven't found ourselves sat on the same table, because that's kind of our thing. But a bit disappointed. Not yet happened. Got nearly 26,000 people standing by ready to play that in about 10 minutes' time. Do come and join us. Password top left of your screen. Being told off because though I asked everyone to give me updates on their Sunday Storm, apparently because I'm not reading every single one out, that makes me a bad person. I am keen. I'm seeing them. I'm watching them. It's a bit early to start popping open the champagne.
Long way to go for the players in that tournament.
Oh, yeah.
Long, long way to go.
That's the kind of thing that Lee Jones likes to comment on his own. Just get him in a box. Gonna be a slog. 3-bet here from Denis Timofeyev.
Now, this is probably a lack of observation on my part, but I've only just noticed that very flowery tattoo on Kenneth Smaran's right arm.
Really? How could you miss it?
Well, has he had it covered up for most of the day?
Well, certainly since I've been here, you know, he's had it out, as they say in the trade. Whether earlier on it was covered up, I don't know. I was mostly listening rather than watching. There you go. Look at it. It's a beauty.
It's colourful for sure.
I don't know if I'd like colour. I quite like some of the dark tattoos and some of the clever ones that are portraits. I'm not sure about the really colourful ones. That's the end of that segment of the show about Matt not being sure about colour in tattoos. Hope you enjoyed it. More of that tomorrow.
We talked about Kenneth Smaran in a right while. He took down the Prague High Roller for 600,000 euros. His total lifetime earnings are close to $1 million.
Just the blinds to get through now. That raise of 45,000 being considered. And Coverman's going to come along. Abdulatif going to make his decision.
Just want to say a quick hello to Daryl, who's tweeted to say, hi guys, just grinding the micro stakes on Stars. Enjoying the broadcast. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Daryl. If you are a micro stakes player, why not get some of the free roll? Not even micro stakes, it's zero stakes. It starts very soon. In fact, 5 minutes from now. Late registration is available. There are, I believe, 4,000 seats still available because there's 26,000 runners. $2,000 in the prize pool, and of course, bounties on the commentators. Knockout J. Hartigan, $100 is yours. Knockout Waster, same deal. Knockout Joe Stapleton, $100.
That sounds like a pretty good way to spend your time, Daryl. Grinding and watching us.
So this hand has gone three-way to the flop. Smaran's pre-flop raise called in 2 spots. He has continued for 60,000. Queen 10-3 on the board. Kaverman with the decision. He calls. Abdulatif folds. Heads up to the turn. That turn card is the 10 of spades. Pairing the board, putting a flush draw out there. Kaverman first to speak.
Come on, Byron, don't spoil it. We're saying how good the speed is. Let's keep things moving now. $222,000 in the middle, and Kavanagh makes his bet. 115,000. And the call has been made. Off to the river with over $500,000 in the middle.
7 of clubs, which can't imagine makes any significant difference to anyone. Kavanagh, the effective stack, 700,000 behind. There's 500,000 odd in the middle.
Tick tock, tick tock.
If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Are you getting into it with Chris Maymaker? You and social media, James. Oh, come on, Byron. Come on now. Don't make yourself the villain. Oh, there goes the villain alert.
I think that was the noise alerting us that the free roll starting.
No, bingo.
And I'm just double checking. No, we're not at the same table, Matt.
What are the chances? Unbelievable. Also disappointed to see that no one at my table has Gormless James Hartigan as their avatar.
So Kavanagh has bet 145,000 on the river, having taken over the betting lead on the turn. Either way, this pot will determine the chip leader of the PokerStars Championship main event. Smarin moves all in. Kavanagh calls. Sorry, folds rather, sorry.
What?
And Smarin is very much chip boss, chip daddy. 2.7 million for the American, and Kavanagh down to 558,000. Just shy of 30 big blinds. Still waiting for a response from Chris Moneymaker.
He's probably got people on it. He's probably got his team of PAs researching the answer to your question. Such a good feeling when there's a hand in play and you're still piling up the chips from the huge win. Go, oh God, sorry, and you go, sorry everyone, sorry, I'm still piling up my winnings. So be back with a minute. Would one commentator claim the bounty if he were to knock out the others? I think we've been asked this before, and I think they stack up. So if James knocked me out, and then you knocked out James, you'd get the 200.
Correct. It's a double rollover.
I don't think it's ever happened.
Well, we've never been at the same table, let alone...
Exactly. It would be a pretty crazy all in from Abdul Latif.
Shoving small to big. James Salmon with the decision. That's a call.
Uh-oh.
And Abdul Latif is at risk.
Oh, wow.
And he is dominated. Domination Nation. Queen 9 into ace queen. I mean, this is just unlucky. I can completely understand the move he made.
Yeah.
But Salmon just happens to wake up with a monster in the big.
Oh, for winning one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just the timing, the fact that it was just blind on blind, that's a great hand to wake up with if you're in Jonathan's spot here. You've only got James to worry about, as long as he hasn't got a... Oh, he has. It's as simple as that.
A lot of diamonds there? Yeah.
Oh, look at this. An ace-high flop with 2 diamonds.
No sweat, man. Dead on the turn.
The ultimate sickness.
10 on the
9 outs to cross your fingers for.
6 club.
There is the diamond on the turn. Domination rotation. Salmon now drawing dead. And Jonathan Abdul Latif doubles up. There's Adam Owen, a finalist from Barcelona last year, who is railing Jonathan Abdul Latif.
Ah, okay. All right. I'll see if I can get to argue with a woman.
I guess that's what it was, yeah.
Yeah. That's
And you see where that takes him. Not exactly comfortable, but over $500,000, 25 big blinds. And James still just shy of 2 million now, still super stacked.
Yeah, Michael Leck, just 8 big blinds now.
And a little under 30 minutes on the level before that stack becomes even less effective. I guess the good thing is 9-handed. The blinds coming round less hands, but those 8 bigs aren't going to last too long at this table. We asked for our screen names. Don't forget, if you're playing in the free roll, you're looking for Waster, J. Hartigan, or Joe Stapleton, all one word. Come find us, come chat to us. Come take our bounties.
So Leck all in from under the gun, shoving for his super short stack. Just the big blind to get through. Harpreet Gill. And he folds. So a reminder that the first European stop of the PokerStars Championship is in Monte Carlo at the end of April / beginning of May. 25th of April to the 5th of May. Qualifiers running for the main event. If you search Monte Carlo in the tournament lobby, you'll find those games. And of course, we will stream the last 5 days of the main event here at PokerStars TV. Live coverage begins on the 1st of May. That will be our next stream, because as we've discussed over the last few days, we will not be heading to Macau. So join us at the beginning of May, 5 days of coverage from the Monte Carlo Bay Hotel and Casino. Still no answer from Chris Moneymaker.
Man, it's just rude. That's the thing. It's just embarrassing, isn't it?
Under the gun raise from chip leader Kenneth Smarin.
And congratulations to Alexander, who just took my bounty.
Oh, it's over already?
It's over already. I had so many outs, I had to go for it. I had the second nut flush draw. I had the gut shot draw. There were 4 of us in. I could have made a fortune. And, of course, I didn't. Congratulations to you, sir. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy.
The moneymaker trolling continues.
Everyone needs a hobby. People are going to me saying, free roll isn't even a turbo. How are you out already? Because I want you guys to have my bounty. And if I see a good opportunity, I'm going to make you either pay for it or I'm going to just hand it over. This is a lose-lose situation for me. If I won the whole thing, I can't keep any of the money. If I do well, then you guys don't have much fun.
Hold on. They said that it's 5-minute blinds. I wouldn't exactly say it was a slow and steady MTT. You got to get busy early doors, to be honest, or
yeah. I mean, our bet sizing wasn't traditional, certainly. For
okay.
You know, you just want to get it in, don't you? You see a good spot and splap, and it goes. Nothing wrong with that.
Gone to the flop here. King 6-3. Timofeyev's pre-flop raise to 50,000 was called by Kenneth Smarin in the big blind. Smarin has checked the flop.
Now, as late reg is still open, can you remind me again the password? I know it was something like tambourine and something else.
Tamburrito. It's the burrito that's shaped like a tambourine.
There you go, kids. Tamborito. You've still got 5 minutes to get in, and late reg. I'm afraid I am already out. You've still got Joe Stapleton and J. Hartigan to fight for. $100 on everybody, as well as $2 grand in the prize pool. Top prize, $215. All for free. You're welcome. This is strange. An under-the-gun call. Just a pre-flop attempt to just get in. That seems incredibly either dodgy or just incredibly hopeful. But no one else wants to pay the price. Timofeyev also going to try and get in on the cheap. Okay, well, no one tempted to make it any more expensive. 4 ways to a flop. King, king, 9, 2 spades, 107,000 in the pot.
Yeah, I agree with you, Matt. The pre-flop limping is a interesting strategy, I guess. The Gibbons from Wozniak, which started all this.
Well, Timofeyev has had enough of this, and now it is our chums once again, Robin and Dennis, set next to each other. Very hard, again, just because of the bluff we've seen, to know whether he's just doing that with the old 5-6 diamonds or whether this is pocket queens. Timofeyev going to try and find out, and gets the good news that whatever he had, it was probably ahead.
So Timofeyev has worked his way up to second on the leaderboard. He has moved ahead of his nemesis, Robin Wozniacek. It is very close at the top. 3 players with more than 2 million each. Smarin, Timofeyev and Wozniacek. At the bottom end of the leaderboard, Anthony Diot is down to 13 big blinds and Michael Leck has fewer than 10. 20 minutes till the end of the level. The blinds will go up when we come back from break. And during the break, part 3 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes, Panama edition. It's Superfan versus Stapes.
Just made a dreadful mistake with an apostrophe in communicating with the guitarist. Yeah, he asked me what key we do Johnny Be Good in, A or B flat, and I said your choice, but I actually...
No!
Yeah.
Matthew, no!
And he replied and said, that's very kind of you. I was like, no, I wasn't suggesting you, sir. Hey, your choice. Unbelievable. I'm so embarrassed. I could blame auto-correct, but I think it was probably me. A raise to 45,000 from Byron Caverman. James Salmon has been pretty quiet, apart from that ace-queen coup against Jonathan Abdelatif. And looks like Robin Wozniacek has also been lured in for the value.
3-way action. And an 8-5-3 flop with 2 diamonds.
Check from Robin. Back onto the ponderous Caverman. And while he considers this, oh, here we go. We're okay. We're okay. 55. Remind you, the blues are the 5s, yellows the 25s.
Pressing the button.
Good luck, all-in player.
All in for just shy of 12 big blinds. Oh, an immediate reshove to isolate from the big stack at the table. And a reshove from...
oh, mate.
I'm dead.
Straight? No.
No, dead.
No. Well done, everyone.
I think it was Leicester. I think it was Leicester who got my bounty. So well done, Leicester.
Well, at least you can enjoy the break fully.
That is true.
And that one was a win for Byron Caverman.
Oh, poor Chris Moneymaker.
What's he done now?
Why do you like to cause me pain? And he's corrected himself. 4 p.m. EDT.
More on that story in the next episode of Poker in the Ears in a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, so I think we're going to put out the audio version of the podcast on Tuesday, which is the 21st. So there's something to listen to next week, even if you've already seen it this weekend. And then we'll record the next one during the last week of March. And that will be our Panama recap. And that will have all the stories about time zone trolling, and Joe's various female encounters.
Oh, God. I've got a feeling in the same way that I somewhat dominated the first episode, the first part of this episode with my Rozadov, I don't know if me and you need to actually turn up to the next one. We may as well just like send him an email that says, "Dear Joe, tell us about all the times you didn't have sex in Panama," and just leave the tape running.
Yeah, I kind of feel that we are going to need a break before we hear that, because we're kind of really sick of it right now.
Well, we're living it. We're living an anecdote. It's like a living, like my story. It starts and then it ends, and then I tell you. Joe, it's like a perpetual world. It's like World of Warcraft. It's just, there's no beginning, no end. It's a cash game. It just very, very hard to know where you are with Joe's life. You guys are just passengers. We're kind of tied up in the trunk. A raise here from Ken Smarron, 85,000. After Jonathan Abdulatif tried a Wozniacek and just tried to limp in, no joy.
Queen 9-3 with 2 diamonds. Smarron continues. And Gil folds.
And the rich get richer. 2.8 for Kenneth Smarron now. Gil okay. 475,000, so 23 bigs, but less than 50 minutes on the clock. So there's at least 4 players, if not 5, that are going to find themselves feeling pretty squeaky once we come back at level 23. Particularly Michael Leck with just 9 bigs right now and 13 minutes of blinds and antes to supply, and Anthony Diot with 12 bigs.
So level 23, we'll see the blinds go to 2,500. No, sorry, level 25, 1530 we go to. Oh, hang on, what level are we on?
Well, 22, apparently.
Sorry. So not 1020.
We're currently at 1020 with the 3.
Okay.
A raise from 45 from Kenneth Smarron as we struggle to work out what the next level will be. I'm sure it will resolve itself in exactly 12 minutes and 21 seconds. $997 on the flop. This is Smarron versus Wozniacek. Smarron opened it to 45,000, got the call. 147,000 up for grabs, and Smarron is going to c-bet here. 50 on the nose.
So I think the next blind level is meant to be 1224. Although according to this, that's level 24. So not quite sure what level 23 is.
Well, this looks like the c-bet has been re-raised here. Robin Wozniacek, who just called the raise pre. Feeling good about the 997. He's probably got the 7-8. Got the back door straight. 2 pair. You know how these things go. Got a bit of the Tom York about him. And he takes this one down with that re-raise. And he is up to 2.2 now. Jumps ahead of Timofeyev. So 3 players over 2 million. James Salmon on 1.8. And then a massive gap, really, because that 1.8 represents 91 big blinds. Byron Caverman next on the leaderboard with 31 big blinds. And then Gil, 23, Abdulatif, 21, Diot, 12, and the aforementioned short stack, Michael Leck on 8 bigs.
Okay, well, it seems the tournament structure I was looking at is a hangover from the old days, which for some reason is still on the website, so that's really handy. Yes, level 23 will see the blinds go to 12.24 with a 4K ante.
That sounds about right. Folding round to the second shortest stack, Anthony in the hijack. He has folded, and therefore Robin Bosnicek, who is certainly impressing in this level, raises it to 50 grand. And the big blind of Jonathan Abdulatif under attack, and looks like he's going all in against it. That's the way you defend your big blind, is to get that triangle in.
Bosnicek with the decision.
One last look before releasing these into the ocean.
Abdulatif has been all in a fair few times today, and he's been called pretty much every time, and he's doubled up every time. On this occasion, he does not get any action, so increases his stack to just over the 25 big blind mark. Blinds up in just shy of 9 minutes. The next break is approaching, and that means more poker in the ears and eyes.
Tim Mullett agrees with me that Robin Bosnicek definitely has a bit of the Radiohead's Tom York about him. Just from the side, just from that side close up, that's where it really kicks in.
Did you say Timmy Mallet?
No, just Tim Mullett.
Oh.
Or it might even be Tin Mullett. It's in a red on black. It's not great even for the bionic eyes.
Thought we had a celebrity fan watching.
The chance. Celebrity? Really, James?
Timmy Mallet's a celebrity.
To you and I.
Huge on kids' TV in the 80s.
Yeah, it's 2017. You don't know how long ago that was, don't you?
Raise here from the chip leader to 45,000. Action fold is the blinds. Abdulatif in the small blind. He has called the raise, and now we have James Salmon in the big blind. Fourth in chips with a 90 big blind stack. Salmon calls as well. 3 players in this pot.
Come on, dealer.
7 tray deuce.
Well, again, everyone get your Badoogie cards out. It's a good one. And lovely. It's the sort of message I love from Martin Lennon. Byron reminds me of someone, but I cannot quite put my finger on it. Well, thanks for getting in touch. Always great to get valid input from the audience. Like Marky Mark and Dolph Lundgren had a baby. Come back to you on that one. Thanks for your input. Check brings a bet out of Smarin's going to Continue for 57,000 into 162. Abdul Latif fancies it. James not so much so. 10 of clubs on the turn.
Abdul Latif has checked.
Jonathan is going to use his position aggressively from the small blind. Just about to count that dealer. Unbelievable. 455. 155. Sorry, I was thinking that doesn't sound right at all.
He doesn't have 450.
No, no. I was repeating what I'd heard rather than what I'd seen and had misheard it. Wondering if we have any soccer fans. Football, that's football to you, me. Soccer fans in our audience, because coming up in the next break, the next part of Poker in the Ears and Eyes has a Superfan versus Stapes with a bit of World Cup and football trivia. Why not play along at home?
He's Russian, right? I mean, at some point it will all be the same again, but like, not yet.
Being asked what place Tito finished in, if I'm not wrong, was it around 22nd, something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah. So pretty solid showing from him. Came back on day 4 without a super stack, having doubled up in the last hand of the day previous. Lasted maybe a level or two at best, but couldn't really get going.
Thank you for Peter Blow's reminder that Timmy Mallet had a #1 single, created the game Mallet's Mallet, created the Whacker Wave. Of course he's a celebrity. And Pete says the only thing that would bring it into question if he was in the junk. Oh, wait.
Oh, I see, yeah. Didn't he have a hit with Itsy Bitsy Teeny Weeny Yellow Polka Dot Bikini as well?
Yes, yes.
Was obviously a remake of the original classic, but seems to remember there being a really great video, lots of vibrant colours. $25K is the price set by the Under the Gun +1 from Kenneth Smarron. Folded round to Byron, who's just doing that thing he does where he sits very still with his hands over his cards.
He folds. Abdul Latif on the button. He passes. James Salmon in the small blind. That is a re-raise. 3-bet from Salmon. Round to Gill in the big blind. And he moves all in.
Kasplat. Oh! And a Kasplat of a call. Monster.
Ace Queen the hand for Salmon. Ace King for the all-in player, Harpreet Gill. It's Domination Nation. Martin tweets to say, why isn't the broadcast showing cards up? We are, Martin. You can see the Ace King against the Ace Queen, and you're about to see 5 community cards that will decide the fate of Harpreet Gill. He is a 72% favourite to double up here through James Salmon. But sometimes, and 23% of the time it will happen, he will get unlucky. So far, so good. Hearts are not a factor.
Yep, about as safe as houses.
Just a little joking around with a friend about the stream. So.
Well, they swap out.
Yeah.
So only a king on the river will see Harpreet Gill eliminated.
Hello?
You live in Belgium?
The river card is a 7. Ace King high holds.
What? Can't see it. I've been to Brussels and what's the other big city? Yeah, I've been there like once for like 2 hours.
Welcome back to the table, Harpreet.
No, I was in the south of Holland celebrating Queen's Day, and my friend and I just drove over to this place, Cafe Paris. Yeah.
And I guess that's it. By the time the chips are counted up and given back, that's the end of that level.
Yeah, so still 9-handed after the end of that session. When we come back from break, blinds up to 12,000, 24,000 with a 4,000 ante as we continue to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of the PokerStars Championship Panama main event. Some more live action in 20 minutes. Right now, we're on break, and that means part 3 of Poker in the Ears and Eyes. Enjoy. It is superfan time on Poker in the Ears and Eyes. We welcome from Argentina, Mr. Andres Korn.
Yes, Andres, thank you. Bienvenidos. Weird glitch in the matrix with this dude, am I right?
So weird.
Yeah.
So obviously, we're doing the live stream, Andres, and we go on break, and we're talking about the fact that, like, oh, who's the superfan? I said, oh, there's this guy, Andres, who said he's going to be in Panama, wants to come on the show. And then they're running this video, which is Nacho Barbero winning his first ever LAPT. And it's like, oh, and Andres Korn has been eliminated by Nacho Barbero. Goes, that's the same name as the guy who's coming on the podcast. That is the guy who's coming on the podcast.
That was me, yes. I was pretty pissed off with that hand, actually. You shouldn't have gone with King Jack, by the way. Should have laid that down. But
How
anyway.
deep in the tournament? That was at the final table?
Was that like 3rd place?
3rd place, yeah.
So you are a good poker player.
I'm okay, yeah.
So, like, what is your history? Is that your best finish to date? Or?
I made 2 final tables, LAPT, 3rd and 4th.
Wow.
I won a couple of tournaments in Asia and Argentina. Nothing major, but I did okay.
Jeez, and so what does he win for this? A $27 ticket?
Every little helps. I think really, it's the hoodie, right? It's the everyone loves a chop pot hoodie.
That's what I'm here for. Yeah,
that's what the super fans deserve.
Those are running out. So are you a professional poker player? Do you
part-time.
Part-time.
Yeah.
So what is your real life?
Part-time dad, part-time bookie,
Part-time bookie?
Bookie, yes.
So I could just make a bet with you?
You could, yeah. What you want to bet on?
No, nothing. I've never won a bet in my entire life.
That's my perfect customer.
Exactly.
Okay.
He's like, well, let me tell you about my sign-up bonus.
Finally, all my life I've been waiting to meet you. Hello.
Yeah, I don't really just... Okay, so part-time poker player, part-time bookie.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a real job?
Oh, a long time ago. I forgot about that.
What was it?
Don't remember.
He worked at Subway making sandwiches. Nacho Barbero came in and
Something
gave a
like
really
that, yeah.
complicated order one time.
Yeah, not too much.
So you're still a little bitter about that hand, though.
Nah, 7 years ago. I mean, he's a friend. He could have laid it down, but still.
And
we're past that.
Nacho's from Argentina also,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, he's a friend of mine, yeah.
Okay, do you guys play Magic the Gathering together?
No, we play poker mostly.
Poker, and does he ever make bets with you as a bookie?
He did. He lost too much.
Ah, he is cut off.
He was bad too, yeah.
Oh,
he was
man.
a good customer, actually, but yeah.
So obviously you came to Panama to play. Any results since you've been here?
3 near bubbles. That's the best thing.
Bubble.
I made a lot of chips in all the tournaments I play and never made it.
I think you're due a result, and I've got a good feeling about today's game. Now, obviously...
I'm going to do sports trivia against the bookie. This is fantastic. Oh, what a
setup. From this part of the world, Andres, obviously you're a huge soccer fan. You wanted to choose the World Cup as your specialist subject. We were thinking great, however, I mean, American sports, you've got no idea.
No.
What hope have you got on World Cup soccer trivia?
If you ask me about my own bowling history, that's about the best. Wait, I think I even lost Supervan versus Staves for bowling, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, no shot.
Okay. All right. Well, I have handicapped it slightly. So you have legit questions. You have slightly easier questions.
Like in soccer, what are you not allowed to use?
That would, do you know what, I wish I'd thought of that, because that would have guaranteed at least a point.
Right.
But
now we're not so sure.
Now we're not so sure.
Okay.
Let's have a go with this. Okay. Round 1 is quickfire, an opportunity to get some points on the board. 3 questions for you, Andres, 3 questions for you. This is called We Aren't the Champions.
We aren't the champions?
I'm interested in who lost World Cup finals, not who won.
Okay.
So can you tell me for a point, who lost the World Cup final in 2002?
2002, Germany.
Correct.
Wow,
Points. Who lost the World Cup final in 1998?
France was the champion, Brazil lost.
Correct. Who lost the World Cup final in 1994?
Italy.
Matt, why are you skipping so many years?
No, Bulgaria.
No.
No?
No. Bulgaria lost the semi-final.
Are you you're saying 1994 held in the USA, Bulgaria didn't lose the World Cup final?
No, Brazil bet Italy on penalties. I'm almost
I kind of feel like this.
Correct. Well done. You're absolutely right. 3 for 3.
Okay, thanks.
Just
quick correction there now.
No, well done.
Okay,
Matt, I
thanks.
have to ask, why are you only asking about every 4 years? What about the in-between years?
Well, we'll chat about that in the break.
That's a good
We'll have
question,
look.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Right, Joe, your quickfire round. How many players are on the field during a soccer game?
How many total players?
Yes.
Yeah.
Counting the goalies?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on.
Wow.
12.
So it's 6 aside.
Yeah.
No.
Goalie and 5 players?
No, it's
10.
22.
Oh, there's a lot more.
There's a lot more. Way more.
11 and 11. Wow, that's
Okay,
weird.
no problem.
It's too much, huh?
That's a lot of
Yeah,
players.
I know. It's too
It's a
crowded.
big field, I guess.
How long does the halftime break last?
20 minutes.
15.
Yeah, that's close enough. Half a point, man.
It's
Come
very
on.
kind
That
of
would
you.
probably work in his business too, right? If I came to you and I was like, I made a bet. It was close
Yeah,
enough.
close enough. Yeah, I
The
can
horse
pay
came
that.
second, but that's pretty good. And your third quickfire, can you spell FIFA?
Yes.
Sorry, I should have said.
I want 1 point
would you-
for that. I got that right.
Please, would you spell FIFA?
FIFA.
Yay!
Bing.
You're on
That's
the
2
Well done.
points because I answered his question
I tell you
correctly.
what, I'm sympathetic. I'll give you 1.5. We'll split the difference.
Got to be so careful how you word these questions with Joe. Okay, Andres, back to you. Because of World War II, the World Cup was not held between 1938 and 1950. As a result, who are recorded as the reigning World Cup champions for a record 16 years?
1938 was Italy.
Correct. And I'm not even bothering giving you the multiple choice because you're just... Okay, Joe, I am going to give you the multiple choice in this one.
Maybe I don't need it. Let's just cool out.
Okay.
Take the multiple choice.
In
Let me listen to the
1986,
question first.
World Cup, in the World Cup, let me start again. In the 1986 World Cup match against Argentina, England suffered at the hands of a now obese Argentinian legend who scored a goal with his hand. Name the filthy, bloated Argentinian cheat. No offense. Your options are Madonna, Belladonna, Maradona, Richard Donna, or Chicken Donna.
Maradona.
Ding, correct. Now there's a bonus point here. According to the greatest fat athletes of our time website, real thing, how fat in pounds was Diego Maradona's maximum listed playing weight in pounds? He rolled out onto the pitch, and I rolled him back again.
195 pounds.
220.
Wow. Wow. Holy Lord.
Playing weight.
That's how big it is.
That's 100
greatest.
kilos.
He's a short guy.
He's a little bloke. I gotta say, he literally, there was a couple times they picked him up and tried to throw him in. They thought he was the ball.
Well, no wonder he had to use his hands. It's hard to lift those legs.
It wasn't his hand, it was the hand of God.
It was the hand of God.
Is that really what they
Exactly,
call it?
Yeah.
What he called it, yeah.
It was awesome. Ah, good days. Okay, Andres, the first World
Hand
Cup
of fat
kicked off on July 13th, 1930. France beat Mexico 4-1. Can you tell me how many teams played in the first ever World Cup?
I'm gonna guess 15.
I'm afraid it was 13.
Okay.
But
Close enough.
for a bonus point,
Can't get half a point on that, man.
can you give me 6 of the 13 competing teams?
Okay. France, Uruguay, Argentina. United
Actually,
States?
yes. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Please continue.
Not England. How many did I get? I get 4.
You've got 3. Sorry, yeah, you've got 4 so far. 2 more.
I'm gonna go with Brazil.
Yes. You have to push you. You have to push you.
And
It's impressive, regardless.
whatever. Bulgaria.
Bulgaria. No,
Bulgaria, okay.
no, you don't get the point.
Okay.
Got one
Can
wrong.
my questions be name 6 countries? I feel like
You got a better chance, right?
I would get real close.
Don't worry. It's
Antarctica?
nearly over. Nearly over. Okay, Joe. One of the heaviest ever recorded defeats occurred in the 2002 World Cup qualifier between Australia and American Samoa. What was the final score? Multiple choices. Was it 19-0, 24-0, 28-0, or 31-0?
31-0.
Correct.
Did that really happen?
Really happened. Really happened.
Wow.
I mean, isn't that? I mean, that could start a war.
That's the
right. If I was American Samoa, I'd be like, you know what? That was it. We're going to war with Australia.
Well, there's a bonus point that kind of explains a little bit of the issue. Is American Samoa were plagued with passport issues. How many of the original 20-man senior squad were actually eligible to play?
1.
Yes.
Wow.
The goalkeeper is the only one. They also ended up having to use 3 15-year-olds from the youth team. So the 31-0 seeming a little bit more.
I would guess the senior team is not that good, by the way.
Controversially, at the end of the penultimate round, Joe has a half-point lead.
Wow.
Wow.
4.5, 4. So this question matters, Anders.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do my best.
Shirt swapping between players was officially prohibited by FIFA in 1986. Can you tell me why? You could just go for it for 2 points, or I can give you the multiple choice and it would be a 1-pointer.
Give me the choices.
Okay, was it a shirt-selling scandal? Fat supporters started doing the same. Female supporters started doing the same. FIFA simply disliked topless men, or no reason was ever given.
No reason was ever given.
I'm afraid it was given. It was because FIFA didn't want players to bare their chests on the field.
That's
I mean, if you'd
Sounds
been
like an
there.
American thing.
Okay, so this is your. There's actually a real quick fire finisher off just to see
Okay.
if you get your last legit question.
Yeah.
Which is the only team to have played in every World Cup? Would you like your multiple choice?
I'm going to eliminate England because they didn't play in the one that. Go ahead. I'll take the multiple choice.
Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Uruguay, or France?
Uruguay.
Brazil. You would have known that, wouldn't you?
Everybody. Oh, I can't sing that song.
No. How many times have Brazil won for a bonus point?
6 times.
Let him steal.
5.
5, correct.
Wow.
Okay, so Anders has a half-point lead
Yes.
heading into the quick-fire final round.
Okay, this is the final round. This is a nicknames. So I'm going to give you a national team's nickname. You've got to tell me who they are. Les Elephants.
Les Elephants. It's gonna be some African team with a French origin, so it's not Cameroon, Morocco, Algeria.
No, I'm afraid it's the Ivory Coast.
Good logic.
I would have
Good
said
logic.
Algeria. Good,
I like
good guess.
I
Good
like
guess.
It's got aces. If you had aces, you were raised.
Still I can't.
The Three Lions.
That's England.
He takes the lead again.
The Bafana Bafana.
South Africa.
Yes.
Anders takes the lead again.
The Blue Samurai.
Japan.
China. The Azuri.
How is China the Blue Samurai?
I know. Hey, that's what it said on the website, but then again.
Okay.
The Azuri.
Azuri is Italy.
That is correct. The Dothraki.
Hold on. I'm trying to think where they're actually from. What?
Don't everyone laugh, right? You blow my cover.
Westeros?
I think I've probably got to give that to him. It was just,
You have,
yeah.
but it doesn't make any difference because the final score is 6.5 points to Joe Stapleton, 7 points to our superfan Andres.
Wow, that was
Andres deserved it. I mean,
close.
he
That
knew,
was a good
he
game,
knew
man.
his World
Good
Cups.
go. Well done, man. That was
For the longest time, I thought the World Cup was the thing they wore to protect their...
Time's running out, Joe. Take us out.
All right, kid. Thanks a lot. We appreciate you
guys.
being on the show. Andres, the Glitch in the Matrix, Corn. Thanks for being here. Now you can rub this in Nacho's face. That's all the time we've got for this week's episode of Poker in the Ears and the Eyes. Next time, we've got real Panama stories coming for you. I've got a doozy, but it's a little too risque for this Envision version of the show. Other things will be back. Social media, including some social media beefs. James had a good one this week. Movie and TV talk will be back. Go see Logan. You will not regret it. I want to talk about Logan with you guys so bad. For now, that's all the time we've got for this episode of the show. For Andres, for James, for Matt, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.
We're going to play against chance in this hand. Felipe Ramos has just taken a seat at the feature table, so we are going to sweat with Felipe.
The Brazilian sensation.
Cornuth has just called in the small blind. Ramos checks his option. King 5 of hearts is his hand.
You know he's good at poker because he's got like every colored Yankee hat.
Well, he's flop top pair.
I approve of the pre-flop check. I approve of the wardrobe. And blind on blind, we like this even though our kicker is pants.
Cornuth has checked. Ramos is betting 45,000.
A call here doesn't scare me too much. Chance would call with pretty much any pair.
He does call. We go to the turn, which is the Queen of Hearts. Ramos now has a heart draw to go with top pair. And looks like Cornuth is going to lead here.
Yeah, that's a little weird.
Into a pot of 174,000, he bets 97,000.
We can't just fold, though. We've got top pair. And that was T-H-O, by the way, though. We can't fold, though. That's how the kids say it.
Ramos calls. The river is a third queen.
We'd really prefer he didn't bet again.
Cornuth does bet enough to put Ramos all in.
Wow, this is such a sick spot for us. This spot is sicker than the vomit scene from Team America.
What does he do here with a king?
I think Chance is rarely bluffing here, but he just lost a really big pot, and he could be trying to bluff us off a chop. He led the turn, and I don't think a bear king is going to do that. You can't blame us for calling, but I think I like a fold.
I call.
He calls. Cornuth, table's a queen.
Just quads.
Felipe Ramos is eliminated. Hashtag death by quads.
Great to see you. Good game, man.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Cloudy with a chance of quads.
Ramos, our 18th place finisher.
Good game, my man.
Bye, Felicia.
Safe travels, my friend. See you. Oh, Kihiba, man.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via scratch and match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our beginner's bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards, and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Panama and the PokerStars Championship main event, live from the Sortis Hotel Spa and Casino here in gorgeous Panama City. I'm Matt Brown. He is Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my Panamani babies.
And we are down to 9. Just 9 humans left out of the 366 that started.
9. Hit him with the 9.
And this is the 9. These are the 9. Over there's the 9. Short stacks from Michael Leck and Anthony Diot. Top of the table right now, Kenneth Smaran with 2.5 million. Denis Timofeyev and Robin Bosnischek with 2.1. Kind of 3 players that most immediately look to be sitting there or thereabouts in what we like to call the danger zone.
Danger zone!
But Jonathan Abdul-Latif has been all in a couple of times, been called a couple of times, survived a couple of times. But now that we're up to the 12,000, 24,000 with a 4K ante, pressure gonna mount pretty heavily on those guys in the bottom 4.
Danger zone!
Are you everything okay? Right, okay.
Sometimes the button gets stuck.
Sometimes it's just any trigger. It becomes very delicate. You've only got to say anything about Danger Mouse
Danger Zone
being one of my favorite cartoons as a kid.
I'm so often not paying attention that I just have a
you hear the word
like a Google alert.
Yeah, if we ever have anyone in the field called Dan, then we're really in a lot of trouble.
Hello, my babies. Welcome to your final 9 players here in Panama. First ever. Second stop on the PokerStars Championship inaugural year. First time in Panama. Loving it here.
Hope you are loving that part of poker in the ears and eyes. I'm being corrected on 2 things. I'm totally just blaming it on a website I went trolling for information, is as well as the Bulgaria snafu with the runner-up thing. I'm also being told something that seemed really obvious at the time, which was that Blue Samurai is not China. It is Japan.
China?
It's what the website said, and I kind of wasn't really... It was 7 in the morning, to be honest with you. 2 days before I woke up really early, I thought, you know what, I'm not going to get back to sleep. I may as well do some work. I don't know a lot of World Cup trivia. Big as a fan of soccer as I am, I don't really retain that kind of pub quiz trivia. So I just trusted it. I don't think it matters.
I want that Chop Pot T-shirt, hoodie.
Really?
Yeah.
The thing is that I don't think it's the difference between you winning or losing, considering we gave you a pity half
Yeah,
point
because
anyway.
there's just so much. Well, also there's a lot of like handicapping that goes on.
So the fact that you had some basic spelling questions in amongst all the real trivia, I don't know.
Yes.
Under any circumstance.
Also, look, if we could do a behind-the-scenes podcast of a behind-the-scenes podcast.
Right, yeah.
I don't want to win Superfan versus Sticks.
No.
So if things are close, like, look, I knew Brazil was the answer to which team had won the most World Cups or had been in every World Cup. I knew it was Brazil because everybody plays the beautiful game out in Brazil.
Yeah.
And but I don't want to win, so sometimes I throw it. Salmon free betting to 140,000 over the Open of Timofeyev. We've been 9-handed for almost a full level now, right?
Correcto. Yeah, James was wondering whether we'd get through the previous level without losing anyone, and within 6 minutes we were down to the 9. So yeah, best part of a 4 level with these guys. Remind you, there's no more redrawing now. Is that the draw that was done to get onto the last 9 stays the same right the way through all of today, all of tomorrow, until we crown a champion. When it gets down to 1 more elimination and we have just 8, that will become our official registered official final table. We will play today, as I understand the plan, to 6. You're with us in recent years, you know that's how we do things here. Rather than getting down to the final table and ending, we get down to 6, and then we will come back tomorrow from 1 p.m. So whatever you've been doing so far, a lot of confusion over the time zones, whatever you've been doing so far, do that +1.
If you've been here on time.
Yeah.
Pot's shaking up, shaping up, shaking out. Those two things combined are what's happening to this pot. Jimmy Salmon. 3 bets before the flop. Makes a bet on the flop. Smaller than his pre-flop 3-bet. And he's going to get called by Timofeyev. I'm not sure if there's too much information we can glean from the flop action. Relatively small continuation bet, pretty standard in a 3-bet pot.
Yeah, a lot of what you're meant to be doing anyway, regardless.
I think that Jimmy would continue with most of his range. Which I think means that Timofeyev has to see a turn card with most of his. Obviously, the most likely holdings for a pre-flop 3-bet are all the big aces. Ace King and Ace Queen being the 2 most likely suspects. But the big pairs are out there as well. Not sure he fires twice with the big pairs. Kings and queens. Seems like the kind of situation where when you're ahead, you're going to get folds. When you're behind, you're going to get calls. And you're not going to bluff out better.
275,000 does the job. And James Salmon adds to his stack. He is now up to 1.6 million.
Jimmy smoked Salmon.
Yeah. Tyler was like, wow, what happened to Salmon having 2 million? There was a big confrontation much earlier on in the day. He's doing okay, but right now the 2 million men are Kenneth Smarin at the top of the table. Robin Wozniak's been very impressive in that last level, level 22. Showed some bluffs, made some moves. Kind of started the weird trend of just limping in pre-flop and getting a lot of four-way flops. But he has been very impressive. And it's really Jonathan Abdulatif and downwards. He has 29 bigs. Byron Kaverman has 25. Anthony Diot on 8. Just 8 big blinds now. And Michael Leck. The bad news is there's no money jump between 9th and 8th. Both spots get 35,920. To remind you, total prize pool here in Panama of 1.775 million. Top prize here, advertised as $293,860. A question came through from Drugi asking about why hole cards aren't being shown. Because we started the day with more than one table, we are still coming to you as a entirely live broadcast with cards down. We don't, in this penultimate day, stop things, change all the security measures, build up a delay, etc., etc. We stay as we are tomorrow. Overnight, basically, we bring in the builders, we put up some curtains, we get lots of burly men with machine guns in strategic places.
Yep.
And then tomorrow we can bring you the cards up because that security will be installed and ready to protect the integrity.
It also takes us 2 to 3 hours just to learn the secret handshake.
Oh God, just getting past security, there's a lot of different handshakes. And if you get any one of them wrong, you have to go back to the beginning.
Yep.
It's like a video game. It's
You
like,
get it wrong twice, you get shot.
yeah, exactly. And then there's the big boss at the end, and that's really tricky out on the balcony. I don't know what's happening.
I'm practicing the handshake.
Oh, I see.
And up.
And then that's the one. Don't forget the thing Tito did has been incorporated as well now.
Did you see Tito touching you on the arm during the
did.
broadcast?
It's like he touched me and then he just lingered on it and just.
He had no reason to keep touching you.
No. What I'm wondering, the only thing that I can.
And he wasn't touching your watch.
No, me and James watched it. The only thing I can imagine is he went to point to it, and maybe because my watch is like one of those Pebble ones that links to your iPhone. So I'm wondering if he touched my wrist, and then you realize that there was a lot of information because it's got this basic face I have, like gives you temperatures and dates and power and Wi-Fi and stuff. And I think he was maybe just reading my watch because it said a lot more than the time, which is what he was expecting. Or he fell immediately in love with me once he touched my smooth,
that's more what I thought.
Scented, moisturized, and pungent flesh. So I don't know why he touched me so. Although somebody pointed out at the very end of it, I give him a really dominant, over-the-top handshake as if I was trying to claim back my masculinity because he'd said I had a ladies' watch. At the end, I subconsciously tried to take control of the situation in an alpha male fashion. I think basically I was just being clumsy because it's hard to shake hands with a guy you're side to side with. But it was an interesting proposal.
Let's pick things up here. Timofeyev, the original Razor. Got a call from Harpreet Gill out of the cutoff, who is in position for this hand. There's no betting action on the flop. There has been a check raise on the turn, and that check raise is getting called. Nearly 600,000 in the middle as we go to the river, and it is a third diamond. Completes some straights, completes flushes.
Yeah, sweet bit of check raising. The pot was 182 before that. 65 went in, got the check raise up to 200. Drew the call from Gill.
Timofeyev could be a little worried about that diamond after he check raises the turn. Picked up diamond draw would be one of the hands that would snap call on the turn, just like Gill did. Gill, interestingly, can't beat 2 jacks, so he didn't have diamonds. Didn't have queen jack for a gut shot because he would have paired his queen. Tens? Trying to figure out what you snap call there with.
Unless he was getting ready to make a move and the way the river came just ruined all of his
Sure,
plans.
that could be it. Yeah, maybe he was floating the turn,
Yeah.
a really risky float, and he was going to bomb river. Didn't like the diamond himself.
Sylvia picks up a point I went to make last level, which is I don't really know why Harpreet Gill is still wearing his man bag. Sylvia says, why doesn't Gill put his man bag down? It must be so uncomfortable. He's had it on his personal day. Maybe it's just got something really valuable in it, and he just doesn't want to leave out, out of his sight. But yeah, it looks a bit clunky. That would have been straight under the chair as soon as I got out. But each to his own. One man's bag is another man's necklace.
It's an accessory.
It's an accessory. Maybe it's empty. It might not. It might be a dummy bag. It might not even operate as an actual satchel. So, maybe he just likes the feel of the restrictions across himself.
I honestly think what it is poker players carry a lot of money in their bags. They got casino chips, and they got money, they got cash, and they don't want to put it down.
Or he's got his sandwiches in there. Well, this has been snapped. And all in from Michael, who was super short. Diot over the top of that. And then the call from Robin Wozniacek. So we've got ace-king covering the ace-queen and eights player.
We need a queen or some diamonds.
Straight no good?
Yep.
I mean, the eights are ahead right now. But if something fruity comes on the board, we could see a double elimination.
Something fruity like pineapples?
Pineapple sandwiches. Fruit.
Fruity.
It's exciting. Triple up.
Everyone pretty excited. Everyone loved their situation.
Triple up or cripple up.
Yeah, pretty much.
Double elimination situation. Aha!
Huzzah.
From worst to first.
Diot loving life as he gets the 63% mark by his name so far. Remind you, it's Michael Letch is the player at risk. Not even a side pot to dream about.
He's down to 2 outs.
Quickly drink his coffee because they'll charge him for it if he's not in the game. And there is no 8.
Good game.
And that means that Lek is out as our final table bubble boy.
Ship the suck out to Canada. Ace-queen runs down ace-king and 2 8s.
Yep, so 35,920 for Michael. A tremendous showing. But we do now have our official final table of 8 here at the PokerStars Championship main event in Panama. Interesting. It's strange. We've not had too many car crashes like that. The cards just made it happen. The cards made me do it, Joe. I didn't want to, but the cards made me. And we can see Anthony Diot now, the shortest stack, but 23 bigs. Byron Coverman ahead of him with 25. 29 for Jonathan Abdelatif. Harpreet Gill. You can see how close those bottom far are. Then a jump to James Salmon with 68 bigs. Robin Wozniacek with just shy of 2 million. 80 bigs. 2.23 for Denis Timofeyev. And Kenneth Smaran still top of the pile with 2.5 million. Represents 107 big blinds. Average stack 1.2. So 4 of the players clear, 4 of the players underneath.
Your boy, the chip leader, Ken Smaran, opening this pot to 55,000. Onto the old luck box over here. The dream Diotti. Diotti folds the button. Wozniacek in the small blind. Calls Timofeyev. Getting some pretty sweet pre-flop pot odds. Coming along for the ride.
Why not? You're not in a great spot, but life could be much simpler. 5, 6, 7, 2 clubs. Hit it or don't hit it. It's as simple as that. Of course, all of the momentum with Kenneth Smaran. Pre-flop raiser could try and take control of it. Opts to check it. 3-way to the turn. The jack of spades.
Hey, that's justice for the ace-king versus ace-queen.
There's still conversation around the room about the ace-king, ace-queen, pocket eights hand. Check, check, check. Everyone has quite simply lost interest in this. A deuce and a third club on the end seems unlikely to do much other than give someone perhaps the confidence to take a showdown with a small pair. Timofeyev has got the opportunity to steal it here if he thinks that a bet will get rid of his opponents. Or is it a trap? Opportunity sensed and grasped by Dennis. 110,000 to call. Bit over half the pot. We're going to get to see it. Wozniacek still, of course, in the way. Might have something he thinks is getting the value to take a look. Or suddenly just pull out one of those crazy wicked moves.
Wicked move. Have things been relatively passive most of the time, like they were in the first level of the day? So a lot of checking around on streets.
Yeah, a lot of passive stuff. The odd kind of spike, but pretty kind of solidly just getting the job done. Nobody's really done much. Wozniacek has probably been the more unusually aggressive outside of what you would just expect, statistically speaking. Obviously, the likes of Diot and Lek, who obviously now is left, you know, were just sort of sitting tight. Love this.
That's a move.
That's definitely a move, and definitely familiar territory.
It's a flush.
Timofeyev got to stare this down, and if it isn't a flush, are you absolutely sure, players? Are you happy to call him and show the jack? Are you happy to have some tiny piece of this board that's brave enough?
This is a flush. If this is not a flush, I will eat my hat. I should warn you, however, my hat is a delicious empanada.
The only problem is we saw him do a very similar move like this a little while back, and then he showed a complete bluff that was a 7-8. This time, I believe, he's got the goods.
Man, I really wanted to eat my hat.
Oh, man.
Starving.
And that's the beauty of the move we saw in the last level, where he pushed on this aggression in quite a tricky spot where you've got a lot of players interested. On that time, he showed the 7-8 and had absolutely nothing. This time he has. Stone cold flush, second nuts. And that is superb for Robin Wozniacek. Gets him into first spot now. He has just taken over the lead from Ken Smaran for the first time. 2.47 versus 2.41. Timofeyev with 1.89 million. Bingo, bango, and Mai Tai venture bongo. Still an hour on the clock. We're going to step away because next door neighbors, the high roller, still got some superstars of poker. We thought it might be worth checking in with those guys just to tickle your fancies. You will find the likes of Stephen Chidwick sitting there next to Sam Chartier. Don't forget that PokerStars blog is a great place if you want to find out a bit more than just staring at the gorgeous faces of Steve O'Dwyer. And
Stephen has many faces.
He has many. Felipe Ramos. Just pointing to his new T-shirt he bought. Very nice.
I thought he was pointing to his new bicep.
100% cotton.
100% cotton bicep.
Bryn Kenny and Daniel Voris. And Sergio Ido. Paul Newey with a, I mean, it's pretty trademark shirt.
For him, that's a quiet one. He must be having an off day.
That's pretty decent nonetheless. And then it is the chip leader. Changed his name from Luke to Sam overnight.
There
Sam
he is.
Greenwood. There are 24 players left in the 10K high roller, incidentally. 15 will pick up some money. 274,740 first prize. Just short of our first prize here in the main event. Plenty going on here in Panama. And to remind you what James was talking about is that there's a leaderboard across all of the events that have taken place, and there'll be a champion of champions here. Somebody who will be top of the leaderboard across all the events here. Already we know Bryn Kenny is going forward as the best of the best from the Bahamas. And at the beginning of 2018, all of these leaderboard champs will come together for a big tourney.
Matt, who won the Bahamas?
Who won the Bahamas?
Yeah.
What, the whole of the Bahamas?
The PokerStars Championship main event in the Bahamas?
Don't know. You know
Wait,
my memory.
It was Johnny Bax. It was Christian Harder.
Christian Harder.
Christian Harder.
Well done. Man, I mean, you're just throwing us both under the bus asking questions like that without James in the room. Sebastian Mallets? Elke?
I'm going to make it a point to remember all of the PokerStars Championship winners.
Christian Harder. Oh, sorry. Sorry, the moment's gone now, hasn't it?
I'm going to recite them like the little girl from Game of Thrones. Christian Harder. Kenneth Smarin. I mean, there's only two, so, well, one. Just taking a guess, Kenneth Smarin. I don't know anything about what's going to happen,
I was going to
guys.
say, I mean, there's security delays, and then you're sitting here with me, but you already are from the future. This one instantly raised up by the aforementioned, perhaps, champion to be. Certainly, it's 7-1. 55,000 raised from Kenneth Smaron, called by Timofeyev. There's a 8 high flop, 8-6-3, 2 hearts on board,
That's
178.
my favorite flop.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 8-6-3, 2 hearts. Doesn't happen very often.
Smitty's saying, was that my bonus high roller coverage? Yeah, that was it. I hope you enjoyed it.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. Thanks, Smitty. We knew you'd ask, so before you asked, we thought we'd get in there first and show you some of the action. You are incredibly welcome.
Nice bet, Dennis. Hey, Dennis, where's Mac and Sweet D, huh? Where's Mac and Sweet D, Dennis?
That's going to be some American cultural reference I don't get.
It is.
Correct. Timofeyev, 1.8 million, best part thereof right now. Again, it's a table of 2 halves. We've got 4 of the 8 players over 1.5 million, and half the table 700-ish and under. But, okay, got an hour on the level. No particular pressure. It's, you know, 8-handed, so people can take their time a bit more. Don't panic is what I'm trying to say. Don't panic.
So there's this really famous comedian in the States. His name's Chris D'Elia.
Uh-huh.
And I have personal beef with him. And I'm not a huge fan of his comedy, but I will admit that he's very good.
When you say you have personal beef, does he know of you? Or
I don't,
you mean
I don't
you
think
just...
I don't think he knows me. We live in the same neighborhood, but he tried to hook up with one of my exes once in a very creepy way, and also one of my good friends.
Gotcha.
And he has a podcast now, and he opened his last podcast. My friend informs me by saying, "Hello, my babies."
Now, as funny enough, we had a conversation, myself and James. If you steal from a thief, does that make you a thief?
I don't understand what relevance this has.
Well, only because you have previously told me that "Hello, my babies" is kind of a derivation of someone else's.
No, that's Uncle Daddy.
Oh, Uncle Daddy. Uncle Daddy. Sorry.
Hello, my babies came from a friend of mine who was doing a show, a one-man show called I Am Not Mark Twain, where he dressed up like Mark Twain and told and basically it was like a monologue, like a 45-minute monologue. And he would be like, I was driving down the road, my babies. And he would occasionally say, my babies, mid-speech. So
Yes,
I
you've
just,
told me that
I
before.
liked that. So I just opened things with like, hello, my babies. But that actual phrase wasn't in the, in the show.
Okay.
But stuff like Danger Zone and all that, obviously, like I didn't come up with that. It's
No.
more of a reference than I'm not trying to take credit for
No,
those
that's fine.
jokes.
And what do you plan to do about this theft?
Oh, nothing. That's right. J-Cat, he Schumered me. He Amy Schumered me. Rand Grander says, "Hello, My Baby" is a Tin Pan Alley song written in 1899 by the songwriting team of Joseph E. Howard and Ida Emerson, known as Howard and Emerson.
Hello, my baby.
Correct, and I think it's probably fine to sing it.
Yeah, everyone involved in that is most definitely dead.
So we do have some action happening. Go on, Matt.
No, I was going to say, isn't that the song? There's is it Spaceballs or something? There's something
Yeah.
where there's an alien parody where the alien comes out and does the song.
Correct.
That's it. Sorry, that's it. That's all I wanted.
They even
to say.
got John Hurt for the scene, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yes, as my colleague Joe Sableman said, there was action. It was a raise from Ken Smaran to 55. Got the re-raise, I'm sure, after ages from Byron Caverman on the button. He's been pretty quiet. You would give a fair amount of gravity to that re-raise from Byron, I would say, personally. And now it is back on Ken deciding what to do. Joe Carroll saying, now I get the earlier bluff. That's the conversation we had about your boy Robin Vosnicek, where you didn't understand while he showed the 7-8. See, now no one knows what they're doing. Now no one knows what to make of this young lad.
I mean, I knew it was a flush.
You knew it was a flush. But had you been sat with us in the last level, you would have done exactly the same thing where he turned over actually nothing.
I did see that hand, actually, and I did
Now I might have to
see Twitter's reaction. So, Smarin open, Caverman 3-bet, almost a full 3x. And Smarin's just jammed for 2.3 million. He's the second biggest stack at the table. But it's real close between him and Wozniacek. When he wins this pot, he will be the biggest stack at the table. I think he might have been the biggest stack going into this hand. Real close between the two of them, though. Caverman's tournament life on the line. 16 big blinds in his stack.
And we are now at a point where there's a big difference. There's about 12 grand between 8th and 7th spot payout-wise. So, whereas up until this spot, it wouldn't have made any odds. Now, actual real-life money to be considered.
I'm sure that's exactly what Byron's thinking about right now, thinking about his equity in the entire tournament. If he takes a flip here, if he's dominated. He's already won over $1 million this year.
Yeah, lifetime earnings of $9.5 million. But he didn't get to that lifetime earnings without worrying about every 12 grand here and there. Look after the pennies and the pounds will take care of themselves, Joe.
Interesting.
Thank you.
A minute earlier, I would have folded. It's a fun spot.
He looks like he's having fun.
Poker's fun. Being asked, is this live? Yes, top right of your screen, confirmation, live. It just feels like slow motion because Byron Caverman is in the hand. He's gone for it.
I have a small pair.
And a small pair. Sick brag. Threes versus King Jack. It's kind of, it might as well be Ace King versus Queens. King Jack versus Pocket Trays. Not quite so sexually exciting.
Speaking of, like giving versus receiving, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Perfect.
What? Wasn't the plan.
Three's the slight favorite.
Oh, man. And the diamonds of no use to the King Jack. Don't stand up just yet. Don't you stand
I think
up.
unless we're chopping, that is going to be it.
That's a pretty strong flop, let's be honest. It was the best hand pre, so that's going to be drawing dead, and we are going to lose in 8th spot. Byron Caverman with 35,920 for his troubles.
And the table can breathe a sigh of relief as we lose our most experienced live player, our most accomplished live player, I should say.
Because somebody told me something about him, like, because I've never really played with him much live, which is weird because we played a lot of the same tournaments in high rollers. But like, I've never really been to this table except like one time. And somebody told me something that, but I couldn't fucking like get the camera chips. Something he was capable of doing. Don't matter. Hands over. I won. He lost. He won. He won.
Wow. Easy peasy. And there we see Kenneth back up nearly 3 million in chips now. Jumps ahead of Robin Vosnicek.
Everybody always comments about a hand. Like, they get mad when they get someone shoves or calls them. Who gives a fuck? Like,
Did someone prompt this speech?
It's not something I'm aware of.
I have a reason for why I did it. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're fine. You're fine, man. You're fine. Like, what are you talking about?
There we go.
Lower the shield.
He definitely feels guilty about something.
I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks.
Nobody said anything.
We can't believe you did that.
Unbelievable with the pocket threes. What are you thinking? That guy could do with one of our pineapple sandwiches. So fruity and yet still full of carbs. They do it toasted as well, Joe, with cheese.
A pineapple sandwich toasted?
Yeah.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people, you know, like there's like a huge
movement
against like pineapples on pizza.
It's like having raisins in curry. That's a big issue.
Doesn't bother me.
It's fine.
That's it for you, man.
I know on paper it makes no sense, but if it tastes good, it feels good, do it. Yeah, just do it. So everyone now, incidentally, worth mentioning, guaranteed a payout of at least 48,520 now that we are 7 and up. Big jumps now. It goes from 48.5 to 65.5, goes to 88.5. Top prize, 293,860. Unless there's some incredible 6-way all-in, we aren't going to get to that today.
Smarin, still stacking chips or?
Unbelievable.
No, just another pot. I mean, guys, I don't know. Like, I just. Oh, well.
Abdul Latif gone private detective there.
What? I mean, let's hope it was. He's a fan of the logo. You know, there's cameras everywhere, buddy.
Jonathan, you want to watch out. I don't know what that bit of spy work was.
Oh boy.
Oops.
Oh boy.
Ed Kilworth, lots of dishes have fruit in them. Thanks, Ed. Always great to have your input.
Oh, 24, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was too busy taking a picture of your
of
logo.
Some people. Paul Walsh, very much not a fan of the pineapple sandwich idea. I mean, he's been quite hard about it. I think it's quite a delicious idea myself. I think toasted is going to work for me better than just floppy bread. Timofeyev has made it 55,000. Old money bags. Kenneth Smaran is like, just whatever.
Kenneth Smaran doesn't care what you think.
It's like Honey Badger. He's the Honey Badger of Panama. That's a good nickname, actually. I quite like that. Like the. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. No one else is going to pick it up. Smitty is loving life in the free roll. Good. Do enjoy yourselves if you're still playing. There were a few boasts coming through when people were cashing in the free roll. Always good to see. He is 70th of 745. Good luck to all the players still in that. Last chance tomorrow. We don't know how long we're going to have on the day now because we are very much about losing one more player. We've got 3 players 30 big blinds and under. It could happen quickly. It could take hours. But just in case it happens soon, remind you that tomorrow we will be back an hour later than today with the delay, with the cards up.
Ace is going to be quite good.
Blinds and antes take a long while to get gathered up. It's like
it's a hard job.
Sometimes that takes longer than the actual hand.
Especially three-handed and heads up. When we were doing the rehearsal, and Clara was dealing for us, and I was at the table and we were three-handed, I was like, guys, this is just so much work for her. Can we just stop now? She's not even done dealing the cards and 2 people have folded. It's just...
Software is saying, does anybody even know what the argument was about? It wasn't really an argument. No one called Smaran a donkey. I guess he just felt a bit silly about when he got called and said, I've got a small pair, which was fine. And then he improved to trips, which was fine. And I don't know why he suddenly went into defensive mode and everyone was like, whoa, buddy, get the shields down. The thing is, just the fact you make the move, you could have anything in your hand. It really doesn't matter. The fact you got called and had to show it, that obviously slightly blows your cover. Jonathan Abdul-Latif taking one down there. He's 32 big blinds now. One of the 3 players down the bottom of our remaining 7. Harpreet Gill behind him with 622,000. That's 25 bigs. And Anthony Diotte, the shortest stack at the table, 488,000. Equates to 20 bigs with 48 minutes on this level.
We'll do it at the next level. Start the next level. Yeah. If there is one. If there is one.
Lathe is saying, do you actually have to wait for your turn before you look at your cards? No.
Nope.
As soon as you're dealt them, you can look at one when it gets dealt to you if you want, and then wait for the other one to come up.
One of the first pieces of poker advice I ever got from a 2-4 limit player, that's $2, $4 limit, said don't look at your cards one at a time. You're more likely to play hands you shouldn't.
Because you get excited about the king, and
Right.
then along comes the 7, and you go, king!
Let's do it anyway.
King. I don't mind that advice. A raise from Moneybag Smaran, 50,000. All in from Diotte. Anthony in the small blind, going to put it all on the line.
The dream, Diotte. Yeah, and this is the same guy, though, the same game where I accidentally, exposed, an ace-3 I was folding or something, and the whole table was aghast because it's a jackpot place, a bad beat jackpot.
Oh, I
so
see.
you have to play every ace you're dealt.
Like 2.
I love those places.
3 strikes, they double. What happened to
You really think you're going to double versus me?
Oh, maybe not against you. What happened to the wedgie? There was a promise of a wedgie.
When he gets up, he's getting a wedgie.
He's getting a wedgie?
Yeah, for sure.
You better gain about 100 pounds first.
I don't need to gain 100 pounds.
He's from Philly, man. I don't know. He might know
Some moves.
some Philly moves, right?
Yeah.
How do you think that Liberty Bell got cracked?
Covert wedgie techniques. Yeah, like ninja wedge master.
What are your thoughts on people from Philly?
Well, I would insult them, but they're such human garbage bags, they'll probably throw a brick through my window. Oh, I should not have said that. I should not have just said that.
So
That
I'm
was
here
not
with
smart.
James Hardigan in the booth. give you his home address, postcode, and direct number shortly. Joe will be joining me again in a little while. Big fan of the Philly crew. Philly Flash. James will be somewhere enjoying that joke. That's my second Superman 3 reference this week. I don't do them often, but 2 have just come through quite naturally. It's always pleasing on the mouth. Ken Smarren makes it 63,000 while I'm busy being ignored by audience and co-commentators alike. Dennis in
you
the
didn't
big
want me to
blind.
go running with that in the mouth.
No, I know. It was a. I'd like to test you every now and then.
Can we fist bump or is that's not illegal?
The only problem, Nick, with the Philly cheesesteak is it's just so hard to eat without just totally getting in a mess. I always seem to run into those in like a street market and just regret it as grease just runs down my elbows, thinking, how does anyone eat this food?
My guess is that you've probably never had an authentic Philly cheesesteak.
You're probably right.
Because technically a Philly cheesesteak is supposed to have cheese whiz on it.
Did you get my cheese whiz, boy?
Yes.
Is that like out of a can?
Basically, yes.
I only know it because there's a line in Blues Brothers where a guy goes, "Did you get my cheese whiz, boy?" And he throws him a can of like aerosol.
Yes. Cheese whiz is basically nacho cheese. It's not supposed to technically have. Most nice Philly cheesesteaks places have sliced cheese. They put it on top of the steak. They melt it in. It's all gooey.
Yeah.
Cheese whiz, is liquid cheese. You don't have to melt it.
It sounds just appalling. Who invented it? What was happening in the world where somebody went, do you know what we need? We need to somehow... You see this cheese, Dave? You see this cheese? We need to get this cheese here. We need to somehow get it into one of these. This spray can. I want you and your team to work on it. You got 2 months. You got $3,000. I need to get this cheese into this can. Come back to me. I don't want to hear from you until
That's a negative way of looking at it, Matt. Maybe some scientists were working on the cure for cancer and accidentally came up with canned cheese as a byproduct, like they did with Viagra.
So the product manager turned up, said, any progress? No, nothing whatsoever. By the way, what's that? That's nothing? That's just an accident. Well, tell me about that. Tell me about that. I've got to go back to the board. Well,
We need something to show the guys upstairs.
Well, we were just playing around with, dispersal systems, and well, Gary, he just had some cheese in his sandwich. So anyway, don't worry about it. It's cheese in a can. Well, look, tell me more about that. And that
here at Kraft Cancer Research.
And they went, do you know what? We're not so good at the first bit, but boy, can we put dairy products into inappropriate containers. Well, I enjoyed that. We're back with you now, everybody. Every now and then we just have to go away. Just go away and have some fun. We're back now. Smarren has made it 62,000, being called by Robin Wozniacek on the button. Remind you, we're down to the last 7 players. Just one more player to exit, and then that's a wrap for today. Day 5 will conclude with 6 final tablists left.
Ms. Proppet on Twitch says, Joe Stapleton, I'm a London resident from Philadelphia who's currently searching the web for your address. If you're going to throw a brick at my apartment in California and Los Angeles, you're going to have to do a good job to miss the bullet holes. So
make sure you wrap the brick in cheese.
And that is a completely true statement.
Actions on Dennis here. He is considering his position, the price, his opponents. What's for dinner?
There was a high-speed chase that ended in the intersection where my apartment building is in LA a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy ended the chase. It was in a convertible by standing up out of the convertible and raising his fist in the air and screaming, I did it for the swag. And when the cops were arresting him, they said, are you on drugs? And his response was, what is drugs?
I'm definitely never visiting you.
James had to stay with me once when his flight got canceled. I made him eat Taco Bell. You know what? He liked it. To bring it back to cheese. Let's catch up.
Yeah, there's been a re-raise. Just as I said that Timofeyev was thinking about his options and all the other stuff, he made a nice little cheeky re-raise, got rid of everybody. And he is sitting pretty with over 2 million now. One of 3 players over 2 million. He's got 2.14. Robin Wozniacek has got 2.3 and nearly 3 million for Kenneth Smaran. Ego Sova says, hello from Russia. Hello, Russia. Go Timofeyev. Yeah. I hear you. A lot of players to like here, I got to be honest. Don't know so much about Harpreet Gill. He only came into our sort of vision the beginning of the day. Anthony Diot has never really had enough chips to get much of a feel for his game, but Abdul Latif, Salmon, Timofeyev, Wozniacek, Smaran, we've seen a lot of these guys in the last few days. Excellent players. Good fun to watch. Nice and fast as well. Aggressive when they need to be. Lunastonk popped up in Twitter. Don't forget hashtag PokerStars TV with an interesting thought about how to save time that just the player on the button should pay the antes for the whole table. I get you. The only problem is if somebody gets moved, they're going to ask for a refund. I mean, I know we don't have that problem now. We're down to 7. But if somebody leaves, do they feel somehow they want to work backwards and see if they've still got a chip in a chair?
It seems like, yeah, there are some scenarios where it might not work out the right way. But that's how we did on the big game.
Yeah.
When it's one table, 6 people, and it's a cash game, the button ante would pay $600.
Yeah.
$100 for each player.
Yeah, I think there are situations where clever little shortcuts like that really help. Sometimes it just complicates things, especially if you've got someone who's not super cool and wants to make a fuss. This was a raise, incidentally. Ken, under the gun +1, made it 6,200. Got a call from James Salmon's big blind defense. He's been pretty quiet for a while now. A flop, King 7 deuce, 2 diamonds brought a continuation from Ken of 55,000. James called, and this is where we are now. 9 of spades on the turn, 274,000 in the middle. James once again opening the door. It was a check call post flop from James Salmon, and now Smaran slows down a tad. 3rd diamond.
Check, right?
Check.
Yeah. Smaran missed the flop. Maybe could have got a fold in the end. Probably not, though, with the line he was taking. He would have had to really sell his story.
Yeah, probably more times than not an unprofitable move to even attempt it. Just happy to give up, check it down. Now, canned whole chicken. Is this a real thing, Joe? Because Dana Craven is throwing that into the mix as worse than nacho cheese. How do you can a whole chicken? You mean like a roast chicken with legs and breasts and everything? Is that what a can?
Maybe she means the can is a solid piece of chicken.
Ah, okay.
Like reconstituted.
Oh,
hey,
man.
here's to you,
Oh,
Mrs. Robinson.
Oh, I could really do with one of those. Look at that. Smooth.
Red wine at a poker table never looks right. Unless it's Jennifer Tilly. I mean, come on. What is that?
Oh, see, that works for me right now.
I mean, I'm a complete alcoholic, so it looks delicious. However.
Delicious. That red wine. How was it, sir? It looks delicious. I have a bottle. What's your most delicious looking red wine?
I mean, Matt was at dinner with me last night. I would just put my empty glass out, and they'd go red or white, and I just go, just pour it.
The worst thing was at one point there was about a centimeter of white, and he was like, the red, no, just, it was like, again, Blues Brothers, just pour it. Just pour it. And you ended up with like a glass of this kind of almost orange wine. I said, Joe, glug, 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 fill it up again. And there are people in the world say, well, you shouldn't ever add wine to wine, because obviously they are, no, give me a straw. Undergun raise here from Kenneth Smaran. Round to Dennis.
Smaran.
That is a 3-bet to raise up to 175. Again, the yellows 25s. The blues are 5s. A nice big healthy chunky yellows will get the job done most of the time. Classy final table, says I be smoking. Hey, do you know what?
Chin chin.
Chin chin, exactly. Salut. It's been quite social, quite chit-chatty, considering the different range of nations represented, as always, at our events, but here on our final 7.
And you know who I trust as an authority as to what be classy?
Yeah.
A man whose screen name is I Be Smoking. The authority on class.
Being sent some clips explaining the idea of chicken in a can. It looks absolutely appalling. Thanks for that. Re-raise 175 has got through Jonathan Abdelatif. And now the small blind of James Salmon.
Still have the big blind to act. He's out of there. Back to the original raiser, who fold. Oh no, he is not fold. He's reaching for big chips.
Oh man, this can of chicken. Oh my God. That's like a Ridley Scott film.
One of the good ones.
Man, that's like John Carpenter's The Thing. I'm waiting for the legs to grow out of that and it to walk across the plate.
Can you go back to the part where it fell out of the can?
I don't really want to. Let's just give me a minute to recover. Oh, that's
that looks like a chicken accidentally stuck its head in a tin can. Big pot brewing over here. 414,000 in the middle. Jack 9-7, 2 clubs. I would prefer, by the way, the liquid cheese in a can to chicken in a can.
I agree.
And it's not even a race.
I've only just found out that both things exist. Here's the unboxing that you requested.
Thank
just
you. I'm trying to watch the poker at the same time.
Well, it's just changes.
But that's it. That's the...
Check, check. We get a free... Oh, hello. Hello now. 2 spades, 2 clubs, 7, 8, 9, jack. People eat that?
I mean, not that I've ever heard of.
Smarin trying to work out what to make of this. Going to get back on the offensive.
And Smarin's turn bet gets the job done.
Nice. Nicely done. Just for a minute there, Timofeyev was trying to take control of it, and then Smarin wrestled it back. Thank you ever so much. Don't forget PokerStars TV on Twitter. Always appreciate your interaction. Please, no more pictures of canned chicken. In stark contrast to chicken in a can, the PokerStars Championship moves to Sochi. The Sochi Casino and Resort, the biggest poker tournament ever held in Russia, due to come on the 20th to 31st of May. You can qualify now on PokerStars for that main event. There's a guaranteed prize pool of approximately $2.6 million.
At PokerStars Championship Russia, chicken cans you.
Wow.
Think about that.
Just think about that. Let's just think about that for a second. Whew.
I suppose if we were in a Walking Dead type situation, chicken in a can would be like a real treat.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean...
That would be interesting on the show, like the one food people still won't eat. They're like, no, I'm good. Sardines? No thanks. Marmite? Ugh. I'd rather starve. Hijack versus Big Blind.
Yeah, 55,000 from the hijack. Timofeyev been called by Ken Smarin, who seems to be playing pretty much every single hand since he became a giant at the table. Ace, 8, 4, 2 diamonds down, 150,000. Check to Timofeyev. 6 of clubs on the turn. 240,000 to fight over. Big blind checks. Got a feel for Joe on Twitter who said goodnight, was off to bed, and then saw the chicken. Good luck getting to sleep with that in your mind. Absolute nightmares guaranteed.
Just watch the blood test scene from The Thing if you want to watch something less disgusting.
Yeah, yeah. To cleanse the brain palate, as it were. Timofeyev dragging some of those 25,000 chips into action here.
Yes. 175,000 into a pot of 240. Get out of my pot is what this bet says. But no. Yet he persisted.
Jack of clubs on the river, 590,000 in the pot.
Smarin checks.
I mean, is this just expert milking from Farmer Smarin? Or is
This is when the cow milks itself?
Yeah. Red Wolf points out, honey badger don't care. Smarin is our Panama honey badger. Get rid of him if you can. He's either got all the cards right now or all the moves. Hasn't put a foot wrong for a while. Wonder if this will be one of those pots that comes back to bite him.
This seems like a tough spot to go for thin value when you get that bet called on the turn. I think that medium strength hands are just going to check behind here most of the time and hope to win at showdown. I think that Timofeyev at this point could be facing the prospect of having missed. So he may feel inclined to bluff. He may have a total air ball here. A hand like king, queen of diamonds. Something that, you know, that he bet big on the turn, hoping for a fold. Didn't get there in the river. And then, of course, he's got his very strong value hands.
235. I thought it was about... It looked like he made a full motion, then changed his mind, but actually he just looked like he dropped a... Want to make sure I had all the chips. Yeah, oh, look at this. I mean, this is sophistication. I'm considering your raise with a glass of Merlot. 240, excuse me, I missed one of the blues, clearly.
Now this bet drops back down below half pot again. Seems like he wants a call.
That's what he wants you to think, that he thinks you want him to think.
Sure. I mean, I think ace-jack is a strong possibility here for value hands. With the size of this bet, maybe I have to say he's can have ace-king sometimes. It's just weird. That's such a big bet on the turn. It's like hard to get 3 full streets with just an ace. We'll see.
Yep, Smarin makes the call. Ace-5.
It was the bluff.
7.
It was the bluff from Timofeyev. He did semi-bluff the turn, picked up an open-ender, had no equity. I would have guessed that if he were bluffing the river that he would have made that bet a little bit bigger and he probably could have got a bad ace to fold. I feel like he really had a strong read on the hand. On the turn, it seemed like that's exactly what he was doing. He wanted to bet big, get a bad ace to fold. Smarin did not fall for it. and had a pretty, feels like a pretty trivial call on the end with top pair with that size bet. But,
you know, again, I mean, your first instinct when you see the size of the bet from Timofeyev is go, well, it's dropped back down, and it looks like he wants the call, and maybe that was really just the best that Denis Timofeyev could do, is just try and make it look good. But Kenneth Salmon's hand way too strong, now over 3.6 million. Timofeyev is down to 1.4. Still got 4 players over $1.5 million-ish. I'm going to give Timofeyev the extra there to make it easier. And then Jonathan Abdulatif, 708,000. Harpreet Gill, 562. Anthony Diot, 554. 2 players on 23 bigs. 25 minutes on this level. Word reaches me that our colleague, James Hartigan, has made the mistake of looking at the picture of the canned chicken. I only pray he didn't look at the video that Paul sent, because that is a real...
At least the picture, the chicken was intact.
Yeah.
In the video, it just comes spilling out like someone who ate a chicken has just been disemboweled.
Yeah, I mean, I dare you, James Hartigan, to look at Paul Walsh's video and make it all the way to the end without having to look away.
The dream, Diotti.
All in for his last 578,000. There was a raise from Timofeyev. Got called from Harpreet Gill, so this is a great spot because there's that added value. It's an all-in squeeze. Gill's been pretty quiet, pretty tight, so could find himself up against a legit hand. He does fold. All in to call. All or nothing for these 2 players right now. Both short stacked, so...
This could be it.
This could be it.
Why, Canada? Why? Why do it to each other?
It's just silly. There's no reason to do that.
We're fighting over the last Labatt's.
That's a beer.
Ding!
Yes. He looks like a man folding, doesn't he?
He does look like he's folding. I mean, he's had his bag on all day, though. He's ready to go.
He's got his swimming trunks in there and half a Kit Kat. His mum always insists he has those 2 things with him because you never know.
Maybe it's just like having a really skinny girlfriend sitting on your lap all day with her arm around you. Comforting. Like a really weak hug.
Like those man pillows.
Yeah, the body pillow.
The body pillow. So it's all good. We don't lose anybody. Harpreet Gill is down to 20 big blinds. Anthony is up to 712. You can see who has improved on the day. Holy moly, Kenneth Smarren up by 2.5 million on the day. 1.12 million for Robin. It's really just bad news for Timofeyev, who's down nearly 700,000. And Gill, who has lost half his stack.
Kenneth Smarren having a great day and doesn't care what you think about it.
Again, remind you, tomorrow you get the cards up, guys. Tonight, we put up the really thick curtains. We get some guys with sticks and hats. They feel very special. They just want a uniform. It's like that guy out of 300. He just wants a uniform. That's all they want.
I want this to be a part of something.
See, it's such a shame there aren't skits, especially now there's 3 of us, because I see Hartigan as Xerxes. I see me like with the painted on abs, and you just hunched over. And with spears and with shields. It writes itself. We don't even have to make them comedy. We just remake them. I just want to see Hartigan covered in gold with things stuck to his nostrils. Meanwhile, Kenneth Smarren has raised it from the button, 65,000. You're watching PokerStars TV.
He's fairly androgynous. He's like a Ken doll down there.
Smooth. Small blind of Anthony Diot making a decision here. Robin Wozniacek has been a little quiet of late.
Haven't seen a good old-fashioned small blind 3-bet against a button in a while. This old chestnut.
Yeah, there was a time you couldn't move for them.
It's a classic tale.
The guy who was all in the last hand finds himself making that move on the small blind. What's Wozniacek making this? He's smirking because he knows that there's a chance to be an absolute superstar, but
Take my mic off.
lets it go. A lot of people reporting that they've been mentally scarred between the canned chicken and the Hartigan Xerxes crossover. Really can't wait for one more player to get eliminated. Maybe like Google videos of windmills or something just to cleanse your brain. We've put a lot of rubbish in there, some really potent stimuli in the last hour. Go shake hands with an old man. Just try and wash those dirty thoughts away. Action going to be under the gun here on Jonathan Abdulatif.
What are you going to do with that photo, Jonathan, huh? What are you going to do with that photo?
That was really weird. Who was that then, hey? What's that you think you spotted? Action's on James, who doesn't normally tank fold, so one would like to think there's a legit process going on underneath that dapper hat. Yep, sure enough. I tell you what I like about James's actions is he works out exactly what he's going to do in his head. He doesn't start picking up chips and thinking. It's like in his head he's gone, I'm going to make this 70, and then just goes 70 chips, blosh.
Because he's smooth as smoke.
He is smooth. It's very hard to get any kind of reads because he's just immobile. Then he makes his decision, and then he just does it. There's no thinking about it. He doesn't play with his chips and give anything away. There's your change. Heads up to the flop. 204,000 in the middle. 18 minutes on the clock.
The old limp call. I love it.
Yeah. That's something he got off Robin Wozniacek. Now Abdulatif giving it a go. 4-6-7. Eyes down for Badugi.
I think I really like a limp call check raise here. Salmon doesn't bite.
Nice. You're getting ready for tomorrow, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. Abdulatif, who limp called with aces, now sees a 4-card straight out there. He's like, oh boy, I better bet it now. What am I doing?
204,000 in the middle, and now this bet of 104. So 104 for 308. You do the math. Gives it up. One person acknowledged my Badugi reference. Thanks. Thanks, Twitch. And Jonathan Abdulatif climbing out of the danger zone.
Danger zone!
But still on 33 bigs, just behind Anthony. Harpreet Gill currently dangling.
Dangling's out? No.
No. At $500,000-ish. 16 minutes on this level. And then a break. I don't know what's coming after the break. We've used up all the poker in your ears and eyes now, so that's that done.
Whoops.
Seems like a lot of effort for like 3 breaks. James enjoyed the fact that when you signed off, you referred to the poker, the hour-and-a-half poker, as like a break.
Yes, that was
to come
funny.
back.
His joke was funny.
That was, and I think it says a lot about where the value is in the broadcast.
We gotta get through all this poker stuff so that we can go back to talking about soccer.
Being teased with the opportunity to bring you boys and girls at home a PokerStars moment, including perhaps Andre Akari in the shark cage. Would you like that? Press 1 now.
Or Maya Roca, Colombia's all-time #1 money loser.
I say Andre. It's never a bad idea to see Andre Akari.
I think Shark Cage is a wicked underrated poker show. And I'm happy to watch Shark Cage clips, especially if they involve one of the world's nicest human beings, Andre Akari.
Yeah, I think we have made our decision. A raise from Kenneth Smarant to 65,000 has made its way around to the big blind of Jonathan Abdelatif. He's going to defend. 170k up for grabs. 3-5 Jack, all hearts. All hearts. You gotta say, Ken Smurran really is wielding this big stack like a genius. Just keeps getting involved, keeps putting the pressure on. Ginger Jonathan ready to take him down.
I will take you down. I will take you down to Chinatown.
And now the board pairs, the 3 on the turn.
Getula72 says, we getting any new Shark Cage episodes? And I'm going to quote another person on Twitch, Frisheezy, who says, there's still poker shows?
It's an interesting time, boys and girls.
No new Shark Cage. Now, I am being a little pessimistic because we are filming a brand new cash game show from Monaco. Big game-ish. We're going to have an online qualifier, free rolled, no limit, post-flop, pot limit, pre-flop. Should be a good time.
Like that format a lot. I think that's going to be good fun. I'm very excited to see that. I'm ordinarily quite sarcastic and skeptical about such things, but I think that's going to be a very interesting thing to see. So we've got jacks and 3s on the board. We've also got 3 hearts. It's basically an Omaha hand when you think about it, as far as the sort of hands you could expect to bump into.
Big bet there from Abdelatif.
Yeah, 290,000 in the pot, and the bet flew out.
Bet was 234,000.
And just as I was bigging up Kenneth,
I got a block. I mean, you're never blocking that river anyway, so
he
gotta
loses
bet.
one.
Losing value. I just let you.
G.
Check it
Phillips on Twitch says the Shark Cage should be a real cage. Hey.
Yes, yeah.
We're all in a
That'd be
cage
awesome.
if you think about it.
Wow.
The more you know.
Keith Bond points out Jonathan Abdelatif doing well from a short stack. He's now got himself up to 40 big blinds. But, and there's always a but, isn't there? Especially here in Panama. With 12 minutes left on the clock, after that break, blinds going up, average stack changing, and the guy with the 20 big blinds is going to find himself under considerable pressure. Jonathan is now, though, 3rd from the bottom.
That was the original title to that song, by the way, Under Considerable Pressure, but it just...
Under considerable pressure?
Yeah, it, just
yeah, it
didn't
doesn't
really,
scan so well, does
flow.
it? Yeah. Good. I was worried that Robin Wozniacek had got bored of this game. I'll be honest, I'm finding him to be one of the more interesting players. Just kind of got to keep an eye on him. He does things. And back round to Kenneth Smarran, who raised this up under the gun +1 to 65,000. The re-raise was to 151 from the cutoff. Being asked what's tomorrow's free roll password. Ask me tomorrow.
That seems like too many characters.
Well, there's no spaces though, so.
That might fit.
King, Jack, 3, 2 diamonds on board.
There we go. That's a nice wet flop.
Yeah. I like Nick's suggestion that the shark cage should have been an MMA cage with Tito in there. And if you go in there, he just gets to pound on you for like 2 minutes. And if somebody goes into the tank making a decision at the table, their face is just getting mashed by those enormous fridge-sized fists.
I'll tell you guys what about Tito. He wouldn't even have to put his hands on you for it to be like just having a conversation with him is scary. I'm like, what? Like.
Yeah, you know where he touched my arm? This morning I woke up with 3 cracked ribs and a dislocated shoulder.
Did you see how reluctant I was to tell him his answers were wrong in the game?
Yeah. You waited like so long. Like, I'm not going to rush you. Just take as long as you need. Choke? Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, that's the one. Next.
Turns out that is now the official name of Kickstarter. Choke.
76,000 from my boy Robin Wozniacek. I still believe, and that is good. Kenneth is taking a little bit of a kicking here. He's been involved in a few hands have not worked out so well for him. I'm sure that stack of nearly 3.3 million will give him some sort of relief. He can sit on that for a while, let's be honest. And a smooth glass. A little under 10 minutes left on this level, boys and girls. Looks like we... Actually, I'm not going to say that out loud. Not going to even think it.
I think we're going to do it. I think we're going to get down to 6 before the end of this level.
Oh, why did you say that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, actually, no, that's fine to say that. I was going to say the other side of the coin. And then I thought, that's stupid. I'm just tempting fate. The fact you're playing fate at its own game,
yep.
I think there's a really good chance that when I log into my lottery account, I won't have made $1 million while I've been in Panama. Sometimes I'll share this with the audience. I don't think it's wrong. Sometimes play the lottery at home. You know, everyone needs a dream. And when we're overseas, you get an email saying, we have news for you about your ticket, but I can't log in to check it because it senses I'm abroad and won't let me in. So it's
and
like
God forbid you give your wife the password.
I'm not stupid.
She would be gone.
How would I have the chance to move out to a new country and start over if I tell her that I've won 16 million? So I have to wait, but it's like a Schrodinger's cat situation is technically from a quantum physics point of view, until I get back to the UK to check it, I am a millionaire. And I'm also 25 quid up. It's only once I get home I find out I'm 25 quid up.
Little do you know that Matt is actually a millionaire already. He just does this for the benefits.
I do this because
he loves hotels.
And it reminds me how lucky I am to not work. This one has gone up, up, up from Jonathan Abdulatif. It was an under-the-gun raise, obv, from Kenneth, obv. Got round to the button. Jonathan made it 201.
And kind of a big re-raise for imposition.
Yeah, and now Harpreet Gill is considering whether he might have a strong enough hand to make some magic happen for himself. There's the added bonus in there that if he can get one of these players out, if he can find out that Ken Smurran was just mucking about under the gun, or that indeed Jonathan was just being wacky, extra dead money could be in here if that's the way it goes. All that said, I don't need to put a caveat in because he has indeed.
This has got to be really strong.
I think so. I think this is just legit big hand.
Not much more.
Not much more. Classic. Classic come double me up, sunshine.
Continues repping strong.
The rest of the table entirely enjoying that. Probably inappropriately, but you know what? We're all friends here.
There's the call.
There's the call. Is this going to be the end of the day for
Queen
Gold?
9.
Ace Queen. It's about as bad as you could have hoped for.
First 3-bet that you showed me straight up. 100%. 100%. I mean,
Don't tell us why.
Smarin saying that if Gil hadn't shoved, Smarin would have.
Could I not do it again?
I'm not sure what's going on pot odds-wise there.
Could have just folded.
You could have, yeah.
You could have.
280,000.
All in. So sick. It's like you got queen 9.
Abdel Talif called. Abdelatif called.
I mean,
To win 800,000, to win 700,000, yeah, to win 800. Seems risky with Queen 9. He's 3-1 and he was getting 4-1.
Jack 10.
Well,
That's going to be tough.
that is going to be tough. The man said it himself.
I'll take
Put another
I'll
ace
take
up
a
there.
jack.
One more. One more
Let's
ace.
not overdo it.
One more ace.
2% to split, 2% to win it. 2 cards to come.
You're in bad shape.
I'm fucking.
Will we get a sweat on the turn?
This would take Gil to be third from bottom here.
No sweat.
Locks it up on the turn, and that's a sweet spot because it's more than a double up because of that additional dosh in the pot from Ken with his 65K raise, and of course blinds and antes. That is a cool 1 million now for Harpreet Gill. And now Jonathan Abdelatif, who's been solid and entertaining throughout, finds himself in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Just under $500,000. For 3.5 more minutes, that's 20 big blinds. But when we return after the forthcoming break, pressure mountain on the short stack.
If you folded, I have 300K more.
Yeah, I know.
And now the justification.
Who says I'm folding? Well, if you didn't, I have a lot more then. That's true. That's true.
I know. I need it. Yeah, that's a sick flop though.
Elgil Davina says Jonathan knows what he's doing. I got to say, Jonathan Abdelatif has been hugely impressive throughout. And let us not forget, this is the last 7 players from 366.
Never fucking lucky.
Not much more.
Abdelatif too aggressive, says Noob at Poker.
That was a really big re-raise with Queen 9, and it said to me that he didn't want any pre-flop calls, and then what happens is you end up giving yourself better odds to make the call of the shove, which you probably shouldn't have done in the first place.
And you know that the only people that are going to do that is someone with something really decent, unless they're like super tricky. So as you say, you're probably going to always in that spot run into a much better hand for a much better price.
Yeah.
OMG, says Twitch as a generalization. He is very confident though, says Zofware. Yeah, I mean that's a positive. A raise from Timofeyev, 55K to play. Jimmy Smoky Salmon. Raise up to 130.
It's much more standard 3-bet coming from Salmon than the last one we saw.
For sure.
$130?
324,000 in the middle right now. Let's see a flop. 9 of diamonds, Queen of hearts, 7 of diamonds. Fast check from the out of position, Denis Timofeyev.
G. Phillips saying Salmon can't imagine life without Gil. He can't breathe without him.
I mean, it's good. That's the thing, is it's good, you know, and I'm just looking at Joe thinking I can't believe we've been on this table with both Salmon and Gil.
Oh, I
next to
did.
each
I
other.
did that.
Oh, you've done it.
hours ago,
Okay,
yeah.
great. Okay.
But obviously not that exact joke. So
No,
was
that's
good.
fine. That's fine. I'm just thinking that's just there for the taking. You
Yeah.
know, I would be fearing for my friend and colleague Joe Stapleton had he not jumped on that like a trampoline.
It was unlike me to not make that joke every 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I've been here for nearly an hour and a half, and
Right.
you've not mentioned it once.
I think I did it in level 1 today. And
Well, there you are.
let it go.
That's fine. That's a great shot. Love that. Take the blue pill.
Love Sam Jackson.
Yeah, I know.
3 of spades on the end. 324,000 in the middle. And don't forget, everyone, enjoy a can of whole chicken in the break coming up. 20 minutes to try and eat a whole can.
Bro, see, I always
Everyone
get
going to
good.
break.
You
Salmon
can only
settling
beat me if
in.
you're unlucky.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or I get unlucky, you know?
It's like he kicked his shoes off for this hand.
It's fucking over.
225 is the price.
It looked like he was breathing super hard for a second. Maybe that was just the expending of energy moving his chair over and settling in, because he doesn't look like he's freaking out right now. He's one cool dude. I'm not really sure he would have gotten so comfortable if he was thinking about folding. I wonder if this is like a deliberate tank right now. Let's recap the action. He did 3-bet before the flop, did not continue flop, didn't bet turn. Yeah, it's not a very strong line he had.
No.
So I don't love him for a monster here.
But, of course, that does look so passive that then when Timofeyev makes this bet, you go, if you've got something, as Timofeyev totally underestimated.
Yeah, this is a thick, juicy river bet, 225 into 324. So I would be pretty tempted to call here with a hand like jacks or tens with only one overcard out there. For a guy who did not pick up the betting lead on the turn to all of a sudden come out firing and firing big on the river, it's a little suspect.
This is why I could never be a pro player, because my skin is not gonna hold up to that kind of extreme close-up. I'm just
That's the only reason.
I'm just gonna look dreadful. If it wasn't for that, I'd be doing this day in, day out. Not folded just yet, but he's groaning in an uncomfortable way. And look at that. That's the. It looks like he's going to pitch those like an extreme frisbee player.
That looks like he's going to toss in a chip and call.
Yeah. The old switcheroo totally drew me in.
Angel Devil. Call, fold, call, fold.
You bluff me.
Ask him if you fold, will he show you? I saw that on TV in 1999. Very popular.
Oh!
Thank you. Ding! No, he's not giving you anything.
This would be me. If he goes all in or raises, I call. I'm going on break.
Yeah. Can I just, if then, let me just write you a basic program. 10 if.
You just click that call any bet button and
yeah.
AFK.
I'll be at the buffet.
Yeah.
I'll be by the Frankfurters. If he bends those chips, I'm going to be really annoyed. Because we'll have to throw them away and start from scratch. Angry poker. That's what we're watching. Angry poker.
I'd say he's more troubled than angry.
Yeah. Frustrated. Perturbed.
4 minutes in the tank.
And this is very un-James Salmon-like. He's not Brian Coverman. You know, this is out of character for him. And he has to let it go. He's desperate to know what's going on. Gonna find out zilch after 4.5 minutes in the tank on the river.
Gotta be.
In the tank on the river, salmon. I mean, it's just, it's just right in itself. Talking of tanks, it looks like there's going to be some shark cage action coming up for you in the penultimate break, he guessed. So this is how things are looking after that fold. Kenneth Smurran still top of the table with over 3 million. That one takes James Salmon down to 1.4 million. We're going off into a break. Join us in 16 minutes as we continue our coverage here from the PokerStars Championship Panama main event. Back in 15.
We're going to be in the tank with Karen. We'll only see her cards. Ace-7 of diamonds.
Call. Too much. Call.
She limps in the small blind.
All right.
I check.
And Andre checks his option in the big blind.
We're giving Andre a free flop, huh?
Karen pairs her 7. Plus there's 1 diamond out there. She bets.
It's a dry board, so if and when Andre calls, he's going to have a king a lot.
He does call. The turn card is a queen.
Fine with us checking here. Good.
What does Andre do? He checks behind. Power up the cage. We're going to the river. 10 of spades. So various straight and flush draw combos get there on the end.
I'm all for just giving it up here and not getting sent to the cage by trying to bluff again.
She checks.
Of course, now we're probably going to face a bet from Andre, and we could still get sent to the cage.
Yeah, we don't know if this is a value bet or a bluff.
Karen's got to ask herself, how did I get here?
I presume she flew.
But seriously, she's got to ask herself which is more embarrassing, going to the cage again or just losing a hand. Honestly, I think she's losing, but I don't want to be responsible for her going back to the cage. She's already steaming.
And she's running out of time. Karen's played a time bank chip.
Oh, look, guys, there's something going on.
I still don't know about this one.
Yeah, pay attention.
As someone who doesn't actually have to go into the cage if I'm wrong, I think Andre's almost always got us here. As someone who's afraid that Karen's steam rage may cause her to destroy the cage with a devastating Norwegian kick punch, I think she should just pay it off.
I just don't want to go in the cage.
She calls. Andre shows value.
Told ya.
He paired his queen on the turn.
I don't want to say that Karen's steaming, but I'm pretty sure you could cook clams in her ears.
Andre not that far behind Ronnie now in the chip stakes. And the blinds are going up to 12,000, 24,000 with an 8,000 ante. Actions on our qualifier, 6-4 offsuit. Karen folds. Decent ace for Andre. He raises. Fatima with the same hand, only it's suited. So she re-raises. Leo folds Jack 10. Ronnie in the big blind. Also passes.
How many chips do you have left?
I had like 770, I think.
I don't think either of these players will fold, so most of the time I think this is going to be a pretty long build-up to a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot. Ten seconds. And Andre requests more time.
Gotta be thinking about putting in another bet.
All you can eat. And he's got Fatima covered.
Fatima knows Andre's not going to be doing this super light, so she's trying to figure out how often he's going to be ahead. But I don't see her folding.
Time is ticking away. And Fatima folds!
Wow. No, you did not just fold.
I think I made a good fold.
You didn't.
No, I was like, I had a close. Yes. Yeah.
Andre coming on strong like a cheap cologne.
With that hand, he takes the chip lead.
Andre Akari.
I know Andre Akari very well.
Yeah, he's a tough opponent.
He's like the Negreanu of Brazil. He's just a legend.
He's a good player, unfortunately.
Andre is slowly getting stronger and stronger.
I'm the chip leader right now. I have a lot of chips, but you have to play in the right way. My job is think what they are thinking.
He's an extroverted person.
When you talk to somebody, you can get much more information.
Trustworthy.
Poker is about bluff, you know?
I love the guy. He's kind, sweethearted guy.
And then I take advantage of these guys. It's horrible, but that's what it is, and that's poker. I raise.
Re-raise coming from Andre.
Yeah, you do, Andre. Yeah, you do.
He's got Queen 10 suited, so he's got Ronnie dominated. Fatima folds. As does Leo. Action back on Ronnie.
This call would be a little loose.
He does call.
Here we go. Juicy, juicy.
Lucy, Lucy.
So both players with a pair of 10s, and this time it's Ronnie who's got kicker problems.
Ronnie, you kicker. It's no good, boss.
Andre bets. And Ronnie does not fold his pair.
No way, guy.
Turn card is a king. Both players now with straight draws to go with their pairs.
Andre could bet again, but maybe figures Ronnie's never folding at this point. Lots of hands just improved or picked up equity.
Goes check, check. Could be cage time as we go to the river. It's a 6. So the board is bricked out for Mr. Barda.
When Andre checks back the turn, he's usually going to have showdown value, and there's a lot of showdown value that's got Ronnie beat. So Ronnie might think he's got a bluff at this, which means... Yes!
He's playing the bluff card. And he bets pretty big.
Yeah, Ronnie's made this a pretty difficult decision for Andre to call. But I just don't know if I'm ever folding to any river bet at all in this show. The whole shark cage concept is a real jerk move.
So just to be clear, Andre has the best hand. If he folds, he's going in the cage. But if he calls, we are reuniting Ronnie with his favorite place on earth. Andre folds!
Uh-oh.
Ronnie shows the bluff card.
I think I might be bluffing.
And yes, he got the best hand to fold.
Yeah.
And that means Andre Akari is going behind bars.
We need somebody there, right?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Two dimes. Don't forget my 2 dimes. 2K.
Ronnie gets a bluff bonus.
Andre, I'll wait for you.
Take the money. I'm going shopping with you, baby. Yeah. We can buy her dinner now. See, you can come with us. And Andre's
Going
invited too.
shopping with you. I feel so excluded from this.
You could join even if you didn't
I feel
win.
like the third wheel, to say the least.
Well, you have to come for protection from her, because if I'm alone with her, I'm gonna, you know.
What?
I should bet the turn. It's my fault that I'm here.
Story gets sadder and sadder.
In the cage! How do you feel, buddy? He's taking selfies in the cage.
The PokerStars.net shark cage finally has another captive. And this time, it's a shark. Having floundered at that bar to bluff, Andre Akari is facing a frustrating future behind bars. And the others couldn't be happier.
It's good to have the chip leader out of the way.
It really felt good to put that Brazilian right in the cage and gain $2,000, which was nice. 2 dimes. Don't forget my 2 dimes. 2K.
When he turned over the bluff card, so it's terrible the fan. I'm gonna have to watch the action from that cage, you know? It's horrible.
Must have been very satisfying to Ronnie, you know, to send someone to the cage, someone else than himself.
In the cage! How do you feel, buddy? It's redemption time, and I'm back for it. Is he back?
Yeah.
Release the Akarakan. Akarakan.
Almost.
And this is our new contender for This Is Love. Love at first sight. Oh, no, not.
Now I'm angry.
I think you did well there.
How'd you feel in that cage?
I feel good.
Felt good, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good. You're not on tilt anymore. It makes you relax, you know.
No way.
That's the good thing about the cage. You're like, what? But you have to get to cool down for like a round.
You can think in your life, you know, like the mistakes that you're doing.
You do, yeah. Think your life over.
Andre first to act here. Ace-8.
Man, if Andre starts bossing it any harder, he's gonna have to grow a Ron Swanson mustache.
He raises. Pocket 4s for Fatima. And she is all in.
Let's go. Let's wake up here. It's the spot to wake up.
You have to go to the cage right now.
I'm just look. Let me see if I got it. Wow,
You wanna look more aggressive?
No, I don't. I want to look sweet and very nice and...
Ronnie's passed.
Well, knowing what the cards are, I think Andre should call. Sometimes he would be dominated, though.
I wonder what you have.
600 and then?
605 total.
Okay, call.
He calls and we're off to the races. Fatima at risk.
Like Lil Sebastian versus JJ's Waffles.
What? That's so close.
We can bring in guest dealer Perd Hapley.
No, I can't use up my time bank. I will need them.
Confidence.
I don't want pity, guys.
It's a deal.
2 aces in your face.
Ace 7. Ace of clubs. Ace of
No.
diamonds. 7 of diamonds.
No pity. No pity. Yeah. I am the only player with a diamond.
True.
Just the funniest one would be an 8 now, where it's like, yes. Oh, it's a 6.
Fatima with 2 outs.
That was that.
She needs a 4 on the river. It's a queen.
A diamond.
And Fatima exits in 4th place.
Swords. No problem. Sorry. See you in the room, honey. Yeah. You can kick their asses.
Hey, good game, honey.
Have fun.
Thanks, hon.
So Fatima falls to Andre, who increases his chip lead. Leo folding an ace.
Huh.
All in.
Ronnie shoving with Jack 7.
I call.
And Andre calls with ace 4.
Well, we know there's an ace and a 4 missing. Doesn't help Ronnie much, though.
He's at risk and behind.
1 million from the small kid.
He's not that small.
He meant the small blind, you dingus.
Good luck, kid.
Well, things just got real.
Well, the flop gives them both a pair.
We got a sweat at least. We didn't flop dead.
But Andre's a 4-1 favorite.
7 or a jizzle banger one time.
We're not gonna bleep that?
Jizzle banger.
Guess not.
What's a jizzle banger?
Still.
God.
Ronnie needs a jack or a 7.
If this is the river, do it.
5 outs.
God, it's...
Yeah, you should have run it twice so you can do it again.
Yeah, run it twice. No, run it once because a 7 ball's hitting the river. And I'm going to go over and jump on people if it happens. If it doesn't, I'm going to jump off the roof.
The river is a 10.
I'm gonna bolt the door to the roof. You take his shoelaces and belt.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sorry for choking you there.
It was a pleasure.
Good luck, man.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So Ronnie's out, leaving Andre to fight it out with Leo for the seat in the final.
We can fold.
She's all in with 8 tray.
So how much is it?
I think Andre might be ahead.
Okay, call.
He is ahead with 4s. And this could be it.
Not now, Fatima.
Had like 4 blinds.
And 1 overcard.
Think positive. Win this and you'll have 8 big blinds.
From there.
Andre flops a set again.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, 5-6.
Leo likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
Just a 5 or a 6 to keep hope alive.
It's a king, which means it's over, and Andre is going through to the final.
Thank you very much.
Big applause, big round of applause.
Yeah, congrats.
So, which one of you two is sleeping naked on the balcony?
Andre, obviously.
This is great so far.
The table today was incredible. Was incredible. The mix of happiness and adrenaline, and it's incredible. For me, was really amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I won the bracelet at the World Series, and I'm feeling kind of the same. I have the same feeling, so it's amazing.
So Andre takes the 4th seat at the final table, alongside Jennifer Shahani, Maria Ho, and Daniel Negreanu.
Andrew Chen is the favorite to double up.
And he needs that double up. Katai's got him on the ropes right now. The flop. It's king high. Katai takes the lead.
Gonna be tough to recover from that king.
Andrew Chen now at risk. An 86% chance that we have our champion here in Berlin. Davide Katai set to become the 1st ever Belgian EPT winner and the 5th ever Triple Crown winner. Andrew Chen needs an ace. He's got 3 outs. It's another king. It's over.
All right, everybody, let's give it up for Davide Katai, Triple Crown winner and EPT 8 Berlin champion.
You beat the clock by PokerStars.net. All the excitement of poker condensed into just 5 minutes. Survive those 5 minutes. You win, guaranteed. Beat the clock by PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to Panama and the PokerStars Championship main event here at the Sortis Hotel Spartan Casino in Panama City. It's day 5 of this tournament. It means it's the penultimate day. We are down to 7 players. 1 more elimination and we will stop, reset, and come back for the final day, day 6, with cards up coverage as we play down to a champion here on PokerStars.tv. It's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. We are on a couple of bubbles right now. Final day bubble, and we are on a prize jump bubble as well.
Absolutely. Whoever goes out next is going to receive $48,520. Sixth place is guaranteed $65K. We can see right now there is only one player almost in the danger zone.
Danger zone?
I guess we'd say that 16 bigs is on the cusp. Once you drop below the 15 big blind mark, Jonathan Abdul Talif is at risk right now. The big stack is Kenneth Smaron. He has got 3.2 million, more than 100 big blinds. We are now kicking off level 24. We are playing 15,000, 30,000 blinds with a 5,000 ante, and we already have Abdulatif all in here.
All right.
Timofeyev open to 65,000. Abdulatif is shoved for 480,000. Everyone has folded. The Belgian shove gets through.
Played a questionably big pot near the end of the last level. Doubled up Harpreet Gill in the process.
It'll be interesting to see, Joe, whether we can get through another level today. If we do lose a player in 7th place and come back still in level 24, they will have a 61 big blind average at the six-handed final table, which is pretty deep, which could mean quite a long day tomorrow. These 7 players have bested a field of 366. And 6 of them will come back tomorrow and compete for the trophy to become our first ever champion here in Panama and win the first prize of nearly $300,000. Button raise here from the chip leader, which gets folds from the blinds. A reminder that if you want to get in touch with the booth, questions and comments should be fired using the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter. Alternatively, if you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/PokerStars, there's the live chat there. Do you remember a while back when we floated the idea of actually reading out some of the comments on YouTube, and then Matt, as an experiment, spent 45 minutes monitoring the comments on YouTube, and we decided, nah.
No. I mean, it's pretty tough to make Twitch look intellectual by comparison, but good job, Twitch.
Good to see the Panama light chips in play. The reds have been colored
Nice.
up, so now we have the blue 5Ks, the yellow 25Ks, and the white 100K chips.
I got a 6er of Panama Light in my fridge in my room if anybody wants to help me kill that before the end of the week. Looks like I overestimated the amount of guests I was going to have in my room. Once again.
Smaron opens to 75,000. Wozniak 3 bets from the small blind, re-raising to 150K. With Timofeyev folding the big, it's back on Smaron.
I wonder psychologically what it does to you to have a monster stack and get colored up during the break and have physically fewer chips in front of you, a less intimidating looking number of chips. I'm sure for the most experienced of players it does nothing, but certainly for someone like me it's going to have an effect. I don't know how much.
Have you ever made it to the point in a tournament where they color up chips?
In a home game.
Ace, deuce, deuce on the flop. The lead from Wozniak, the continuation bet of 100,000, gets a fold from his opponent. On to the next hand. So yes, a reminder, there's one more day of coverage, one more day of this tournament. Six-handed action tomorrow on PokerStars TV from 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, because we will be on delay tomorrow. Roughly a 1-hour security delay, as we will be cards up. And we will continue playing tomorrow until we are down to 1, down to a champion.
Don't you mean Eastern Daylight Time?
No, we're actually going to be on air at 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time.
Aha!
An interesting conversation via Twitter with Chris Moneymaker on that one earlier on.
At least he didn't say you were wrong. He just said you were a nitpicker.
Well, you'd say nitpicking, but how else am I supposed to separate that we are effectively an hour behind most of North America? The only way to do that is to specify that we're standard time rather than daylight time.
Couldn't you also just call it Central Time?
But that's not the time zone we're in.
Right. Since we are in Eastern Standard Time, that is the time zone we're in.
Diot was the pre-flop aggressor here. Abdelatif defended his big blind. He checks this ace-high flop, and we get a continuation bet of 65,000 from the Canadian. Decent international mix. The final table here in Panama. A couple of Canadians, a couple of Americans, a Belgian, a German, and a Russian.
Nice representation.
Check raise from Abdelatif. Just shy of 200,000, 190K. Actually 180,000. Megan, I'll answer your question at the conclusion of this hand.
Diot, even though he does not have a ton of chips, does have Abdelatif covered.
Yeah, these are the two shortest stacks at the table. Diot with 20 bigs behind. Abdelatif following this check raise with just 12 bigs back.
He might be in a pretty bad spot now. He could have easily defended with just any old ace and... Excuse me, he was the raiser.
Yes.
Take what I said, reverse it. Abdelatif is very likely to have defended with lots of aces. Could easily have two pair here. Could easily have a draw.
Two pair would certainly explain the check raise. What about a hand like King 10, Queen 9 of clubs, something of that range?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just, you know, anything that has a draw here, 4-5. All of the clubs. Five, 6 of clubs.
And it was a late position raise from Diot, so he doesn't have to be that strong here.
He's been quiet, though. I do think that he's going to be pretty strong here most of the time. You know, he's got a tough decision with kings.
He's been thinking about whether, or rather how to respond to this check raise for nearly 2.5 minutes now.
Really scary spot, I think, for Diot. There are plenty of value hands Abdelatif could have. Sixes, deuces, 2 pair.
Eyebrow cam. Diot folds, and Abdelatif chips up there to a 25 big blind stack, meaning Diot is now the low man at the table with 20 bigs. I did say I would answer a question from Megan Joy on Twitter. Megan asked about the color up. Are the players present during the color up, or is it handled by staff? And if so, do the players count them when they return from break? Players are welcome to remain at the table and watch the color up. Some do, some don't. But yes, it is handled by staff and overseen by the tournament floor. Yes, players generally look at their stacks when they come back, and yes, occasionally questions are asked.
I met a cool dude this week named Richard, who is an online player, plays down in Mexico, although he's American. And he says that Anthony Diot is his roommate.
Huh.
And he would like him to know, hit him with the hind.
Action has been folded here to Diot. He's in the hijack.
I like his fold there on the last hand, not knowing what he had. You know, if he just even has an ace and he's up against a draw, a strong draw or a pair and a draw, his equity is going to be marginal.
Well, he's raised here to 70,000. Wozniak has folded. Action on Timofeyev, who's on the button with a stack of 1.38 million. The Russian third in chips at this final table, but below average. Should point out only 2 players out of the 7 have above average stacks. Smarin with 3 million, Wozniak with 2.6 million. The average currently being 1.57 million.
Connection on Twitch asks how many players are currently playing. We are down to the final 7.
Yeah, of course, there are numerous side events being played here in Panama. That's why you see players at other tables. They are not competing in the main event. There is the re-raise from Timofeyev. The blinds fold. Action back on Diot. Wow, this guy just keeps getting re-raised.
I think that this is going to be pretty strong most of the time from Timofeyev. He can just call in position if he wants to with a lot of hands. Diot's in a position where he's not going to raise fold too many times. He's got to expect that he's going to be raised jamming a lot.
Equally, to see it from the other perspective, this is a great leveraging bet considering Diot's stack.
Yeah, I just don't think it's going to be like that often, but obviously there's 2 sides to everything in poker, at least. I get your point. I think especially having seen that Diot just made what looked like a pretty big laydown, I would think he'd be less likely to make another big laydown. Hello, hello. Someone on Twitch did say this guy is a little bit of, we'll call him James Splat. Chris Splat, sorry. I really messed that up. He looks like Chris Pratt, is what I'm trying to say.
Timofeyev?
No.
Diot?
Yeah. You know, little Chris Pratt there? Little poor man's Pratt.
No.
Okay, then.
I tried, honestly.
Sure, that's fine.
Oh dear.
Told him not to leave that there.
So again, we find Diot in the tank for over 2 minutes.
Pretty tough spot for him. You don't really flat very often here out of position, leaving yourself a pot-sized bet behind. And if you've got a hand like ace-queen, you're like, am I dominated? Am I up against a gigantic pair? I think anything better than ace-queen, you probably get it in. I mean, not anything. Low pairs, you may be reluctant also.
Yeah. Someone's called the clock. I think it was James Salmon.
Well, salmon do have a short lifespan. It's understandable.
Well, the floor will come to the table and put Diot on a 60-second countdown. Luca Vivaldi, who is overseeing the main event here in Panama, one of the senior floor staff, counting down Diot. He will be given a 10-second warning. You can count it down from 10 to 1. If by the time the countdown is complete he has not acted, his hand will be declared dead. There's the 30-second warning. And there's the fold.
2 big leg downs in a row for Anthony Diot, down to 18 big blinds. Someone on Twitch asked if we were going to do a guess how much something cost, and we'll do it tomorrow because I'm afraid if I get into some competition now, we could lose the player. It'll wreck everything.
Oh, great minds think alike, because Ryan Reed on Twitter asked the same question.
That was Ryan, sorry. That's who I was talking about.
Oh. Chip leader Kenneth Smaron, first to act here. His raise is greeted with folds from half the table. Action round to Abdelatif on the button. Second shortest stack of the final 7, playing 25 big blinds.
That's right, I'm right-hearted. The same mind thinks the same.
Three bet. 190,000. Round 2. James Salmon.
Seems like these guys are ready to get to be done for the day. We didn't see a ton of aggression for most of the day today. Granted, most of it's come pre-flop, but...
It's a weird one, though, isn't it? Because we can talk so much about dynamic and we can talk so much about bet-to-stack ratio. Sometimes they just have it. Sometimes it's a case that the cards fall in such a way there are monsters at the table. And here we see a 4-bet shove from Salmon, all in for 1.36 million. So, did you see the way he slammed those chips down on the table as well?
Slamming Salmon.
Wow. And snap called by Abdelatif, who has aces.
Aces versus clangers.
Not me.
Sick cooler, Clara.
So, obviously, 4 times out of 5. Abdelatif is going to double up through Salmon, but there is that 1 time in 5 when kings get lucky, and if that happens, we lose Abdelatif. He is the player at risk here.
Is that what they mean by 1 time?
I king and we go into tomorrow. Aces is all in.
Va? Ja, ik ben de short stack button en dus ja.
It's as good as it gets for aces versus kings. No flush draw even for Salmon.
Here comes the flop, which is ace high.
That's going to be ball game.
Less than 1% equity now for Salmon. Running kings needed. And of course, if anyone folded a king, he would be drawing dead. Now he's drawing dead. So Abdelatif doubles up. And just like that, within the space of 3 hands, he's gone from being the short stack at the table with 16 big blinds to 4th in chips with a 50 big blind stack, near average chips now for the Belgian. 3rd in chips, my bad, 1.67 million.
Yas Queen.
Meanwhile, Salmon drops down to a sub 20 big blind stack. Diot still the low man at the table.
He may not make it to those eggs, James.
Have your agent call my agent and we'll set up a meeting.
And so we play on. Still 7-handed.
One on the flop. Wow. Alright. It's gonna be more fun.
Back to it, huh? Yeah.
More fun this way. Everybody's stay hard today,
Never easy.
Seems easy for other people. It's just never easy for you.
Diot folds under the gun. Wozniak. 2nd in chips, passes. Timofeyev is out. Abdelatif not going to play this one. And James Salmon has folded the button. We have a blind-on-blind situation here. Harpreet Gill in the small. Has around 30 bigs. He will complete. And then a raise from the chip leader. 100,000 total. Called by Gill. We're going to have a flop.
Flop me, dealer. Please.
King 9-5. That's the flop that Salmon wanted last hand. Interesting. Gill not playing in flow, leading. Betting 140,000 into 235,000.
Flow is very important when it comes to gills. Gets a call.
Deuce of hearts on the turn. Gill does not fire again, and any bet from Smaron here, any meaningful bet, is going to put Gill in a tough spot. If he bets, say, 200,000 here, tough for Gill to call without getting pot stuck.
I feel like that flop lead is so often like a 9 or a 5, and you're just hoping to get a fold.
255,000 was the bet from Smaron. Gets a fold from Gill. And we play on.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you called.
Never know.
Yes, Radovan, James was right in the middle of saying sometimes they just have it while aces versus kings was developing.
And I think at this stage, when you do see those huge pots with 3 bets and 4 bets firing off, it's more likely to be dictated by the cards. I think everyone's at a point now where they don't want to be the guy who doesn't get to come back tomorrow. Every single elimination now, there is a money jump. Although in the last level, we did see that curiously played Queen 9 hand from Abdelatif,
Yeah.
who's now well back in this game, by the way.
Hey, it was great advertising on his part to get paid off with aces. against kings. I mean, that guy could have folded kings.
Hashtag metagame. Abdelatif has raised from the hijack, 65,000. It's Smaran's small blind, and the chip leader is going to re-raise. 2 white chips thrown in. He 3-bets to 210,000.
Oh, Abdelatif. Touching the yellows.
He calls in position, and these players go heads up to the flop in a 3-bet pot.
What's your favorite position? That's cool with me. It's not my favorite, but I'll do it for you.
9-8 deuce. Continuation bet from Smaran.
Got some whiteys in there.
235K.
Wow, and we are going to go over 1 million chips into this pot.
With 2 betting streets still to come.
Dang near close to 1 million.
Yeah, 955K. Turn card, 6 of clubs. 2 flush draws out there, a straighty board.
This is so strong.
440,000.
3 bets pre-flop. Yeah, I really like him for an overpair there. Maybe even a set of 9s. Although maybe you don't re-raise 9s pre-flop. But
Well, Smaran adds $500,000 to his stack, up to 3.77 million. Moves over the 125 big blind mark. Second biggest stack is Robin Wozniak, who's got 86 big blinds. 2 players with fewer than 20 big blinds each, those players being James Salmon and Anthony Diot. And this hand we'll see Denis Timofeyev, who started today as chip leader, under the gun, first to act. Raises to 60,000. We got our first good look at Timofeyev on day 3, on Bubble Day, when he was sat on Tito Ortiz's table. He
Yep.
was actually to the direct left of Ortiz, and he and Tito played a lot of hands together.
Yeah.
And Tito got the better of him most of the time.
for a while, until Timofeyev adjusted.
Yes.
And then it was very clear that he figured out the best approach for taking on a cage fighter. I can't believe you just texted someone and said, "You up?"
Three bet from Smaran.
Yeah, these guys are ready. They are ready to get down to 6.
Chip leader has re-raised to 165,000. The guy who's second in chips, Wozniak, has a decision in the big blind. Robin and Dennis sat next to each other at this table are the last 2 qualifiers remaining in the tournament. And here is a cold 4-bet from Wozniacek. 325,000.
4-bet alert.
So action back on the original razor. Now, Timofeyev opened under the gun, but we are now 7-handed, so you can't really... So there is the fold from Timofeyev. So now back on Smarin, who 3-bet from the button.
Smarin trying to get a read. Good luck getting a read off that guy. James Wozniacek, to me, has been fairly snug, fairly standard, which puts him, gives him a good rep for making a move with a cold 4-bet. I just think that he's still not going to be doing it that often, though. Smarin is in position. 160,000 to win 600,000. Wozniacek is deep enough that he can play a pot with him if he wants to. He doesn't have to get it all in pre-flop.
Where's the fold from Smarin?
Same determination that I did. That's going to be the genuine article a fair percentage of the time.
So we're just over 30 minutes into this level. Smarin has consolidated his chip lead during those 30 minutes, 3.6 million. Salmon has doubled up Abdelatif, and Diot is edging into the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Wozniacek sitting comfortably second in chips right now with 95 big blinds. Raise to 60,000 from Kenneth Smarin. Timofeyev's big blind. And he defends. $10-10-9.
Timofeyev checks. Smarin checks.
Turn card is the 3 of clubs. Timofeyev checks a second time. Here comes the delayed C-bet from Smarin. 65,000. Timofeyev calls, taking this hand to the river. Queen of spades. Check to showdown.
Ooh, straightenized.
Timofeyev adds 170K to his stack.
It was then, definitely.
Timofeyev is currently third in chips. He has just over the tournament average. Diop, the low man at the table.
Yeah, on second thought.
Second hand in a row, opened by Kenneth Smarin, this time from the hijack. Raised to 65,000. Timofeyev in the small blind.
Rebet coming.
Raises to 210,000. Abdelatif has folded the big blind. And these two going to go to a flop again. Smarin wants to see what Timofeyev's playing. 1.4 million behind. Smarin's going to call the 3-bet, play the flop in position. The flop is 9-8 deuce.
I don't really think Timofeyev has to have a hand to 3-bet out of the small blind. I think Smarin's going to be opening fairly wide. From just about any position, as long as it's not under the gun. Even still, we're 7-handed. He's got all the chips.
A continuation bet of 225,000. Smarin calls. So this hand is going to the turn. That turn card is the 4 of hearts.
Can't imagine that's going to affect too much. Saying that's a great way to make sure it absolutely affects everything.
Absolutely.
Ace-5 of clubs gets there with a 3 of spades on the river. Also makes a set of 4s for the other guy. I wonder what's going on in the Sunday Storm. I rage quit the client once I busted from the free roll. Is yours open?
I can open it up. I'll take a look.
Okay.
So you saw the final number of entrants, right?
130,000?
Correct. It's 125 grand up top, which is a phenomenal prize in an $11 buy-in tournament.
It's just going to take you several days to win it.
Timofeyev does not fire another barrel on the turn, checks the action to the chip leader. Smarin checks behind. We get the jack of clubs on the river. So a few draws come in.
Yeah. Draws of all shapes and sizes. It just means this hand taking forever.
Yeah.
Ed Kilworth is on top of it. He said there's 1,128 left in the Sunday Storm.
Wow.
Thank you, Ed. Super mod. Super mod. Okay, all right, your first act. Let's, I guess we could just recap the action. This was 3-bet, remember? Timofeyev out of position, 3-bet out of the small blind to the late-ish position open from Smarin. He continued flop for just under half the pot.
And then after checking the turn, decides to fire river for 375,000.
That's a little under half pot also. Now, I said that Timofeyev didn't necessarily need to have a hand to 3-bet before the flop. And it does feel like he could have easily backed himself into something here. Now, even though I said he doesn't need to have a hand, I don't think he's going to be doing it with hands that have no equity. I don't think he's going to be doing it with hands like Jack 4 and Jack 6, but he could very easily be doing it with hands that have connected with this board. 8, 9, 9, 10, Jack 10, 10, 8. Queen 10. Clubs.
Did he just say you're all in?
He sure did.
Smarin shoves on Timofeyev. All in to call.
So it's not a snap call. He did not back himself into anything huge. So we're back to waiting our hand. Our hand ranges to stuff like 10 9s and 9 8s. At this point, once Smarin goes all in, I think he's going to have a lot of clubs. Does he make this move if he catches a jack on the end? Seems pretty thin to jam a jack. I think pocket jacks are a possibility sometimes, but still I'm going to be a little afraid of a flush, I think. So I think to make this move most of the time, you got to have a flush yourself.
Now, if Timofeyev folds here, he'll leave himself 26 big blinds.
I do think bluffs are quite possible.
Of course, if he calls and is wrong, he is out of the tournament. There is that third possibility, though. He calls and he's right and becomes a monster stack. I mean, obviously, this is a decision for his tournament life. We can understand him thinking about it. But how much time has this hand in total taken off the clock?
It's a long hand, and the more I see him pained over this, maybe he really did have a big hand before the flop. You know, maybe he did have queens. He's in a really rough spot with 2 queens here. Smarin's repping the flush regardless of whatever he's got. Tin Muller on Twitch says, what a crazy decision.
Life. 3 minutes in the tank now.
Life of Slice says he is crying. Design DFS says he's going to fold.
Well, that's the truth, isn't it? The longer he takes, the more likely he is to fold.
Have we seen Smarin run any big bluffs?
Not that I can necessarily remember. I've been told that this hand has taken 10 minutes. And it's still ongoing. Four minutes in the tank now for Denis Timofeyev. What hands is he checking turn, betting river with? He calls all in. And he gets to see whether he's good or not. Smarin tables 10-8.
Smarin who had the 10-8. Timofeyev has to have the winner there.
Jack 7.
Backed his way into the jack.
Wow.
Value bet it super thin. Got raised by by a hand that was getting turned into a bluff. It makes a really sick call in the end and is somehow right.
What an incredible call from Timofeyev, who takes the chip lead once again. Up to 3.3 million, 110 big blinds, while Smarin drops down to third on the leaderboard, now playing 61 big blinds.
I'm pretty okay with our analysis on that one. Smarin was opening pretty light. Timofeyev was 3-betting pretty light. Did back himself into an eventual value hand. And Smarin, as I said, repping a flush, but is going to have a bunch of bluffs there. Did have one in that case.
What a call from Denis Timofeyev, which sees him reclaim the chip lead in the PokerStars Championship Panama main event. I mean, there was a straight out there was a flush out there, and it's basically pair against pair for a huge pot.
Totally, and I walked back my analysis a little bit when Timofeyev was in the tank that long. I thought he had a much stronger hand that he was considering calling with, but I mean, Queens isn't much stronger in that case, but I agree with Jeff Godley here on Twitter, who says that he probably doesn't check Queens on the turn.
Yes.
So, agreed there. I was just sort of second-guessing myself when he spent so long in the tank. I expected it to be a tougher fold than Jack 7.
So River's top pair, value bets River, then gets shoved on and just manages to work out that there's a very good chance that Smarin has turned a marginal hand into a bluff or has total air, calls with the jack and is right.
I mean, that's a ridiculous call.
All in because they think they're behind. Not for sure. I mean, it's a super tough spot for them.
Well,
Everything got there except 6
that was a 12-minute hand, but Jeff concludes that that hand was worth 12 minutes of his time. Bart says, I was sure Timofeyev was beat there. Still 40 minutes left on the clock at the 15:30 blind level. As we continue to play down to 6 at this final table. Action will then be paused after that hiatus. We'll resume with 6 players tomorrow. Cards Up coverage here on PokerStars.tv. And we have another all-in. Timofeyev opens from the button. And the shove has come from James Salmon in the big blind. And he has been called. James Salmon at risk.
Oh boy.
Called by the chip leader. Salmon gets it in with ace-deuce. Ace-10 for Timofeyev. It is domination nation.
This may be my last chance to say this. He's going to be swimming upstream on this hand.
If ace-10 holds and James Salmon is eliminated, day 5 is over. We will have our final 6 who will return to play for the title, the trophy, and the first prize of nearly $300,000 tomorrow. 5 cards to come, though. Funky stuff can happen.
It's been a pleasure, Jimmy Salmon. Be sad to see him go.
It's a 10 high flop.
So are we going to need a running wheel, running deuces?
Either way, James is going to need to see something on the turn. He could be drawing dead. The turn card.
There it is. There it is.
Here's a 3, a little bit of hope.
Never easy.
Had to put some distance between himself and the table. Materialize that 3 ball.
So he picks up 4 outs. A 5 on the river saves him. Any other card, he is eliminated in 7th place. The river card is a 4, and Salmon is poached.
Nice. Smoked.
James Salmon, one-time chip leader, departs in 7th place, cashing for $48,520.
Very good for you. That's
We have our final 6. Pause the clock. We are going to reset for day 6.
He may be a lock,
Any jack I have smashes that.
but he is not going home with a bagel.
that's the best call I've ever seen.
$46,000 in the bank.
You're invested a lot.
Literally, I mean,
It's a lot
he
of
beats
million.
complete error 6-7.
I mean, that's a great play, though.
Yeah,
Fuck.
obviously, bro.
I like
obviously,
it.
I made it for a reason. I knew I was trying to betting him off a jack. I thought he was value betting a jack.
No,
all his nut draws, his combo draws, he's still barreling in turn. He has nothing but a jack. He's got to make a sick call. He has to make the call of his life.
Totally reasonable.
He did it.
Yeah.
It's plain and simple. Not hating it.
I don't hate it at all.
I've never met someone that called an all-in and thought they were behind.
I know you think that.
Never in my life. So if he called, he earned it.
I know you think that was crazy.
Hey guys, well done.
I would have played the same.
So the last stand you wore the buttons.
Congratulations to the final 6 who advanced to the final day. And those last 2 hands, huge for Timofeyev. He'll come into this final day as chip leader with close to $4 million. And Anthony Diot will be happy, still in contention, and he has laddered up.
Well done. The dream, Diotti. And by the way, well done to all 6 of these guys, because I can't imagine any of them have been in this position before, so close to a title in a major event.
So remember, we come back tomorrow with Cards Up coverage of the final 6. James Salmon receiving his payout. Tomorrow there's $300,000 on the line, near enough. That's what the winner will get paid. There's the trophy as well. Now, players going to start at the usual time, noon Eastern Standard Time, but we will be on a 1-hour delay tomorrow because we will be Cards Up. So you want to be watching PokerStars.tv from 1 p.m. Just to translate for those of you watching in Europe, that is 6 p.m. in the UK, 7 p.m. in Central Europe. We will play down to a champion. We will crown a winner here in Panama. Bag and tag, guys. Come back for the final day. A good day of poker, Joe.
Wonderful. Really, some amazing hands. That 8-high bluff. The Queen 9 call it off. The amazing thin river bet that managed to find a call in the end to double up. Really great stuff today.
So join us tomorrow for Cards Up coverage of the final table. But for now, from Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan. It is good night from Panama. Join us tomorrow.
Not that short.